welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Over 99% of viewers aren't subscribed. It costs you nothing, but it's an enormous support for us to keep creating these relaxing stories. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. The autumn breeze whispered its secrets through the trees as I strolled down the meandering path leading to my grandmother's ancient Victorian abode. The worn wooden steps sang beneath my weight, a nostalgic melody from years of childhood adventures. The porch lanterns, typically aglow with a warm radiance, stood ominously dim that night, their glass surfaces reflecting only the ethereal moonbeams. It had been 3 months since my grandmother's serene departure in her slumber, leaving me the heir to this cherished dwelling. I had taken up the nightly tradition of igniting the 12 antique lanterns at dusk, a ritual passed down through generations. Lighting them brought solace, a way to preserve her essence in a home steeped in memories. But this evening felt different. The atmosphere hung heavy with an eerie stillness, scented with rain-soaked earth and ancient wood. Retrieving my keys, my hand brushed against the brass lighter in my coat pocket, the very one my grandmother had wielded for years, its surface polished by decades of use. Stepping into the foyer, I was enveloped by the familiar blend of lavender and aged books, fragrances my grandmother had lovingly curated. Each footfall echoed softly on the polished floors as I traversed the house, illuminating the vintage wall sconces that cast a soft amber hue on the Victorian wallpaper. Initiating my evening routine, I approached the lantern by the entrance. The brass lighter clicked as I struck it, yet the wick remained unlit, indifferent to my efforts. Perplexed, I tried again, only to be met with the same resistance at each subsequent lantern. A cool breeze stirred the ivy on the porch, casting playful shadows on the wooden boards. The moon ascended higher, its silvery light painting intricate patterns through the foliage, dancing with a life of its own. Encountering a peculiar anomaly, none of the lanterns yielded to my flame. All 12 stood dark, their glass panes mirroring my growing bewilderment. Testing the brass lighter on a candle indoors proved it was in working order, the flame strong and unwavering. The grandfather clock's gentle ticking drifted in through an open window, a reminder of relentless time. Yet this night seemed to exist beyond the confines of time, as if the darkness of the lanterns had carved out a pocket of stillness in the world. Recollections surfaced of my grandmother's tales about the lanterns, shared during tranquil evenings on the porch swing. She spoke of their ancestral lineage, handcrafted by my great-great-grandfather. One story in particular lingered in my thoughts, a narrative of the lanterns refusing to illuminate on significant nights. Settling onto the porch swing, its rhythmic creaking melding with the nocturnal symphony, I noticed a subtle shift in the air. A chill enveloped me, carrying the sweet perfume of nearby honeysuckle. In the distance, an owl's soft hoot harmonized with the rustle of leaves. Amidst the darkened lanterns, a peculiar sight unfolded. Thin, silver threads, barely visible in the moon's glow, interconnected each lantern, shimmering like ethereal spider silk catching the light. These delicate strands ebbed and flowed with each blink, creating a mesmerizing web of connection. The grandfather clock tolled midnight, its resonant chimes weaving through the silence. With each peal, the silver threads grew more defined, culminating in a complete circle by the 12th stroke, linking all 12 lanterns in a luminous embrace. Within this radiant circle, the air grew dense yet vibrant. The scent of lavender intensified, reminiscent of my grandmother's fragrance. The porch swing swayed slightly, though not a breath of wind stirred, as if a presence had settled beside me. I remained still, observing as the silver threads pulsated gently, akin to a heartbeat. In their soft glow, elusive figures seemed to dance between the lanterns, their forms nebulous yet oddly familiar. The longer I gazed, the clearer their message became. These were not mere lanterns. They were custodians of memory, guardians of ancestral lore. Their refusal to illuminate was not a flaw, but an invitation. On select nights, when the veil between past and present thinned, they cloaked themselves in darkness to unveil deeper truths. Time slipped away unnoticed as I sat there, enveloped by the nocturnal serenade and the subtle movements of the shadows. As dawn approached, the silver threads faded with the emerging light, vanishing entirely with the first rays of morning. Rising from the swing, the brass lighter in my pocket exuded a comforting warmth. Reigniting the first lantern, its flame sparked to life, radiant and unwavering. Methodically, I kindled each lantern, concluding the morning ritual that mirrored the evening's routine. In the burgeoning daylight, the lanterns glowed with a newfound luminescence, now imbued with memories, not just of my grandmother, but of all who had tended them before. Their narratives were etched in shadow and light, awaiting the nights when darkness whispered their hidden truths. I divulged this enigmatic night to none, yet I vigilantly noted when the lanterns remained dim. Sometimes it coincided with a departed family member's anniversary, other times on evenings of unforeseen importance, their significance unraveling in due time. The circle of unlit lanterns became my clandestine legacy, a reminder that certain lights must fade for subtler revelations to emerge. On tranquil nights, ensconced on the porch swing amidst the lantern's golden radiance, I pondered how darkness embodies not absence, but a distinct presence, narrating tales decipherable only in the language of shadows and silence. Story 2. In the quiet embrace of the old house, a sense of mystery lingered long after the sun had set. Nestled in my grandfather's worn leather armchair, I observed the fading amber light give way to shadows that danced across the creaking wooden floors. The rain tapped gently against the window panes, creating a soothing melody that harmonized with the crackling of wood in the fireplace. This house, passed down to me 3 months prior, held a charm in its aged walls that brought solace during the day, yet by night, a peculiar essence unfolded, inexplicable yet undeniable. The air within thickened as darkness descended, as if carrying a weight of its own. The fragrance of old books and cedar wood enveloped every nook, mingling with the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil seeping through the slightly warped window frames. My gaze drifted to the grandfather clock stationed in the corner, its rhythmic ticking a constant companion. The brass pendulum swayed, casting shimmering reflections upon the dimly lit wallpaper. As wariness crept upon me, a strange occurrence caught my eye across the room at the window. Raindrops streaked the glass in an unusual pattern, flowing sideways rather than down. Blinking in disbelief, I pondered if fatigue played tricks on my mind. The fire's warm glow lent an almost liquid quality to the window, its glass rippling subtly, a motion foreign to ordinary glass. With measured steps, I approached the window, my steps silent on the aged floorboards. The closer I drew, the more anomalies I noticed. The frame, once assumed to be dark wood like the others, shimmered with an iridescence akin to moonlit mother of pearl. The glass felt peculiar under my touch, neither warm nor cold, yet both simultaneously. Peering beyond, the familiar garden view had transformed into a pulsating fog illuminated from within. Shapes swirled within the mist, fluid yet defined, dancing in patterns reminiscent of half-remembered dreams. The grandfather clock struck 9, its resonant chimes vibrating through the room and momentarily halting the ethereal dance in the fog. The rain's whispers intensified, not foreboding but soothing, akin to leaves rustling in a summer breeze. Sinking onto the window seat, my reflection fading, I fixated on the enigmatic scene beyond. The fog parted at intervals, revealing glimpses of an impossible room, elegant furniture, hovering books, and a window mirroring my own. Indecipherable whispers grew clearer, evoking the comfort of distant conversations, familiar and comforting. The rain's scent evolved, layers of vanilla, aged parchment, and elusive florals intertwining in the air. A gentle energy hummed around the window, reminiscent of a bell's fading resonance. Time warped as I sat transfixed, the clocks ticking slowing to a languid pace, each second elongating like honey from a spoon. Within the fog, patterns emerged, weaving tales of nights past of watchers like myself, their faces serene and inquisitive, reaching out to touch the glass. Shadows cast by the waning fire revealed elegant script that materialized and vanished, detailing mysteries of doorways, thresholds, and hidden spaces between realities. As exhaustion tugged at my eyelids, I fought to stay awake, fearful of missing the next revelation in this mysterious vista. The fog continued its ballet, occasionally parting to unveil tantalizing glimpses of the improbable room. Shadows hinted at movement, fluttering curtains, shifting silhouettes, perhaps even a seated figure resembling my grandfather's chair. The whispers transformed into a lullaby, harmonizing with the rain's gentle cadence. They spoke of secrets, veiled realms, and worlds just beyond the glass. Drifting between wakefulness and slumber, between rooms, I surrendered to the night's embrace. A soft click, akin to an unlocked door, and a faint creak of hinges lingered as I succumbed to sleep. At dawn's arrival, I awoke in my grandfather's chair, draped in a forgotten blanket. The window had returned to normalcy, revealing only the rain-drenched garden outside. Yet on the window seat lay a single sheet of paper, adorned with shifting, unreadable script. Despite my efforts, the words eluded comprehension. Yet in the still of night, amidst rain and shadows, a fleeting understanding teased my senses. Since that night, I've awaited by the window, an observer of the enigmatic dance between worlds. The fog ebbs and flows, revealing glimpses of the mysterious room beyond. Whispers persist, rain falls gently, promising untold mysteries. And when the clock strikes 9 and the fire dwindles, I wonder if a distant watcher, pen in hand, scribes tales of a window peering into our world. Story 3. The ancient wooden steps groaned softly beneath my weight as I made my way up the spiraling staircase of the old lighthouse keeper's residence. Each step I took seemed to echo through the curved passageway, carrying with it a faint whisper of the bygone days that lingered in the air. Outside, the autumn wind caressed the weathered walls, producing a gentle, melodic hum that intertwined with the very essence of the structure itself. It was my grandmother's letter that had led me to this place where time flowed differently, blurring the line between reality and dreams. The air was infused with the delicate aroma of aged books and sea salt, mingling harmoniously with the earthy fragrance of rain-soaked wood. Tracing my fingers along the intricate carvings of the mahogany banister on the third-floor landing, I could feel the history etched into every curve and imperfection, smoothed over by the touch of countless hands before mine. As the evening light filtered through the tall, arched windows, casting elongated shadows that danced upon the faded wallpaper like ethereal performers in a silent ballet, I carried my grandmother's final letter tucked safely in my coat pocket. In her elegant script, she had penned, "The tower conceals secrets, but they are secrets that murmur rather than shout, that beckon rather than intimidate. When you are prepared, my dear, follow the path of the leaning shadow. It will reveal forgotten truths." The top floor unveiled a circular chamber that seemed suspended in perpetual twilight. Dust motes floated lazily in the amber sunlight streaming through the windows, creating halos around the carefully arranged furniture. A regal reading chair, a quaint table bearing a brass lamp, and walls adorned with enigmatic instruments whose purposes eluded me. Yet my gaze was drawn to the tower itself, visible through the eastern window, its distinct tilt defying logic against the darkening sky. Seated in the reading chair, the supple leather enveloped me as if it had been awaiting my arrival. The gentle glow of the brass lamp bathed the room in a warm light that barely reached the shadowed corners, cloaking them in a sense of tranquility. Below, the soft sounds of settling wood and gentle creaks created a soothing rhythm, as if the very building itself was alive and breathing. For 40 years, my grandmother had dwelled in this place, serving as both lighthouse keeper and guardian of the tower's enigmatic mysteries. Locals spoke of her with reverence and awe, recounting tales of lights flickering in the tower during odd hours, of melodies emanating from unseen sources, of visitors departing with serene smiles but withholding the truths they had uncovered. As the sun descended gradually, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. The tower's shadow, cast by the setting sun, began to move across the floor in a manner that defied conventional understanding. Instead of gliding smoothly, it traced a peculiar pattern, akin to the hand of a cosmic clock measuring time in a realm beyond reach. The shadow reached out towards specific objects in the room, first brushing a silver box on the mantel, then extending to an ancient compass mounted on the wall, before settling upon an ordinary section of the wood paneling. Following my grandmother's guidance, I waited until the shadow aligned precisely with a nearly imperceptible seam in the paneling. With a gentle push, the section swung inward, revealing a narrow passageway spiraling upward into the heart of the tower. A warm breeze carrying a hint of lavender, my grandmother's cherished flower, wafted down from above. The passage was lined with luminous stones emitting a gentle glow, illuminating the way ahead. Ascending, I noticed that the walls bore mysterious inscriptions that seemed to shift and transform when I tried to focus on them directly. Despite the tower's tilt becoming more pronounced, I maintained a perfect equilibrium, as if the skewed angle was the most natural orientation. Finally, I emerged into the tower's uppermost chamber, a space seemingly larger than the tower's exterior dimensions suggested. The circular room boasted windows offering vistas in every direction, each revealing a slightly different tableau, some overlooking a serene sea at sunset, others presenting star-studded skies, and still more displaying landscapes that defied identification. At the center stood a peculiar contraption resembling a fusion of an astronomical device and a music box. Its gleaming brass and copper components moved with graceful precision, devoid of any visible mechanism propelling them. A soft, leather-bound notebook lay beside it, filled with my grandmother's elegant script. "My cherished one," the initial page read, "you have arrived at the heart of it all. The tower has awaited you, as it awaited me and those who came before. What lies before you is not merely an apparatus, but a key to comprehending the subtle enigmas residing in the spaces between instants, in the pauses between breaths, in the silence between heartbeats." The subsequent pages contained instructions unlike any I had encountered. Rather than rigid directives, they resembled lyrical suggestions, a blend of poetry crafted in the languages of physics and dreams. They spoke of adjusting the contrivance not through sight or touch, but by intuiting its innate movements, by attuning to the delicate harmonies it harmonized with the tower's lean. As night enveloped the tower completely, comprehension dawned upon me. The tower's inclination was not a flaw but a design. It stood at the precise angle required to capture hidden currents of time and possibility coursing unseen through the world. The device at the room's center bestowed form upon these currents, not as quantifiable entities, but as experiences to be felt and cherished, to be remembered. Hours slipped away like fleeting seconds as I sat with the instrument, acquainting myself with its cadences, sensing its responses to the gentlest touch. Occasionally, glimpses flickered in the windows of other epochs. A youthful woman who might have been my grandmother in her prime, gazing out a window with wonder etched upon her features. Children from a distant era frolicking in a vanished garden, vessels long returned to harbor sailing beneath unborn stars. With the night's progression came a profound serenity. I comprehended now why my grandmother had inscribed that the tower's secrets whispered rather than clamored. They were veiled truths that demanded acceptance over understanding, mysteries meant to be experienced rather than dissected. As dawn approached, I retraced my steps down the spiraling passage, re-entering the circular chamber just as the first hues of morning painted the sky in soft pastels. The tower's shadow now stretched westward, heralding the commencement of a fresh day, yet I knew it would resume its enigmatic journey when twilight descended once more. Nestled back into the reading chair, I felt the weight of the night's revelations settle around me like a familiar shroud. The brass lamp continued to emit a gentle radiance, mingling with the pale dawn seeping through the windows. In the distance, the cries of seabirds heralded the morning, their voices carried upon the whispering wind that encircled the tower's walls. The letter in my pocket bore a transformed essence, no longer a set of directives, but an invitation to a legacy whose depths I had only begun to plumb. The tower would persist in its lean towards the heavens, capturing moments and enigmas within its graceful tilt, and I would remain, an observer learning from its gentle secrets. The morning light intensified, yet I lingered in the chair, attuned to the edifice's quiet exhalations, feeling the ebb and flow of time traversing not solely forward, but sideways through the tower's slanted spaces. More revelations awaited, more truths to uncover, but for now, it sufficed to merely exist in this realm, where reality bent slightly to permit the passage of magic, where mysteries demanded appreciation over resolution. For as my grandmother had inscribed, some truths are meant to murmur rather than shout, and the tower would maintain its watchful stance, inclining eternally towards the firmament, collecting tales akin to starlight, imparting them to those poised to listen, not merely with their ears, but with their souls. Story 4. The whisper of autumn breezes danced through the ancient maple trees, gently rustling the fallen leaves along the neglected garden path. Before me stood the forsaken Victorian mansion, its weathered exterior bearing the quiet scars of years spent in isolation. The setting sun stretched long shadows across the ornate windows, each pane reflecting the warm golden light, akin to sleepy eyes observing my approach. The porch murmured softly under my weight as I advanced towards the entrance, the aging wood serenading each step I took. The door handle, cool and polished against my skin, turned effortlessly, as if the house had been awaiting my presence. A subtle current of air brushed past me as the heavy oak door swung inward, enveloping me in a complex tapestry of scents. Old books, dried flowers, and something more profound, a hint of forgotten memories lingering in the air. Inside, dust particles pirouetted lazily in the fading sunlight, filtering through delicate lace curtains, weaving intricate patterns that seemed to hold secrets untold. The grand foyer led into a spacious living room where antique furniture draped in white sheets stood as silent witnesses to bygone conversations. The faded wallpaper, adorned with climbing roses and delicate vines, whispered tales of days long past. As I ventured deeper into the house, my footsteps a gentle murmur on the hardwood floors. A curious sensation enveloped me. The air pulsed in a rhythmic cadence, akin to a calming breath, a tranquil ebb and flow that caused the curtains to sway ever so slightly. Initially attributing it to drafty windows, there was an unusual regularity to this motion, a sense of purposeful intent. The waning afternoon light bathed everything in muted hues as I explored the ground floor. In the dining room, a majestic chandelier hung silent and still, its crystals dulled by dust yet capturing and dispersing the dwindling light. The dining table, meticulously set as if awaiting guests who never arrived, lay beneath a gray veil of settled dust enveloping the fine china. Ascending the grand staircase, my hand trailing along the smooth mahogany banister, the house's breath felt more pronounced. The air moved in gentle, soothing undulations, akin to the slumber of a giant at rest. The second floor revealed a corridor lined with closed doors, each concealing a mystery waiting to unfold. Family portraits gazed down benignly as I passed, their eyes tracking my progress with detached interest. In a bedroom, a child's rocking horse, worn smooth by years of use, began to sway ever so slightly, moving in harmony with the house's breath. The motion, tender and calming, felt more comforting than eerie. Nearby, a music box atop a dusty dresser played a soft lullaby that seemed to harmonize with the house's rhythm. The master bedroom housed a four-poster bed adorned with elegant drapes that billowed in the same tranquil tempo. A vanity mirror reflected the room behind me, briefly capturing the impression of a presence seated at the bed's edge. Not a menacing specter, but a residual warmth, as if recently vacated. When I turned, all that remained was the indentation in the dusty bedspread, as though someone had just departed. In the attic, accessed through a narrow staircase that wound upward like a ribbon, the house's breath was most palpable. Here, the air glided through the space like gentle waves on a placid sea. Trunks and boxes brimmed with remnants of lives once lived, old letters tied with faded ribbons, photographs in tarnished frames, garments retaining the shape of their owners. A rocking chair beside a round window swayed in sync with the house's rhythm, creaking softly like a lullaby. As evening descended, the house's breath intensified, a melodic symphony of settling wood and soft creaks that beckoned rest and introspection. A desire to linger, to sink into an aged armchair and merge with the tranquil rhythm, overcame me. The house no longer felt abandoned. It pulsated with life, not in a menacing manner, but as a slumbering guardian, safeguarding the memories it held within. Before departing, I noticed a peculiar synchrony between my own breathing and the house's rhythm, an unconscious harmony that enveloped me in profound tranquility. Glancing back from the front door, the darkening evening revealed flickering lights in some of the upper windows, not glaring or harsh, but soft and warm, akin to candles glimpsed through fine gauze. Standing on the porch once more, I listened to the house's breath melding with the evening breeze. The windows, no longer drowsy, appeared attentive, watching over the estate with tender vigilance. As I walked away, the sound of my footsteps on the gravel path intertwined with the wind's whispers through the trees and the distant call of a night bird. I've explored numerous abandoned dwellings since, yet none breathed quite like that one. On serene nights, I find myself aligning my breathing with the remembered rhythm of that house, enveloped in a profound sense of serenity. I often ponder if the house still stands, still breathes, still safeguards its treasury of memories and forgotten moments. Perhaps one day I shall return, though a part of me acknowledges that such houses exist in a realm between reality and dreams, emerging only when they choose to be found. The enigma of the breathing house lingers within me, not as a haunting specter, but as a gentle nudge that certain places transcend mere structures. They are custodians of time, sentinels of memories, and perhaps, in their own way, alive. In quiet reverie, I can still sense that tranquil rhythm, akin to a lullaby carried on the evening zephyr, beckoning me back to that realm where the boundary separating the ordinary from the extraordinary dissolves like mist in the morning sun. Story 5. The soft patter of autumn rain against the windows painted a tranquil symphony in my study, where I delved into the depths of old family documents. The antique glow of my desk lamp enveloped me in a cozy embrace, while the room itself remained draped in velvety shadows. This house, once my grandmother's sanctuary, now whispered tales of generations past, stories woven into its very bones. Amongst the yellowed papers, my fingers stumbled upon a peculiar find, a weathered journal, its leather cover a testament to the passage of time. No markings adorned its surface, yet within, my grandmother's script danced across the pages. Her meticulous notes on the house's upkeep led me to an entry that halted my hand. Found another door in the root cellar today. It shouldn't be there. The foundation plans show solid wall. As the rain continued its gentle lullaby, I reclined in my chair, contemplating her words. Though I had roamed the root cellar countless times in my youth, the memory of an extra door eluded me. The aged leather of my chair sighed softly as I shifted, while somewhere in the house, ancient beams murmured in hushed tones. With silent steps upon the plush carpet, I gravitated towards the kitchen. At the hallway's end stood the cellar door, its brass handle gleaming in the soft light above. With a smooth turn of the old key, I descended into the cool embrace of the cellar. Earthy scents mingled with the faint aroma of stored harvests, painting a portrait of forgotten times. My flashlight danced over rugged stone walls and time-worn shelves, everything as it should be, until a peculiar sight caught my eye in the far corner. A subtle difference in the texture of the stones beckoned me closer, revealing a hidden seam. A gentle push, a soft click, and a section of the wall swung open, unveiling a staircase leading into darkness. The steps, untouched by time, exuded an inviting warmth and a delicate fragrance reminiscent of sunlit gardens. While my grandmother's journal hinted at the door, its secrets remained veiled. The staircase, flawlessly crafted, offered no clear destination. The flashlight's beam failed to pierce the staircase's depths, its curves disappearing from sight. Seated upon the top step, I surrendered to the caress of the warm air enveloping me. The rain's melody muted, replaced by a distant hum akin to wind whispering through seashells. Time stretched and yawned in that space, each moment hanging in the air like thick honey. As I descended, the quality of light shifted, the beam now softened by an ethereal haze, casting iridescent patterns upon the walls. The staircase's curve beckoned me onward, the descent feeling as natural as a gentle slumber. A symphony of scents enveloped me, mingling sweetness with an ancient mineral essence. Occasionally, faint echoes danced around me, music, murmurs, rustling leaves, yet they always slipped away, blending into the ambient resonance. The staircase finally opened into a small landing, adorned with cryptic inscriptions that seemed to writhe and ripple like water disturbed by a breeze. Another set of stairs continued downward, but an unspoken understanding urged me to pause. Seated on the landing, I allowed the warmth and vibrations to wash over me, the space neither hostile nor inviting, but simply existing. Upon my return, the cellar remained unchanged, the hidden door closing with a soft whisper. Back in my study, the rain persisted in its rhythmic serenade against the windows. My grandmother's journal lay open, revealing a hidden message beneath her initial entry. Some questions are answers in themselves. Some doors exist not to be passed through, but to remind us of what lies beyond our understanding. I never ventured back to the staircase, yet on quiet nights, when the house murmured with settling echoes, I swear I could catch a whiff of that warm, sweet breeze rising from below, carrying elusive echoes of unseen wonders. And in those moments, I grasped the essence of my grandmother's wisdom. The journal now rests in my desk drawer, a relic of mysteries unsolved, a testament to the enigmatic spaces between knowing and dreaming, between comprehension and the depths of the heart. Perhaps such enigmas belong in that twilight realm betwixt wakefulness and slumber, where questions require no answers, and the unknown enfolds us like a comforting shroud on a rainy autumn eve. Story 6. In the hushed embrace of the forest, I followed the meandering path, guided by the gentle caress of the wind weaving through the ancient trees. The fragrance of pine and damp earth lingered in the air, enchanting my senses as twilight descended, painting the sky in hues of lavender and deep blue. A wooden lantern cradled in my hand cast a flickering warmth, illuminating the mossy ground with dancing shadows that seemed to exhale with every step I took. Hours slipped by as I wandered, yearning for solitude amidst the murmurs of the natural world. The forest had always been my sanctuary, a place of solace and peace. Yet on this night, an unfamiliar stillness hung in the air, as if the very woods held their breath in anticipation. The chorus of crickets, usually lively at dusk, whispered faintly in the gathering darkness, barely audible. As I delved deeper into the heart of the forest, a peculiar sight drew my gaze. A cluster of trees ahead, their branches intertwined in a mesmerizing display. Over countless years, they had fused together, creating a canopy that fashioned a natural shelter. This sight, so alien yet alluring, halted my steps. Despite my many wanderings, this grove had eluded me until now. Approaching closer, I marveled at the twisted branches that defied conventional growth patterns, forming archways and passageways reminiscent of a forgotten palace sculpted by nature's hand. The bark bore smoothness where roughness should reign, as though shaped by the touch of countless hands through endless time. Etched into the wood were intricate designs, spirals and curves, hinting at a craftsmanship beyond nature's own. Stepping beneath the enchanted canopy, I noticed a shift in the atmosphere. The air held a subtle warmth, carrying a mysterious fragrance that eluded recognition. A blend of honey and ancient tomes, with an exotic undertone, whispered through the shelter, enticing my senses. My footsteps echoed differently here, a hollow resonance as if treading upon wooden floorboards rather than forest soil. Exploring further, my eyes caught glimpses of peculiar objects nestled among the branches, colored glass fragments twinkling like captured stars, and delicate scraps of what seemed to be aged paper delicately woven into the twigs. The shelter revealed itself slowly, unveiling a realm where the laws of nature seemed to blur with the touch of the uncanny. The temperature rose gradually within the shelter, the quality of light shifting subtly. My lantern's glow took on a greenish hue, filtered through the dense foliage above. A soft, melodic hum resonated from the very heart of the wood, as if the trees themselves sang a lulling tune from deep within the earth. In a secluded corner, 3 trees had grown in perfect harmony, forming a natural alcove with a chair-like structure and a small table, adorned with curious trinkets, intricate stone patterns, exotic dried flowers, and ancient coins bearing cryptic symbols. The alcove beckoned with a silent invitation. As night enveloped the world outside, the shelter stirred with quiet life. Shadows danced in mysterious ways, lights flickering amidst the branches in a choreography of enchantment. The grove revealed its secrets gradually, challenging my perception of what was natural and what was crafted by unseen hands. In the heart of this mystical sanctuary, the grove's subtle changes captivated me. Intricate knots and patterns adorned the branches, resembling a cryptic script I could not decipher. A gentle breeze carried distant chimes, their source unseen yet unmistakably present, weaving a tranquil melody that lulled me into a peaceful reverie. Seated upon the natural chair, the wood's humming grew more pronounced, a gentle serenade that caressed my senses. The dancing lights above me traced patterns akin to celestial constellations in motion, their hypnotic dance guiding me into a realm between waking and dreaming. Time lost its meaning within the grove's embrace, reality melding with the dreamlike state that enveloped me. The branches seemed to shift and sway in the periphery of my vision, the glass fragments emitting a soft, ethereal glow that bathed the shelter in an otherworldly light. A scent, rich with the essence of age and wisdom, permeated the air, mingling the fragrance of ancient knowledge with the rebirth of spring. Distant whispers carried on the breeze, a chorus of voices speaking in tongues unknown yet strangely familiar, stirring ancient memories within my soul. In the depths of twilight consciousness, a presence stirred within the grove, ancient and vigilant. The intertwined branches hummed with an almost sentient rhythm, their whispers weaving a narrative beyond my understanding. As dawn's light filtered through the canopy, illuminating the grove in a new clarity, I awoke from my trance. The shelter, once alive with mystique, now appeared more distant in the daylight, a fleeting glimpse of a hidden world retreating into the ordinary forest. Rising to depart, I found a single leaf twisted into an impossible shape on the natural table beside me, a final enigma left by the grove. Guided by a yearning to rediscover the sanctuary, I ventured back into the forest, seeking the elusive grove that lingered in my dreams. The path seemed to shift, the landmarks elusive, as if the grove itself wove a veil of mystery to guard its secrets. Though the shelter remains a mirage in the waking world, it lingers in the recesses of memory, a testament to the intertwined magic of nature and the unknown. The whispers of the trees echo in my soul, a reminder of the grove's ancient vigil, awaiting the next weary traveler in need of its enigmatic solace. Story 7. In the hushed embrace of twilight, the gentle murmur of the wind caressed the autumn leaves, a soft symphony that whispered secrets to those who listened. Each step along the forest path was a gentle dance with nature, the earthy aroma of decay mingling with the promise of new beginnings. Fallen leaves crunched beneath my feet, releasing a fragrant perfume of nostalgia and change. The setting sun cast long shadows that stretched like fingers, reaching out to touch the very essence of the forest. These evening strolls had always been my solace, a chance to escape the confines of walls and embrace the wild whispers of the woods. The forest held a different kind of silence, alive with the rustle of unseen creatures and the distant echoes of hidden worlds. But on this night, a subtle shift lingered in the air, a mysterious energy that tingled my senses. As daylight dwindled, the chorus of crickets seemed to hold its breath, as if awaiting a signal from the shadows. The first owl's call pierced the dusk, its familiar melody a lullaby to my wandering soul. Yet it was the response that followed that stirred something deep within me. Another owl's voice joined the nocturnal choir, its haunting tones weaving a spell of enchantment. More voices joined the eerie symphony, each adding a layer of magic to the twilight air. The darkness grew thicker, shrouding the forest in a cloak of mystery. Shadows danced and swirled, moving with a life of their own, as if the night itself had awakened. Time lost its hold in this enchanted realm, slipping away unnoticed as the owl's song guided me deeper into the heart of the forest. The mist rose like a spectral veil, revealing ghostly shapes that moved in graceful harmony. They beckoned me to join their ethereal ballet, a dance of shadows and light. Within the swirling mist, ancient forms flickered, half hidden yet tantalizingly close. Wings brushed against my skin and eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. I swayed in rhythm with the forest's heartbeat, feeling a sense of peace wash over me like a gentle tide. The owl's melody shifted, growing more intricate and profound, as if unlocking secrets of the universe. The misty dancers drew me further into their celestial waltz, revealing glimpses of otherworldly landscapes and cosmic wonders. Time became a mere whisper, a distant memory in this timeless dance of shadows. Guided by the unseen forces of the forest, I journeyed through realms both familiar and strange, my spirit soaring on the wings of the night. Landmarks blurred into dreamlike visions, infused with the magic of the twilight world. And as I emerged from the enchanted woods, reality shifted back into focus, leaving me with a sense of wonder and awe. The owl's calls faded into the night, leaving a silence pregnant with mystery. Time resumed its steady march, yet the memory of that twilight dance lingered, a ghostly echo in the depths of my soul. The forest's secrets remained hidden, veiled in the cloak of dusk, waiting to be revealed in moments of perfect twilight. I still walk the forest paths at evening's approach, listening for the faint echo of the owl's song. Sometimes in the quiet of night, I catch a glimpse of movement just beyond sight, a fleeting reminder of that enchanted dance. And in those rare moments, I feel the pull of the shadows, beckoning me to join their timeless symphony, guided by the solitary owl's haunting call. Story 8. The autumn breeze whispered softly among the pine trees, carrying a fragrant blend of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke. Each step up the winding path was a symphony of crunching pine needles, leading me higher into the misty embrace of the slope. The old house beckoned from afar, its weathered form a shadow against the pewter sky. The air grew cooler, enfolding me like a silk scarf as I ascended. Branches swayed overhead, their needles murmuring in a soothing melody of half-formed whispers. Nature had reclaimed the path, leaving only faint traces among the wild herbs and mountain blooms. Closer I drew, and the house slowly unveiled itself through the mist. Its Victorian elegance spoke of a bygone era, with graceful gables and a porch that seemed to embrace the slope itself. The wood, weathered yet dignified, exuded a deep, rich brown hue. Wind chimes on the porch eaves mingled their gentle music with the mountain's natural symphony. Tall windows caught my gaze first, their wavy glass reflecting light in mesmerizing patterns. Through them, vague shapes of furnishings beckoned, familiar yet dreamlike. One window, high in the east gable, emitted a soft amber glow, its origins shrouded in mystery. The porch steps creaked beneath me, each board singing a welcoming note. The door, solid oak with a patinated brass handle, bore intricate carvings that seemed alive, shifting with every angle. To my surprise, it opened at my touch, revealing an interior suffused with the complex scents of old books, beeswax, and something sweeter, perhaps lavender or cedar. The foyer unfolded grandly before me, a staircase curving like a wooden river toward the upper floors. Dust motes danced in the filtered light, crafting ethereal patterns with choreographed grace. The gleaming hardwood floors reflected light like still water, leading me from room to room in an organic flow that hinted at growth rather than construction. In the parlor, an old phonograph began to play a soft waltz, its music as delicate as a whisper from another time. The kitchen held its own secrets, with copper pots gleaming and a phantom scent of Earl Grey lingering in the air. Each step up the staircase released a soft sigh, as if the house itself was breathing. The upper hallway beckoned with slightly ajar doors, hinting at unseen wonders beyond. Lace curtains stirred in an unfelt breeze, while a distant clock chimed an hour out of sync. The room with the amber glow drew me in, revealing a study frozen in time. An old desk bore papers written in a bygone hand, ink fresh yet dates decades old. The leather chair retained the imprint of its last occupant, and as evening descended, the mist outside turned to liquid gold. The house settled around me, creaking gently as if finding comfort. In the growing darkness, shadows deepened but cradled the spaces between objects like velvet. Light took on a liquid quality, pooling and flowing in the house's embrace. In the conservatory, aging glass filtered the last light of day, sustaining Victorian plants in glossy splendor. A rocking chair swayed lightly, as if recently vacated, and a warmth lingered in the air. As night fell, the house glowed from within, a soft light emanating from its walls as if returning the sunlight it had absorbed over the years. The night passed with new mysteries in each room, elusive wonders that never fully revealed themselves. Mirrors hinted at movement, whispers of conversation and laughter drifted out of reach. Morning found me on the porch, the house quiet yet present, solid yet ethereal in the dawn light. Descending the path, each step drew me further away, yet the house's mystery lingered. Even now, years later, it haunts my dreams. Dusk always falls, windows forever aglow with amber light. I ponder if it still stands, nestled in mist, waiting for the next wanderer to uncover its gentle secrets. Perhaps like all places straddling reality and dreams, it appears only to the chosen, offering a unique symphony of quiet wonders and subtle revelations to each visitor. Story 9. In the hush of the night, raindrops softly tap against the weathered stones of the ancient well nestled in my grandmother's garden. The gentle pitter-patter weaves a soothing melody under the warm glow of the lantern I hold, casting a mysterious aura around the aged brick structure. Since inheriting this old house a mere week ago, following my grandmother's peaceful departure in her slumber, The property has taken on a new essence, not quite empty, but imbued with a different kind of presence. The fragrance of damp earth and climbing roses wafts through the evening air, heightened by the summer shower's caress. The rain cascades down in a steady cadence, carving intricate paths along the well's worn facade. Though the well has always been sealed shut by a heavy wooden lid, something inexplicable draws me closer tonight. Perhaps it's the way the raindrops seem to reverberate as they descend into the depths below, or the ethereal silver light that peeks through the wooden slats. As I draw near, the sweet aroma of roses gives way to an ancient scent, the mineral essence of subterranean waters and aged stone. My fingertips trace the rough grain of the wood, feeling the history etched into each groove and imperfection by countless seasons. The cover feels cool and slightly damp beneath my touch, as a soft whisper of wind rustles the thorny vines of the climbing roses, casting intricate shadows in the lantern's flickering glow. With a gentle nudge, I lift the ancient lid. Surprisingly, it yields easily, as if beckoning my hand. The well's mouth yawns open to the starlit sky, and I raise my lantern to peer into its depths. The light catches droplets clinging to the stone walls, transforming them into shimmering stars pulsating with an inner radiance. And then, I hear it. A faint sound, almost imperceptible. A whispered melody rises from the darkness, akin to a lullaby sung from a distant land. The voice is neither young nor old, male nor female, yet encompasses all these facets at once. It speaks of ancient lore, of enigmas enshrined in rock and water, of memories veiled in the cool abyss below. Without realizing, I find myself seated by the well, enraptured by the melodic whispers. The rain persists in its gentle drumming on the garden stones, providing a tranquil backdrop to the enigmatic song. Time seems to sway differently in this realm, like honey trickling from a spoon, sweet, unhurried. Though my grandmother shared tales of this well, stories passed down through generations, she never mentioned the singing. As I tune into the melody more intently, faint words begin to unravel within the harmonies, shifting and evolving before I can grasp their essence. They echo fragments of the lullabies my grandmother once sang, yet carry an otherworldly essence that sends pleasant shivers down my spine. The voice envelops me like a cozy quilt, comforting despite its unfamiliarity. The rain gradually softens, transitioning from a steady downpour to a gentle mist. Amidst the growing tranquility, the well's song becomes more distinct. It narrates of verdant life burgeoning in darkness, of subterranean streams untouched by sunlight, of crystals sprouting like blossoms in concealed caverns. Though the words elude any language I know, their meanings resonate with a clarity akin to understanding music without need for translation. The flame of my lantern flickers, casting dancing shadows upon the well's inner walls. Amidst these shadows, I discern shapes taking form, figures moving with fluid grace, akin to underwater dancers. They materialize and vanish in a fleeting dance, their motions synchronized with the rhythm of the mysterious melody. Time loses relevance, slipping away beside this ancient well with its enigmatic ballads and hidden depths. The voice persists in its melodic whispers, at times seeming to emanate directly from below, at others resonating from the very heart of the stones. A cool breeze sweeps through the garden, carrying the fragrance of damp foliage and night-blooming blossoms. The climbing roses sway gently, their motion casting fluid patterns in the lantern's glow. The voice from the well seems attuned to this natural symphony, adapting its melody like water flowing around stones. Enveloped in the hypnotic interplay of rain, wind, and song, recollections of my grandmother surface. I envision her nurturing these gardens, her touch tender as she tended to the roses. She often paused from her labors to rest by this very well, her countenance serene as she gazed into its depths. Did she too hear these voices? Had she sat here on similar rainy nights, listening to their age-old refrains? The notion brings a warm solace, bridging a connection across time between her experiences and mine. Perhaps this comprehension was why she exuded such tranquility in this garden, particularly near the well. She comprehended something that I am only beginning to grasp, that some places harbor enigmas not meant to be deciphered, but rather experienced. The voice fades as the night deepens, diminishing with each passing breath. Yet it doesn't feel like an ending, more like a gentle retreat, akin to a parent quietly exiting a child's room after singing them to sleep. The final notes linger in the air like a delicate perfume, intermingling with the sweet scent of rain-washed roses. I linger by the well a while longer, observing as mist weaves halos around the lantern's glow. The stones glisten with moisture, and tiny droplets continue to descend from the rose petals, each akin to a fallen star in the night. The well's melody has vanished, yet its echo lingers in my thoughts, a tune just beyond the edge of remembrance. Rising to depart for the house, I sense a shift, calmer, more intertwined with this haven now my abode. I opt not to replace the well's cover. An intuition whispers that it craves breath, yearning to exchange its age-old melodies with the nocturnal breeze. Thus I leave it unsheltered beneath the stars, cognizant that its enigmas await me on another rainy eve. Indoors, the soft patter of rain still serenades, now tinged with traces of that otherworldly refrain. As I ready myself for slumber, I realize I've unearthed a truth my grandmother long understood, that the most profound mysteries often exist without explanation, simply to be embraced like music in the shadows, like whispers from the depths, like recollections surfacing in the silent hours of night. That night, slumber ushers me into dreams of subterranean rivers and crystalline gardens, of roses unfurling in obscurity, and of melodies sans commencement or closure. Upon awakening, the morning sunlight streams through my window, casting a serene glow over the garden. The well stands silent, yet now I harbor its secret, that on certain nights, when the rain cascades just so and the roses scent the air, ancient voices still serenade their timeless ballads to those patient enough to listen. Story 10. The gentle autumn breeze carried whispers through the crumbling stone archways, weaving a haunting melody that echoed from centuries past. Drawn to abandoned places, the allure of the ancient monastery captivated me in ways I couldn't articulate. The weathered stones, warmed by countless seasons, greeted my touch under the cool evening sky. Muted purples and deep oranges painted the horizon as the setting sun cast long shadows dancing across the overgrown courtyard. Wild roses and ivy embraced the walls, nature's tapestry woven through cracks in the masonry. Late-blooming flowers mingled with the earthy scent of aged stone and damp moss, enveloping me in a fragrant embrace. Wandering with my camera, I witnessed ordinary scenes transform into otherworldly visions as the light shifted. A broken column stood sentinel. A collapsed wall framed the twilight sky like a masterpiece. The soft crunch of fallen leaves beneath my feet accompanied the wind's ethereal song, setting a calming rhythm. And then, amidst the whispers of nature, a melodic humming emerged, intertwining with the surroundings. Initially subtle, the cadence bore a musical quality, reminiscent of ancient chants, but softer, more ethereal. Venturing deeper into the ruins, I was drawn to a narrow doorway leading to the monastery's chapel. The stone floor, adorned with patches of moss, bore witness to time's reclamation. Above, shafts of dusky light danced through the partially collapsed ceiling, illuminating dust motes in the still air. The elusive humming persisted, rising and falling like gentle waves, its origins a mystery. Temperature shifts guided my path, some corners warm from the day's sun, others cool with shadows that raised goosebumps on my skin. As twilight faded into evening, I set up my camera near ancient choir stalls, their dark wood polished by ages past. Adjusting settings, a subtle movement in the shadows caught my eye, accompanied by a complex shift in the humming. Multiple voices seemed to join in harmony, a soothing lullaby in an unknown tongue. Swaying to the music's rhythm, I captured faint shapes moving within the twilight, ethereal and transient like smoke on the wind. Long exposure photographs revealed captivating anomalies, shadows with depth, light trails resembling musical notes. The night air chilled, a mist rising like ghostly tendrils around the ancient stones. The humming, now accompanied by distant chimes, wove a mesmerizing symphony that resonated with the monastery's very essence. Time slipped away as I documented the interplay of mist, moonlight, and shadow, each image a blend of fascination and enigma. Seated in a choir stall, the wood cradling me comfortably, the humming surrounded like a gentle embrace. Intricate patterns formed by mist on the chapel floor danced in the moonlight's silver glow. As the night progressed, the humming softened, hinting at elusive words just beyond comprehension. Shadows continued their silent ballet, and I understood the futility of capturing them. Some experiences transcended mere images. With dawn's arrival, the humming melded into the natural symphony of daybreak, the mist dissipating like a fleeting dream. Reviewing my photographs in daylight, most revealed the expected, an old monastery in the night. Yet in a few, remnants of the mysterious persisted, unexplained lights, purposeful shadows. Returning to the monastery time and again, I sought the echoes of that first encounter, the shadows and humming, a tantalizing mystery waiting to unfold. In the ancient choir stalls, as wind sang through the ruins, I listened for the voices of centuries past, for the moment when time blurred and the veil between worlds grew thin. The monastery held its secrets close, revealing fragments in whispers, in shadows, in the dance of light across weathered stone. Some mysteries, I realized, were meant to elude us, like the fading notes of a half-remembered song carried away on the wind. Story 11. The soft murmur of rain tapping against my bedroom window stirred me from a deep slumber. Its gentle cadence, a lullaby in the early morning darkness. Familiar as the sound was, tonight it carried a hint of something elusive, something that tugged at my curiosity, urging me to listen closer. The raindrops seemed to weave cryptic messages just beyond my grasp, like murmurs in a forgotten tongue echoing through time. Without a second thought, I rose from my bed, drawn by an inexplicable yearning to peer outside. The world outside was swathed in a thick mist, an otherworldly haze that seemed to radiate its own ethereal glow, casting a veil of mystery over the familiar shapes of trees and houses. Amidst this enigmatic shroud, a faint, pulsating blue light flickered in the distance, barely visible through the fog. It beckoned to me with a silent insistence that I could not resist. Draping myself in a cozy woolen sweater, I ventured out into the cool, damp night air. The mist enveloped me like a gentle embrace, swirling around my feet in delicate tendrils, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of salt water, a scent that should not have been present so far from the sea. Yet there it lingered, a whisper of the ocean borne on a breeze that defied logic. As I followed the guiding light, the ground beneath my feet underwent a subtle transformation. The solid earth gave way to soft, cool sand, fine grains slipping between my toes, though I had no memory of shedding my shoes. The transition of my surroundings unfolded so subtly that I scarcely noticed when the familiar suburban streets dissolved into endless dunes stretching into the misty unknown. The pulsing blue light grew stronger, its rhythm harmonizing with the phantom sound of waves that replaced the patter of rain. Each pulse of light illuminated the mist from within, casting mesmerizing patterns reminiscent of flowing water. In those fleeting moments of clarity, I caught glimpses of a colossal form materializing in the distance, the outline of what seemed to be an ancient sailing ship, its masts soaring into the darkness like spectral fingers. Time seemed to warp in this surreal realm, stretching and twisting like molasses dripping from a spoon. Each step forward felt both fleeting and eternal. The ship loomed larger in my vision, yet remained tantalizingly out of reach, as if painted on the very fabric of the mist. Its weathered sails fluttered in an unseen breeze, and the time-worn hull groaned under the weight of untold ages. A rustling sound in the damp sand behind me caught my attention, not my own footsteps, but those of unseen others drawing near. When I turned to glimpse them, all I beheld were swirling shapes in the mist, human forms that dissolved upon my gaze. Their whispers lingered, weaving tales of a vessel that traversed between worlds, materializing only on nights when the barrier between reality and dreams waned thin. As I stood there, transfixed by the ghostly ship, I began to discern details that shifted when I looked away. The figurehead morphed from a mermaid to a sea serpent, to a morning woman, and back again. The number of masts fluctuated with each pulse of the blue light. Even the size of the ship seemed to waver, at times shrinking to the scale of a fishing boat, at others expanding to rival the grandest vessels ever crafted. Water started pooling around my feet, though no waves reached this far up the shore. It rose gradually, purposefully, until I stood ankle-deep in a mirror-like pool of placid water reflecting the mist above. In that shimmering reflection, I beheld the ship in its former glory, billowing sails caught in a phantom breeze, polished brass fixtures gleaming under an imaginary sun, and a crew of shadowy figures moving with a spectral grace across the decks. The blue light pulsed once more, intensifying, and in that fleeting moment, I glimpsed them. The passengers and crew, frozen in time as they went about their enigmatic tasks. Their countenances exuded a serene tranquility, undisturbed by the paradox of existing in two realms simultaneously. Some turned their gaze towards me, their eyes mirroring the same blue light that had led me here, and in that shared illumination, I comprehended that they were not confined or adrift. They were precisely where they had chosen to be. The water at my feet began to ebb, carrying with it the clarity of the vision before me. The outline of the ship faded, blending into the mist until the boundary between vessel and fog blurred beyond recognition. The whispers dwindled, merging with the distant murmur of unseen waves. When I eventually turned to depart, the path homeward had transformed. The shoreline stretched endlessly in both directions, the dunes assuming unfamiliar shapes in the dimness. Yet by some unspoken guidance, my feet found their way, leading me back through the shifting landscape. The tang of sea air gradually dissipated, yielding once more to the pure scent of rain. Standing by my window, I watched as the mist slowly dissipated under the burgeoning light of dawn. The blue light had vanished, leaving no trace of its presence. Only the faint hint of ocean salt on my sweater hinted at the extraordinary events of the night. As the sun's first rays pierced the morning haze, I discovered a small, smooth object nestled in my pocket, a weathered fragment of sea glass, its azure hue a perfect match to the guiding light that had steered me through the night. Even now, on somnolent rainy nights, I catch a fleeting glimpse of that celestial blue glow in the distance. The ship never materializes in quite the same manner twice, and I never draw as near as I did that initial night. Yet the sea glass remains perched on my windowsill, and on occasion, when the mist descends thick and heavy, I hear those distant whispers calling out, spinning tales of a vessel that sails the threshold between reality and possibility, forever adrift amidst the undulating waves of potential. Story 12. The gentle flicker of candlelight danced gracefully across the weathered wooden floors of the vintage shop, casting soft shadows that swayed in a mesmerizing cadence. The rain tapped a soothing melody against the Victorian windows, enveloping the tranquil evening in a peaceful aura. Seeking refuge from the autumn storm, I found myself drawn into this enigmatic establishment, captivated by its inviting warmth and the nostalgic aroma of aged books and polished wood that hung in the air. Amidst the carefully curated array of oddities, my gaze was ensnared by a portrait hanging in a secluded alcove, shrouded in shadows. The painting portrayed a young woman in a flowing indigo gown, her her features exquisitely captured with masterful artistry. Her skin possessed a porcelain-like luminosity, reflecting the flickering candlelight, while her ebony locks melded seamlessly with the dusky background. Yet it was her eyes that held me spellbound, deep pools of amber that seemed to possess a mysterious depth, as if imbued with a forgotten technique that lent them a liquid-like quality. The shopkeeper, a venerable gentleman with silver hair and spectacles, noted my fascination. His voice, akin to a lullaby whispered in the night, hinted at a wealth of tales. "That portrait carries a storied past," he murmured, adjusting his sleeve with care. "Painted by an artist who vanished after its completion. Some say he devoted years perfecting a special blend of pigments to capture the lifelike essence in those eyes." I found myself drawn back to the shop day after day, inexplicably entranced by the portrait's allure. With each visit, new intricacies unfolded before me. The graceful drape of her gown, the intricate depiction of her clasped fingers, the enigmatic smile that seemed to shift with every angle of observation. The shopkeeper would regale me with morsels of the painting's history, each narrative more captivating than the last. On a hushed evening, rain cascading down the windows like rivulets of silver, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The woman's eyes seemed to track my movements through the room, not in the conventional manner of following viewers, but with a subtle shimmer within the depths of amber, akin to ripples on a tranquil pond. The candlelight caught these ephemeral motions, casting fleeting glimmers that eluded direct focus. The shopkeeper materialized beside me, his voice barely above a breath. Legends speak of the artist's obsession with capturing true life in his creations, delving into ancient methods, experimenting with exotic materials. Some speculate he unearthed something extraordinary, or perhaps something best left undiscovered. As weeks drifted by, subtle transformations manifested within the portrait. Her countenance would at times exude a gentler, contemplative air, while on other occasions, a whisper of sorrow lingered in the curve of her lips. These changes, so delicate, prompted me to question their reality, whether they stemmed from my imagination, amplified by the shopkeeper's narratives and the dreamlike ambience of the candlelit emporium. One twilight, I arrived to find the shop cloaked in an unusual darkness. The candles lay extinguished, the only illumination filtering through the rain-streaked panes. The shopkeeper was absent. Standing before the portrait, a flash of lightning pierced the gloom, revealing a startling sight. The woman's eyes blinked. A thrill coursed through me, not of fear, but of a wondrous curiosity. The rain continued its gentle symphony outside as I drew nearer to the painting. The eyes now bore an unmistakable alteration, brimming with a warmth and cognizance that defied the limits of mere pigments on canvas. In the dimness, I fancied I discerned the rise and fall of her chest, as if with each breath. The shopkeeper's voice, soft as snowfall, floated from behind me. "She unveils herself solely to those who truly behold her beauty," he intoned. The artist didn't merely capture her likeness. He encapsulated something more profound, something that straddles the realms of art and reality. I refrained from acquiring the portrait, yet I made pilgrimages to it with regularity. Often I would ensconce myself for hours in the cozy old armchair near the alcove, engrossed in reading by candlelight while the woman in the painting observed with her sentient eyes. The shopkeeper would bring tea, and we would partake in companionable silence, punctuated solely by rustling pages and the patter of raindrops. Years have drifted since those days, and at times I pondered whether it had all been a figment of my imagination. The subtle shifts in her expression, the fluidity of her eyes, the sensation of communing with something simultaneously ethereal and impossible. Yet on tranquil nights when rain whispered against my window, memories of the candlelit shop and the portrait that seemed to respire would surface. And occasionally, in that liminal space between wakefulness and slumber, I could discern her gentle gaze trailing me through the shadows. Whispers circulate that the painting remains ensconced within that shop, awaiting visitors attuned to the enigma within those amber eyes. Some assert they've witnessed her smile transform, or caught glimpses of motion within the canvas. Perhaps the true enchantment lies not in the portrait's purported animation, but in those quiet instants when we permit ourselves to trust in the implausible, suspended in that dreamy realm where art and reality meld like watercolors in the rain. Story 13. The gentle hush of twilight draped itself over the weathered stone walls like a whispered lullaby. Standing at the threshold of the forsaken monastery, I witnessed the mist of dusk weaving through the ancient arches, carrying with it the delicate fragrance of wild roses that twined around the aged stones. A tranquility, profound and mysterious, lingered in the air, a prelude to the nightfall, when nature itself seemed to hold its breath in quiet anticipation. Intrigued by tales of ethereal beauty, I adventured here with my camera, its reassuring weight a familiar presence in this enigmatic realm. Sunlight's final caress filtered through shattered windows, painting elongated shadows that waltzed across time-worn floors. Each footstep I took reverberated softly through deserted corridors, harmonizing with the gentle rustling of leaves carried by the evening zephyr. This monastery had witnessed centuries of prayers and secrets, now surrendered to the embrace of nature, with ivy enveloping the stone like a lover's arms, and moss carpeting the ground in verdant patches. Venturing deeper into the labyrinthine ruins, I noticed a gradual descent in temperature, a subtle coolness despite the summer evening's warmth. The air bore a dampness that made the stone surfaces glisten under my camera's gaze. The play of light captivated me. How it lingered in certain nooks beyond the constraints of physics, bending around pillars in defiance of reason. My attention was drawn to a corridor adorned with remnants of ancient frescoes, where the figures seemed to shift in my peripheral vision, teasingly elusive yet steadfast when directly confronted. As dusk deepened, a peculiar quality of the whispering wind caught my ear. Its movements were purposeful, almost sentient, trailing along the walls like unseen fingers. It carried with it a melodic cadence, at times resembling whispered words in a language just beyond comprehension. Setting up my tripod within what must have been the monastery's grand chapel, I prepared for long exposure shots in the fading light, the space still resonating with a sense of reverence amidst decay. Fragments of stained glass cast kaleidoscopic patterns on the floor, illuminated by my camera's flash as I became attuned to a rhythmic harmony in the ambient sounds. The wind's whispers grew clearer, weaving through the ruins like a symphony, intermingling with the intoxicating scents of roses and ancient stone. Enthralled by this sensory tapestry, I swayed gently, captivated by the hypnotic interplay of sound and scent. Peering through my camera's lens, I observed shadows that seemed to undulate in response to the wind's lilting rhythm, a dance of darkness and light. Each exposure captured fleeting moments of a shifting reality, elusive and transient. With night's embrace tightening its hold on the monastery, the air grew colder, my breath crystallizing in wisps that dispersed into the ether. The wind's whispers took on a haunting urgency, hinting at secrets carried on ephemeral currents. Compelled by an unnamed force, I ventured further into the heart of the ruins, my camera bearing witness to the enigmatic dance of moonlight and shadow. In the library's emptiness, echoes of the wind's voice resonated most vividly, evoking the turning of invisible pages and whispers on the cusp of understanding. The shadows deepened, pulsing with a velvety intensity, responding to the wind's ethereal touch. Capturing one final shot, I framed the moonlight's cascade over vacant shelves, immersing myself in the symphony of whispers and shadows. The wind's song crescendoed, reverberating through the silent chambers, creating a maelstrom of sensations that transcended the tangible world. In that ephemeral moment, The darkness seemed to hold depths unexplored, offering glimpses of a realm beyond mortal sight. Reluctantly gathering my equipment, I retraced my steps through the moonlit ruins, the wind bidding me a spectral farewell. The fragrance of roses intensified, saturating the air with its heady perfume. Pausing at the monastery's entrance, I cast a final glance back, witnessing its spectral shimmer in the moon's glow, suspended between realms of reality and reverie. Reviewing the photographs later revealed only fragments of stone and shadow, devoid of the ethereal essence that had enveloped me that night. Yet in the stillness of nocturnal hours, when the wind weaves its haunting melodies outside my window, I catch echoes of that otherworldly serenade. In my dreams, I return to those moonlit ruins where ancient secrets linger in the whispers of the wind. Pondering the enigma of that night, I find solace in the mysteries left unsolved, in the twilight realm where reality and imagination converge. The monastery, a silent sentinel of forgotten prayers, continues to sing its silent song to the wind, a reminder of the unseen forces that dwell within ancient stones. Sometimes a fleeting thought crosses my mind, of returning to that spectral library where shadows dance and whispers linger. But a whisper of intuition cautions me. Some doors once opened lead not to forgotten realms, but to realms forgotten, existing only in the echoes of memory, in the visions of dreams, and in the stories we whisper to ourselves when darkness falls and the wind carries secrets too profound for mortal ears. Story 14. The soft patter of rain against leaves composed a gentle lullaby as I strolled down the weathered forest trail, my boots leaving hushed imprints in the moist earth. The evening breeze carried the earthy fragrance of damp soil and pine needles, while wisps of mist intertwined among the towering tree trunks like phantom tendrils. My flashlight cast a warm, subdued glow that floated in the encroaching darkness, barely piercing the dense canopy overhead. These twilight walks had always brought me solace, even as the shadows deepened and the woods morphed into an enigmatic realm. Tonight, however, the familiar path felt subtly altered. Perhaps it was the way the mist swirled against the natural currents of the wind, or how the usual forest sounds faded into a hushed anticipation, as if nature itself held its breath. The initial whisper was faint, almost imperceptible amid the rustle of leaves. Devoid of words, it carried a melodic essence reminiscent of distant wind chimes in a hidden garden. Pausing, I turned slowly in search of its origin, yet the sound seemed to emanate from all directions simultaneously. Continuing onward at a more leisurely pace, I observed subtle shifts in my surroundings. The moss cloaking the trees seemed to shimmer with a delicate, silvery luminescence I had never before witnessed. Raindrops clinging to branches caught the beam of my flashlight, refracting it in peculiar patterns that birthed lingering rainbows. The second whisper arrived clearer than the first, resembling my name spoken in a voice woven of rustling leaves and creaking branches. A wave of tranquil nostalgia accompanied the sound, akin to recalling a childhood lullaby. I found myself yearning to hear it once more, to unravel its hidden truths. The trail curved around a venerable oak tree, its boughs stretching like protective arms over the path. Drawing nearer, I discerned something peculiar about the tree's trunk. Intricate symbols were etched into the bark, unlike the typical markings left by passing hikers. These carvings possessed a flowing complexity akin to calligraphy, but in an unfamiliar script. They seemed to undulate and transform when viewed from different angles, akin to ripples on a pond. The rain persisted in its gentle cadence, now weaving a deliberate tune. Each droplet contributed to a grand harmony that saturated the forest. The mist thickened, morphing my flashlight beam into a soft, golden cone that revealed floating specks of light, resembling tiny fireflies suspended in the atmosphere. More whispers intermingled with the initial pair, forming a serene chorus that reverberated through the trees. Their dialogues appeared to mimic a conversation, their tones ebbing and flowing in a rhythm that felt almost recognizable. At times, they resembled distant laughter, while at others, they sang softly, always hovering just beyond comprehension. I stumbled upon a small glade where the canopy parted slightly, unveiling patches of the twilight sky. The rain had dwindled to a fine mist, and through breaks in the clouds, I glimpsed stars shimmering with an unusual brilliance. They pulsed in synchrony with the whispers, as if the entire forest participated in a grand symphony that I was only beginning to discern. Nestled at the heart of the clearing was a ring of luminescent mushrooms, their caps aglow with a faint bluish radiance. The grass within the circle appeared altered, more vibrant, undulating in patterns that defied the breeze. As I observed, tiny water droplets rolled upward along the blades of grass, defying gravity in a mesmerizing choreography. The whispers intensified here, more compelling. They beckoned me to step into the circle, promising revelations to questions I had yet to formulate. The air within the mushroom ring shimmered like heat waves rising from a sun-soaked road, though the evening air was cool and growing colder. I swayed slightly, captivated by the rhythm of this mysterious woodland melody. The boundaries between sound and sight began to blur. I could almost visualize the whispers as they traversed the air, leaving soft trails of light akin to shooting stars. The forest pulsated with a vitality surpassing conventional life forms, as if I stood amidst an ancient, expansive consciousness. Time seemed distorted within the clearing. The stars streaked overhead at an impossible pace, while the mist droplets lingered suspended, trapped in elongated moments akin to honey. The glowing mushrooms throbbed in harmony with my heartbeat, or perhaps my heart had synchronized with their rhythm. I remained uncertain how long I lingered there, witnessing the interplay of light and shadow, absorbing the whispered dialogues of the woods. It could have been minutes or hours. The encounter felt dreamlike, yet the damp ground beneath my feet and the cool mist against my skin tethered me to reality. Gradually, the whispers faded like a dwindling radio signal. The mushroom's glow dimmed until they resembled ordinary fungi once more. The rain reverted to its natural melody, no longer weaving its mystifying tune. Yet a transformation had occurred, not in the forest, but in my perception of it. Retracing my steps along the path, my flashlight briefly illuminated the symbols on the ancient oak tree. For a fleeting instant, I almost deciphered their meaning, almost comprehended the message they endeavored to convey. Then the moment passed, and they reverted to enigmatic markings on aged bark. Since that night, the forest has retained an indefinable alteration. On tranquil evenings when rain drizzles gently through the dusk and mist dances among the trees, I sense a resonance of those whispers, beckoning me back to that enigmatic glade. Despite my searches, I have yet to rediscover it. Perhaps it eludes rediscovery, or perhaps it reveals itself solely to those who do not actively seek it. Yet on quiet nights, while traversing the woods as daylight wanes, I find myself attuned to those whispers, yearning to relive that ethereal symphony of rain and starlight, of ancient enigmas and forgotten melodies. And at times, just perhaps, I swear the forest listens for me in return. Story 15. The gentle hum of my car's engine harmonized with the soft melody of raindrops tapping against the windshield, creating a tranquil cadence that synchronized with the steady rhythm of my own heartbeat. The night enveloped my vehicle like a velvety cloak, punctuated only by the warm radiance of my headlights piercing through the obsidian darkness. I had been journeying for what seemed like an eternity, though my watch stubbornly insisted that only 45 minutes had elapsed since my departure from the cozy diner where I had paused for a cup of coffee. The road ahead unfurled endlessly, a ribbon of ebony asphalt vanishing into the misty shroud of night. Towering pine trees flanked both sides of the road, their boughs swaying ever so gently in the autumn breeze. casting ephemeral shadows that waltzed across my path. The breeze that seeped through the slightly cracked window carried the heady fragrance of damp earth and pine needles, a scent that typically brought solace, but tonight bore an inexplicable intensity, an almost ethereal quality. A peculiar realization dawned on me. The mile markers appeared to be repeating. Initially brushing it off as a trick of my fatigued mind, the repetitive sequence became irrefutable as I pressed on. Mile marker 47 would glide by, succeeded by 48, 49, 50, and then inexplicably, 47 would reappear. Attempting to rationalize, my mind speculated. Perhaps different road sections shared the same numbering system, or maybe wariness had clouded my perception. The radio, which had been softly serenading me with jazz tunes, now dissolved into static. Despite my efforts to tune it, clarity remained elusive. Beneath the crackling white noise, faint whispers lingered, too indistinct to decipher, but poignant enough to evoke a shiver down my spine. Preferring the symphony of rain and the rhythmic sweep of my windshield wipers, I decided to silence the radio. As the night deepened, I observed other vehicles on the road, or rather, the identical car, materializing in my rearview mirror at regular intervals. An antique model, possibly from the 1950s, its chrome accents dimly gleaming in my taillights. Each appearance was meticulously timed, trailing at a fixed distance for precisely 3 minutes before dissolving as I rounded a curve, only to reappear when I glanced back. My gaze fell upon the dashboard clock, frozen at 11:47 p.m. Recollections surfaced that it had displayed the same time when I initially noticed the recurring mile markers, an hour ago at least. I veered off to a rest area, aiming to compose my thoughts and perchance encounter a fellow traveler who could offer guidance. The lot lay deserted, save for a solitary street lamp casting a golden cone onto the glistening pavement. Stepping out into the heavy, viscous air, it felt as though time itself had congealed. The rain had dwindled to a misty veil, suspended in the luminous aura. Nestled near the lot's edge stood a weathered information board, its surface aged and darkened. Approaching it, I beheld a map of alien design, the roads twisting into inconceivable configurations, defying conventional geometry. A handwritten note adorned the corner. Time is a circle here. The journey never ends, it just changes you. Returning to my car, the vintage vehicle from my mirror sat parked 3 spaces away. Despite the rain, its exterior gleamed flawlessly, and a waft of aged leather and pipe tobacco lingered in the air, as though its driver had just departed moments ago. Resuming my journey, subtle alterations in the landscape unfolded before me. The trees appeared loftier, their branches extending over the road in natural arches that eluded my headlights' reach. The once distant fog now undulated across the road in languid undulations, forming ephemeral visages and figures within its swirling embrace, here and gone in a breath. Each subsequent rest area mirrored the previous one, down to the puddle patterns on the pavement, and each time the vintage car would be stationed 3 spaces away, vacant yet pulsating with an enigmatic presence. Days seemed to have eclipsed as I traversed this route, yet my watch remained steadfast at 11:47 p.m. The fuel gauge remained stagnant at half full, and the coffee in my cup retained its comforting warmth. Encountering other travelers on this perpetual road, their countenances serene as they drifted past, I pondered if they too had succumbed to this gentle loop of time and space. Curiously, I found myself uncertain whether I desired a return to conventional roads. A peculiar solace enveloped this place, where time's essence had dissipated, where the voyage itself had transmuted into both termination and purpose. The whispers in the static now seemed familiar, almost melodic, while the fog's spectral dances felt akin to long-lost companions. Comprehension dawned regarding the note's cryptic message about the transformative power of the journey. Each passage of mile marker 47 unveiled a novel revelation, a hidden arboreal motif, a subtle alteration in light quality, a fresh melody within the whispered static. The road remained unaltered, yet my perception of it evolved, akin to a musical composition revealing profound layers with each iteration. As my headlights cleaved through the eternal night, contemplation arose whether I had happened upon something precious and rare, a domain where the ceaseless pursuit of a destination had metamorphosed into the serene tranquility of an everlasting odyssey. The rain persisted in its gentle patter on the windshield, and somewhere ahead, mile marker 47 awaited. However, this time, I anticipated a novel discovery, an overlooked facet awaiting my evolved perception. Amid a road without terminus, perpetual beginnings beckoned, unveiling fresh mysteries, unfurling novel layers, and shaping variant versions of self. Thus I pressed forward, serenaded by the muted purr of my engine, the calming rain, and the hushed whispers of an unending road, where conclusions dissolved into infinite commencements. Story 16. The soft patter of rain against weathered window panes enveloped the tranquil night as I navigated the twisting forest road. My headlights carved a slender trail through the velvety darkness, casting a mesmerizing glow on raindrops that shimmered like celestial gems against the ebony backdrop of the night sky. The fuel gauge teetered perilously close to empty, a subtle reminder that had been lingering in my thoughts for miles. Through the veil of rain, a radiant golden light beckoned from around the upcoming curve. Approaching closer, the aged sign of a historic inn materialized from the obscurity, its engraved letters faintly discernible in the illumination of my headlights, the Midnight Inn. The edifice itself stood tall, 3 stories high, its Victorian design a silhouette against the storm-laden heavens. Windows emanated a comforting warmth that seemed to offer refuge from the intensifying rain. The gravel driveway whispered softly under my tires as I came to a halt. The engine's hum dissipated into silence, leaving only the rhythmic percussion of raindrops on the car's roof. A sheltered wooden porch embraced the front of the building, emitting gentle creaks that harmonized with the melody of wind chimes swaying in the breeze. The air that embraced me as I stepped out carried the earthy aroma of damp soil and aged wood, intertwined with a delicate hint of sweetness, perhaps honeysuckle or jasmine from the lush garden that bordered the grounds. The porch steps murmured softly beneath my weight as I approached the hefty oak door, its brass knocker polished by generations of hands preceding mine. Inside, the foyer glowed with the soft radiance of antique wall sconces. The wallpaper, though faded, boasted an elaborate motif of vines and blossoms that appeared to sway and twirl in the flickering light. A grandfather clock stood sentinel in the corner, its pendulum swaying in a hypnotic cadence. Yet I couldn't help but notice that its hands remained fixed at midnight, regardless of the actual time. The innkeeper materialized so subtly that I couldn't pinpoint the instant of her arrival. An elderly woman with silver hair elegantly styled in a bun, clad in a high-necked dress reminiscent of a bygone era. Her smile was tender, her movements graceful as she opened the leather-bound guest registry. "Welcome to the Midnight Inn," she spoke, her voice reminiscent of the gentle, melodic rustle of wind through autumn foliage. "We've been anticipating your arrival." I hadn't reserved a room, couldn't have, stumbling upon this place serendipitously, but wariness compelled me to disregard the peculiar statement. The pen she proffered felt weighty in my grasp, its nib leaving indigo marks that seemed to shimmer faintly before melding into the dense paper. As I inscribed my name, I observed that the previous entry bore the exact date from a year ago, on this very day. She led me up a curved staircase, each step cushioned by a plush burgundy carpet that muted our footfalls. The air grew noticeably cooler as we ascended, carrying the subtle fragrance of lavender and aged books. Portraits and landscapes adorned the walls, their subjects appearing to observe our progress with knowing, serene countenances. My room awaited at the end of the third-floor corridor, where moonlight streamed through a large window despite the earlier storm clouds. The chamber itself was expansive, dominated by a four-poster bed draped in deep blue curtains that swayed without apparent cause. A silver tea set stood prepared on a small table by the window, wisps of steam rising from the spout without any audible approach. "Rest well," the innkeeper uttered, bestowing upon me a small brass key that felt strangely warm against my skin. Time flows differently here at midnight. Settling into the unexpectedly inviting armchair by the window, I discerned several peculiarities that my fatigued mind had initially overlooked. The clock on the mantel, akin to its counterpart below, stood motionless at midnight. The mirror above it reflected the room flawlessly, save for the armchair in which I sat. And though the rain continued to tap against the windows, the glass portrayed only a clear night sky, stars twinkling in intricate constellations. The tea, as I sampled it, carried notes of chamomile and something else, an ancient sweet essence that induced a heaviness in my eyelids. The room's shadows deepened and softened, not menacingly, but rather enfolding me like a snug blanket, accompanied by a distant hum that might have been a faint melody or simply the wind in the eaves. I found myself drifting between consciousness and dreams, observing as the moonlight painted silver tapestries on the walls that narrated tales I almost comprehended. Occasionally, glimpses of other guests in the hallway flitted past the gap beneath my door, their silhouettes gliding by in attire from varied epochs, conversing in hushed tones of unfamiliar languages. The night elongated in its peculiar manner, each instant stretching like honey cascading from a spoon. I couldn't discern if hours had passed or if only moments had slipped by. The grandfather clock downstairs tolled midnight repeatedly, each chime accompanied by a subtly different melody that appeared to convey messages just beyond my grasp. When morning eventually arrived, if it truly was morning, the inn appeared curiously vacant. My signature was absent from the guest registry, and the table's polished surface bore no trace of my teacup. Driving away, the fuel gauge displayed full, despite my vivid recollection of its near depletion the prior night. In my rearview mirror, the midnight inn gradually dissolved into the morning mist. Yet on rainy nights when I traverse unfamiliar routes, a part of me finds myself scanning for that inviting golden light amid the trees. A fragment of me yearns to rediscover it, while another fragment questions if I truly desire to do so. For, as the innkeeper alluded, time flows uniquely at midnight, and I remain uncertain of how long I truly lingered in that realm where the clocks remain fixed at 12, or if I ever departed at all. Story 17. The evening rain cascaded in a gentle, rhythmic cadence upon the cobblestones of the ancient garden path, weaving a melodic tapestry that whispered of age-old mysteries. Standing before the weathered iron gates, my umbrella offered little shield against the fine mist swirling in the autumn air. Beyond the rusted bars loomed the villa, a majestic relic of architecture now gracefully surrendered to decay, its dark, vacant windows resembling hollow eyes peering into eternity. This estate had come into my possession through the enigmatic great-aunt Margaret, a woman I had met only fleetingly in my lifetime. She exuded an aura of detachment, her mind seemingly occupied with elusive thoughts, her fingers tracing ethereal patterns on any available surface. The lawyer handling her affairs had passed the keys to me with a palpable sense of relief, his hands trembling as he slid them across his polished desk. The lock yielded with a profound, resonant click that reverberated through the misty garden. Ascending the path, the gravel murmured softly beneath my footsteps, and I observed how the ivy had ensnared parts of the villa's facade, creating organic draperies that swayed gently in the evening breeze. The windows, precisely 23 visible from my vantage point, remained steadfastly dark, yet each exuded a unique aura of emptiness that drew my gaze. The heavy wooden door yielded easily, as if the house had anticipated my arrival. The foyer enveloped me in the scent of aged wood and something else, a faint, sweet fragrance that eluded identification. It carried hints of my great-aunt's perfume, blended with undertones of autumn leaves and distant rain. My footsteps echoed on the parquet floor, each sound dissipating into the encroaching shadows. The first floor harbored the expected chambers of such a grand villa, a regal sitting room cloaked in ghostly sheets, a dining hall awaiting guests who would never materialize, and a meticulously arranged library holding leather-bound tomes. Yet, it was the windows that continued to captivate me. Each frame seemed to offer a different perspective on the twilight outside, tinting the world with varying hues and energies. As I traversed the rooms, a subtle metamorphosis in the atmosphere unfolded. The air fluctuated in temperature, creating distinct microclimates within each chamber, independent of modern climate control. The windows responded to these shifts, sometimes misting over with intricate patterns, at other times remaining crystal clear despite the humidity. In the library, I stumbled upon my great-aunt's journal, filled with her delicate, swirling script. Many entries spoke of the windows not merely as apertures in the walls, but as gateways of sorts. The third window in the east wing reveals summer evenings from my youth, one passage recounted. The tall window in the music room houses all the melodies I've forgotten. Initially, I dismissed these musings as the whims of a solitary soul. However, a subtle alteration in the surrounding silence, as I perused the entries, hinted at a deeper truth. The second floor unveiled more windows, each offering a peculiar, enigmatic vista. One window in a bedroom seemed to peer into a garden frozen in a bygone era, with flora arranged in patterns of antiquity and light reminiscent of aged photographs. Night descended, and the rain persisted in its tranquil percussion on the roof and windows. Rather than instill foreboding, the darkness settled upon the house like a slumbering cat, exuding a sense of calm. The windows emitted a faint luminescence, outlining their forms in the obscurity. Each glowed with a subtle hue, creating a constellation of gentle light within the dwelling. Within the master bedroom, I discovered more of Margaret's journals. Her recent entries unveiled a revelation. The windows were not mere observers of external scenes, but collectors of memories, fleeting moments, and lost time. The house, she inscribed, embraces not only space within its walls, but fragments of all lives that have graced it. The windows serve as the eyes through which it beholds these accumulated moments. That initial night, I retired to a modest bedroom on the second floor, drawn to its window exhibiting a simple view of rain cascading in the darkness. Yet, as I lay, observing the water meander on the glass, anomalies emerged. Droplets defying gravity, capturing ethereal light from unseen sources. Morning crept in with a peculiar luminosity that seeped through the windows rather than emanating from them. Subsequent wanders through the corridors unveiled shifting views from the windows. A scene of the rear garden, frozen in a different season, replaced the prior evening's panorama, though the actual garden outside clung to autumn. In the ensuing weeks, I unraveled the villa's mystery. The windows were not vacuous. They yearned to be imbued with substance. Each pane harvested diverse moments. Some cradled joy, others echoed whispers from eras past, and a few seemed to encapsulate light from days yet to dawn. I found myself ensconced near different windows for hours, watching as they unveiled their essence in subtle nuances. Sometimes a shift in light or a reflection defying logic would manifest. Occasionally, I fancied hearing whispers carried on the breeze, tender conversations, distant laughter, echoes of footsteps from bygone times. The villa's windows morphed into my almanac, my timekeeper, and my repository of recollections. The tall music room window occasionally quivered with echoes of long-forgotten concerts. The petite window in the breakfast nook seemingly absorbed morning light from every season concurrently, casting impossible rainbows on the time-worn tablecloth below. Gradually, I comprehended why my great-aunt had been ensnared by this abode. It wasn't haunted conventionally. Rather, it resembled a living archive, with each window acting as a prism into distinct temporal strata. The perceived void within them was a deceptive fullness, where reality intermingled with imagination like rain on ancient glass. As autumn waned into winter, I initiated my own journal, chronicling the windows and their metamorphoses. Some days, all 23 frames displayed identical scenes from slightly disparate moments, creating a stuttering effect in the chamber's illumination. Other days, each window harbored its unique weather system, casting its specific ambience of light and shadow. The origin of the window's enchantment remained elusive, whether it stemmed from genuine magic or the villa's ability to distort perception until the mundane appeared extraordinary. Perhaps the truth resided in the nebulous realm where reality and fantasy meld, akin to rain on ancient glass. One certainty emerged. The emptiness within those windows was a profound fullness, awaiting those who could perceive beyond the surface, who comprehended that true significance often dwelled in the interstices of moments, in the silent interludes between heartbeats, within the apparent vacuity of 23 windows that were never truly devoid. Now, as I transcribed these words in the library, bathed in the winter light that filters through windows, potentially revealing tomorrow's snow or last century's spring, I grasp why my great-aunt elected to spend her final days here. The villa of empty windows is not barren. It merely awaits those who possess the vision to discern, those who acknowledge that within the lacunae of moments, within the quiet spaces between heartbeats, within the apparent void of 23 windows lies a treasure trove of unfathomed profundity. Story 18. The gentle moonlight filtered through wisps of mist, casting soft shadows across the ancient garden that had become my inheritance. The air carried the sweet fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, blending with the earthy scent of moss-covered stone. Standing at my bedroom window, I peered down at the weathered statues scattered throughout the overgrown landscape, each one a silent sentinel, frozen in time. This garden was once my grandmother's domain, an eccentric artist who devoted years to crafting and collecting these stone figures. Now, 3 months after her departure, I found myself residing alone in her Victorian mansion, surrounded by the legacy of her silent observers. Every statue seemed to hold a unique tale, hidden secrets waiting to be unveiled in the serene hours between twilight and dawn. That particular evening, the garden appeared different, an elusive shift in the atmosphere. Perhaps it was the way the mist enveloped the base of each figure like ethereal fingers, or how the usually calm air hummed with a subtle rhythm. The statue closest to my window, a graceful depiction of a woman draped in flowing robes, seemed to be gazing in a slightly different direction than the night before. Drawn to the tranquility of the night, I wrapped myself in a cozy shawl and descended the creaking wooden stairs, each step a hushed dialogue between aged wood and passing time. The grandfather clock in the hallway told midnight with 12 gentle chimes, the sound spreading through the silence like ripples in a pond. The French doors leading to the garden opened with a soft sigh, releasing the scent of rain-kissed earth and ancient stone. My bare feet found the cool, smooth path of flagstones, still holding the warmth of the day. As I ventured deeper into the garden, the moonlight danced with shadows, causing the statues to seem to shift subtly in my peripheral vision. Among the collection, certain pieces always captured my attention more than others. There was the young boy with a flute, forever frozen in mid-song. The elderly man on a bench, his book perpetually open to an unreadable page. The dancer caught mid-twirl, her stone skirt suggesting perpetual motion despite their solid form. Each statue had been meticulously placed by my grandmother's artistic eye, creating what she called conversations in stone. That night, I noticed an intriguing pattern in the positioning of the statues, a configuration that had eluded me before, like ancient constellations on a celestial map. The mist thickened, swirling around their bases in lazy spirals that almost seemed purposeful in their movement. The air held a curious stillness, as if the garden itself held its breath. As I moved closer to the collection, I began to discern subtle details I had overlooked during daylight. Delicate symbols were etched into the bases of some statues, intricate spirals, crescents, and geometric shapes that shimmered like liquid silver in the moonlight. These markings had never been mentioned by my grandmother in her journals or our discussions about her work. At the heart of the garden stood a fountain, featuring 3 life-sized figures engaged in an eternal dance around a central column. While the vessels they held once flowed with water, the fountain had been dry for years. On this night, the empty basin cradled only mist, swirling and twining around the figures' feet like living tendrils. Approaching, I thought I caught the faintest echo of music carried on the breeze from a far-off place. Reaching out to touch the cool stone of the nearest dancer's hand, a curious sensation tingled through my fingertips, a gentle hum of energy, soft and natural. The mist seemed to respond to my touch, curling around my wrist with an almost tender familiarity. In that moment, a memory surfaced of my grandmother's words. Art is never truly static, my dear. It breathes and lives through the eyes and hearts of those who truly see it. The night air grew cooler, prompting me to tighten my shawl around my shoulders. As I did so, I noticed that the statue of the woman in flowing robes, the one I had observed from my window, had undeniably shifted its gaze to a new direction. Not by much, just a slight angle, but enough to be unmistakable. My heart quickened, not out of fear, but out of a blossoming sense of awe. I spent hours exploring the garden that night, moving from statue to statue, uncovering new intricacies with each passing moment. Sometimes it was a hidden symbol, other times it was the way shadows played across features, altering their expressions entirely. The garden transformed into a living art gallery, each piece gradually unveiling its mysteries in the gentle embrace of moonlight and mist. As the first light of dawn began to paint the eastern horizon, I made my way back to the house. Glancing over my shoulder, I could have sworn I glimpsed a hint of movement. A stone hand lowering, a head turning slightly to watch my retreat. Yet as the daylight grew stronger, everything appeared as it should be, each statue standing in its designated place. Later that morning, as I sipped tea and gazed out at the sun-drenched garden, everything seemed normal. The statues remained in their familiar poses, their stone faces serene in the bright daylight. However, a shift had occurred, not in the garden itself, but in my perception of it. I now understood why my grandmother had spent countless nights among her stone companions. In my hand, I held a small notebook she had left behind, filled with sketches of the garden's layout and enigmatic notes on lunar cycles and ancient art. On the final page, in her graceful handwriting, was a simple message. To my dearest granddaughter, remember that the greatest mysteries reveal themselves only to those patient enough to observe and wait. The statues have much to impart if you're willing to learn their silent language. Now, as twilight approaches each evening, I find myself drawn to the window, watching and waiting. Sometimes I venture into the garden, other times I remain an observer from above. Yet I always pay meticulous attention to the placement of each figure, noting any subtle alterations in their eternal dance of stone and shadow. The garden has transcended being merely a collection of statues. It has evolved into a living enigma, unraveling a bit more with each passing night. And on occasion, in those quiet moments when the moon is full and the mist rolls in, I swear I hear the gentle sound of stone feet moving along ancient pathways and the murmured dialogues of those who stand eternal vigil over this enchanted realm. Whether these experiences are the fancies of an artist's descendant or something beyond, I have learned to embrace the mystery, finding solace in the understanding that certain questions are best left shrouded in the gentle uncertainty of moonlight and shadow. Story 19. The rain trickled down the window panes of my grandmother's ancient house in a gentle, rhythmic cadence, forming a melodic whisper that carried echoes of long-held secrets. Nestled in her well-worn leather armchair, I was enveloped by the comforting aroma of aged wood and dried herbs that permeated the air. The soft, golden glow from the vintage table lamp cast warm shadows on the room's deep burgundy wallpaper, causing the patterns to sway and dance in the periphery of my vision. It had been 3 months since my grandmother passed away, bequeathing me this centuries-old dwelling hidden within the depths of the forest. While I had cherished my visits here as a child, I now found myself unearthing unseen facets of the estate as its sole resident. Among the discoveries, the most captivating was a trail of obsidian stones emerging at the garden's edge and vanishing into the mist-shrouded woods beyond. These stones had not existed in my childhood recollections. They seemed to have materialized during the twilight years of my grandmother's life, yet she had never alluded to them in our weekly conversations. Each stone was flawlessly round and polished to a glossy sheen, reminiscent of a dinner plate in size, and possessed an inky blackness that absorbed the surrounding light. When raindrops kissed their surfaces, as they did now, the stones shimmered like mirrors reflecting a starless night sky. The ethereal notes of wind chimes wafted through the walls, harmonizing with the gentle rainfall. My grandmother had adorned the house with countless chimes, each emitting a unique crystalline tone. This evening, they seemed to be weaving a melody unfamiliar to my ears, evoking images of moonbeams filtering through autumn foliage. Compelled by an unseen force, I gravitated towards the window, observing as dusk draped its veil over the landscape. The garden below unfurled like a tapestry of muted greens and silvers in the waning light, while the enigmatic black stones traced a serpentine path into the enshrouded forest. A peculiar sight caught my eye. Minuscule orbs of light appeared to pirouette above each stone, akin to fireflies frozen in time. Though my rational mind reasoned they were merely rain-kissed droplets capturing residual light, their steadfast, unwavering glow hinted at a deliberate intent. I had hesitated delving into the path since taking up residence, but this night, the gentle rain and the mysterious lights conspired to evoke a tranquil aura that quelled any lingering trepidation. Drapering myself in my grandmother's woolen shawl, redolent with hints of lavender, I descended the stairs. The wooden steps murmured softly underfoot, their familiar creaks a comforting cadence. The foyer welcomed me with the steady tick of the grandfather clock and the warm gleam of the brass pendulum, illuminated by the ancient crystal chandelier above. Stepping onto the sheltered back porch, the evening air enveloped me in its cool, misted embrace. The rain had transformed into a fine, glistening veil that floated like suspended gems in the air. Fragrant herbs from the garden, rosemary, thyme, sage, diffused their essence, delineating a scented barrier between the known sanctuary of the house and the enigmatic path ahead. The first obsidian stone stood just beyond the herb garden, and as I approached, the hovering light above it affirmed its existence beyond mere reflection. Drifting nearly a foot above the stone, it pulsed with a gentle, bluish-white radiance, beckoning me towards the next in the sequence. My steps carried me onto the warm surface of the first stone, a stark contrast to the evening chill. With each advance towards the subsequent stone, the light above the following one intensified, creating a path illumined by a soft, guiding glow. The stillness of the air was punctuated only by the distant echoes of wind chimes, though not a breath of wind stirred. Winding through the trees, which arched overhead in a natural canopy, the path ushered me deeper into the enfolding mist. Spirals and eddies of vapor swirled around me, imbued with the same subtle hint of lavender that clung to my grandmother's shawl. Progressing further, the world around me transitioned into a realm of dreamlike tranquility, where time seemed to ebb and flow with an otherworldly cadence. After what felt like both moments and eternities, time fluid and elusive, I arrived at a circular clearing. The obsidian pathway coiled into a perfect spiral, converging upon a larger central stone. Above this focal point, the dancing lights had congregated, forming a constellation of soft radiance that bathed the clearing in a gentle luminescence. Nestled upon the central stone lay a small, leather-bound tome. Its weathered cover bore the imprint of time, and as I stooped to retrieve it, my grandmother's elegant script greeted me on the initial page. "For when you're ready to understand," the words whispered. Leafing through the pages, I encountered sketches of the stones, accompanied by annotations detailing their properties and significance. According to her writings, the path had unveiled itself to her shortly after she embarked on what she termed gentle magic, subtle enchantments devised to bestow peace and restoration upon the natural world that cradled her. The stones, she elucidated, served as conduits to grasp the quiet sorcery permeating the interstices of existence. Engrossed in her revelations, the lights above commenced a graceful ballet, weaving patterns that mirrored the diagrams within my grandmother's compendium. The distant wind chimes now resounded with a clarity that resonated with the same melodic sequence my grandmother would hum while tending her garden. Enveloped by the gentle mist, I pored over page after page of her serene revelations. She expounded upon the harmony bridging the visible and imperceptible realms, extolling the enchantment suffusing the simple act of observing and cherishing life's tranquil interludes. The obsidian stones, she expounded, served as both anchors and gateways, preserving the divide between worlds, while affording those prepared a glimpse of the beauty veiled beyond mundane perception. Time meandered languidly as I absorbed her teachings, the soft luminescence and distant chimes cocooning me in a tranquil embrace. When I eventually raised my gaze from the book, I discerned that the mist had metamorphosed into a myriad of effulgent particles that pirouetted through the air like celestial stardust. They swirled in response to my movements, crafting ephemeral tapestries that articulated emotions transcending verbal expression. Standing upright, a sense of transformation enveloped me. Not a change per se, but a heightened sensitivity to the ethereal magic that my grandmother had illuminated. The very air thrummed with a subdued vitality, and I perceived that the surrounding trees were aglow with the same gentle lights that hovered above the stones, fashioning a sanctum of living radiance within the shadows. The journey back to the house appeared shortened, yet no less enchanting. Each footfall was accompanied by a soft pulse of light and a whisper of chimes, as though the path itself was imparting its secrets to me. Upon reaching the garden, I cast a lingering glance sinuous trail of obsidian stones. They gleamed in the obscurity, their attendant lights now revealed as the sentient, benevolent entities my grandmother had envisioned. Nestling into the familiar embrace of the house, I settled into my grandmother's chair with her tome in my lap. The rain persisted in its gentle serenade against the windows, now revealing a subtle melody interwoven within its cadence. The wind chimes intoned their timeless song, and within their notes I fancied I could discern my grandmother's voice, imparting lessons on the quiet magic that had always pervaded the veiled realms of commonplace perception. As slumber encroached upon the fringes of my awareness, it dawned on me that this was but the commencement of comprehending the legacy bequeathed by my grandmother. The path of obsidian stones transcended mere physicality. It served as a portal to apprehending the gentle enchantment that permeated the interstices between heartbeats, raindrops, and musings. Before succumbing to sleep, I observed the wallpaper patterns subtly swaying in perfect unison with the distant melody of wind chimes and the soft patter of rain against the window panes. Story 20. The rain cascaded down in gentle waves against the time-worn wooden house, orchestrating a melodic symphony that reverberated through every fiber of the structure. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed shadows pirouette across the walls, choreographed by the autumn breeze rustling the trees outside my window. The soft radiance of my reading lamp enveloped me in a cozy halo, while the rest of the room cradled itself in a soothing darkness. It was amidst these tranquil evening hours that I was first introduced to it. A whisper so delicate it could have been mistaken for the house settling into its own history. The sound seemed to emanate from beneath the floorboards, a gentle hum that could easily be misconstrued as the rustling of leaves or the breath of wind seeping through the crevices. Lowering my book, I allowed my eyelids to flutter shut, tuning my senses to the whisper. There was an almost musical quality to it, akin to a distant lullaby being softly hummed. The more I focused, the clearer it became, though its essence, whether in words or mere murmurs, eluded my grasp. The ancient house had always murmured its own language of creaks and groans, a dialect of wood and nails that had become familiar over the years. But this was different. This sound carried a warmth, an almost sentient quality that caused the hairs on my neck to stand, not in fear, but in awe. As days melded into nights, I found myself drawn more and more to that armchair, listening intently. At times, the voice would retreat into silence for hours, leaving me with only the pitter-patter of rain and the rustle of pages turning. Other times, it would emerge like a wisp of smoke, intertwining with the customary nocturnal symphony until it was impossible to discern where the house's voice ended and the exterior world began. Subtle changes began to manifest within my home. Books would subtly shift on their shelves overnight, not as if they had been touched, but as if they had chosen to lean against each other in a new embrace. The antique grandfather clock in the hallway would sporadically pause for a fleeting moment before resuming its steady cadence, as though pausing to eavesdrop on an elusive melody. One particularly serene evening, as the final hues of sunset painted the walls in hues of amber and gold, I noticed a hairline crack in one of the floorboards, a fault line I was certain hadn't existed before. It ran delicately along the wood's grain, resembling a stroke of dark ink. As I knelt to inspect it, the whisper ascended once more, clearer than ever before. The voice seemed to convey emotions rather than words, sensations of warmth, of invitation, of belonging. It evoked memories of my grandmother's humming while knitting, creating an ambiance of solace and security. The crack in the floorboard appeared and vanished with the shifting light, at times seeming to relocate when I averted my gaze. I began leaving small trinkets near the crack, a glass marble, a silver button, a polished riverstone. Occasionally I would find them arranged in patterns I had not fashioned, forming gentle spirals or precise lines. Once I left a diminutive bell, and in the hush of night, I could almost swear I heard it chime so faintly it might have been a fragment of a dream. The voice evolved into a constant companion, its presence as natural as the creak of stairs or the tap of branches against windows. It appeared attuned to my emotions, gentle and soothing when I was troubled, whimsical and light-hearted when joy danced within me, akin to sunlight rippling on water. More transformations unfolded. The room's temperature would subtly shift, enveloping me in pockets of warmth that seemed to follow my every movement within the house. The lamplight would occasionally flicker in patterns that synchronized with the rhythm of the whispered melody. Even the dust particles suspended in the air seemed to twirl with purpose, swirling in deliberate formations when caught in sunbeams. Never did I harbor fear, even as the enigmatic presence grew more palpable. Rather, I felt as though I was gradually being initiated into a clandestine world, becoming a part of something ancient and serene. The voice beneath the floorboards did not seek to unsettle or terrify. It yearned to share, to teach me to listen in a manner I had never fathomed. On sleepless nights, I would recline on the floor beside the crack, pressing my ear against the smooth, weathered wood. The voice would rise to meet me, its whispers now infused with fragments of tales I could almost decipher. Accounts of other listeners, perchance, of other nights spent in tranquil communion with whatever resided beneath the aged floorboards. As weeks segged into months, I noticed that visitors to the house seemed to sense it too, though they refrained from acknowledging it overtly. They would pause at specific junctures, tilting their heads as if attuning themselves to something just beyond audible perception, their countenances softening with an inexplicable tranquility. The crack in the floorboard remained static, never expanding to jeopardize the structural integrity of the house. Instead, it appeared to function as a portal between two realms, the tangible realm of wood and stone, and an ethereal domain of whispers and half-formed melodies. At times I would glimpse movements in my peripheral vision, akin to the flutter of curtains in a room devoid of drafts, yet it never felt intrusive or disconcerting. Winter descended, ushering in prolonged nights and novel sounds, the crackle of frost, the gentle descent of snow, the sigh of chill wind through barren boughs. The voice adapted, its whispers now echoing the crystalline clarity of ice and the hushed serenity of snow-blanketed earth. The house pulsated with vitality more than ever, as though the frigidity had roused something profound within its walls. I refrained from attempting to capture the voice on recording devices or immortalize the moving objects through cameras. Such endeavors felt as though they would disrupt the delicate rapport forged between the house, its covert inhabitant, and myself. Instead, I maintained a journal chronicling my sentiments and observations, documenting how the voice metamorphosed with the seasons, with the weather, with the lunar phases. Presently, as I pen these lines, the voice continues its dulcet melody beneath my feet. The crack in the floorboard captures the lamplight in manners that defy logic, casting shadows that undulate like sentient entities across my pages. I've come to realize that certain enigmas are not meant to be deciphered, but rather experienced. The voice beneath the floorboards has seamlessly integrated into my home's rhythm, a testament that within the crevices of what we know lie realms where enchantment still thrives in the hushed interludes of our lives. Occasionally, in the profound depths of night, when the boundary between wakefulness and reverie blurs, I almost discern words within the whispered melody. They speak of patience, of the gradual sagacity of ancient abodes, of the narratives enshrined within weathered wood and time-worn stone. Yet perhaps it is preferable that I never entirely comprehend them. Some refrains are destined to hover just beyond our reach, their mystique enhancing their allure, and hence I persist in listening, in witnessing the ephemeral patterns materialize and dissolve, in sensing the presence that resides beneath the floorboards. The crack persists, a reminder that within our world exist spaces where reality softens at the edges, where whispers can reshape our perception of what constitutes a true abode. Ultimately, maybe that is all one truly needs to acknowledge, that occasionally, in the tranquil interludes between heartbeats, if one listens attentively enough, one might discern something echoing back from the realms we believed we comprehended so intimately. Story 21. The gentle patter of rain against the window panes created a soft lullaby, harmonizing with the rhythm of my breath as I settled into my grandfather's worn leather armchair. Night always brought a different energy to the old Victorian house, but tonight there was an extra touch of mystery in the air. Shadows played across the faded wallpaper in a dance that defied familiarity, hinting at secrets long held within these walls. Inheriting this grand house from my grandfather 3 months ago had opened my eyes to the subtle anomalies that whispered of a hidden world just beyond reach. The house seemed to have a soul of its own, a living, breathing entity with stories to tell. One particular enigma had captured my thoughts with each passing night. The library door refused to stay closed. At first I attributed it to the house's age, the hinges worn and the wood settled. The oak door, adorned with intricate leafy patterns, would creak open despite my best efforts. I tried everything, adjusting the hinges, wedging a doorstop, even installing a new latch. Yet every morning, like a persistent invitation, the door stood ajar, beckoning me into a sanctuary of knowledge and history. My grandfather's library was a sanctuary of wisdom, a testament to his love for the written word. Dark wooden shelves reached from floor to ceiling, polished to a gleaming sheen that spoke of meticulous care over the years. The air was heavy with the scent of aged paper and leather bindings, mingling with the sweet aroma of beeswax candles that cast a warm glow in the evenings. On this rainy night, as the clock struck midnight in its deep, echoing tones, I made a decision. I would spend the night in the library, wrapped in a cozy blanket with a cup of chamomile tea in hand. Nestled in the window seat overlooking the garden, I watched the moon play hide and seek behind thick clouds, its light casting shifting patterns on the oriental rug below. With a deliberate click, I closed the library door, determined to unveil the mystery that had eluded me for so long. The hours crawled by, marked only by the steady cadence of the clock and the persistent rain outside. My eyelids grew heavy as I focused on the door, its carved patterns seeming to come alive in the flickering candlelight. Just as sleep threatened to claim me, a subtle shift in the room's atmosphere stirred my senses. The air thickened, a tangible weight settling around me, as if time itself had slowed to a crawl. The candle flame stood still, frozen in time, and the temperature dropped, visible puffs of breath escaping my lips. In the far corner of the room, my gaze was drawn to my grandfather's ancient desk. An open book lay upon it, its pages fluttering as if moved by an unseen hand. The rustling spread, a symphony of whispered secrets as books across the room joined in the dance. Patterns emerged in the way the pages turned, a silent conversation of knowledge passed through generations. The carved door, a silent witness, began to move, not with a jolt, but with a graceful unfolding, revealing the darkness beyond. The book settled back into place, the temperature returning to normal as the door stood wide open, a portal to the unknown. In that moment, a revelation washed over me. The library was not just a collection of books. It was a living, breathing archive of memories and dreams. The door opened each night not out of mechanical fault, but out of a need to share, to connect with those willing to listen. I embraced the nightly ritual, understanding that some doors are meant to remain open, bridging the gap between our world and the endless mysteries beyond. Now, as raindrops create a soothing symphony and moonlight bathes the room in silver, I sit in the library and listen. The books whisper ancient wisdom, the door stands open as a guardian of secrets, and the mysteries of the night unfold in gentle waves. Some questions are meant to linger, to dance on the edge of understanding, painting the world with wonder and magic. As I pen these words by candlelight, the house pulses around me, a living entity with stories untold. The rain continues its peaceful melody. Another page turns in the darkness, and the door remains open, a silent invitation to those who dare to explore the realms beyond ordinary perception. Story 22. The autumn wind whispered softly through the trees, carrying the delicate rustling of fallen leaves and the faint scent of decay that signals the changing of seasons. My evening walks in the old forest always brought me solace, where the ancient trees stood like silent guardians holding countless untold tales. The gentle crunch of leaves beneath my feet created a soothing rhythm, almost trance-like in its consistency. As daylight waned, casting long shadows among the branches, My gaze was drawn to something peculiar nestled at the roots of a massive oak tree. Half hidden in a bed of moss and leaves lay a weathered, leather-bound journal, its cover softened by time and weather. The leather felt warm to the touch, as if it had absorbed the day's sunlight despite the cool evening air. No name adorned its cover, only faint impressions of intricate designs etched into the leather, barely visible in the dimming light. The thick cream-colored pages, slightly warped by moisture, remained surprisingly intact. With cautious hands, I lifted the journal from its earthy resting place. Opening it, I discovered elegant handwriting flowing across the pages like dark rivers of ink, graceful yet urgent. The first entry, dated exactly a year ago, spoke of mysterious whispers that began haunting the author's nights. Initially dismissed as the wind's playful tricks, the voices grew clearer, seeming to emerge from the woods behind their home, echoing like rustling leaves and creaking branches. The author struggled to capture the elusive words that faded from memory as soon as they were penned. Turning the pages, the entries delved deeper into tales of strange lights dancing between trees at midnight and shadows moving against the breeze. Descriptions of enchanting music resonating from the depths of the earth, ancient and melodic, filled the pages. The author's words remained composed and reflective, never giving in to fear or panic. Instead, each entry exuded a serene acceptance of a magical unveiling. The author chronicled spending extended periods in the forest, where the line between observer and observed blurred. "The forest breathes in harmony with me now," one entry expressed. "When I close my eyes, I sense the sap's pulse in the trees, the slow awakening of roots stretching beneath the soil. The whispers have become my constant companions, their words no longer needing deciphering. Understanding, I've come to realize, isn't always essential for connection." Further into the journal, the entries subtly transformed. The beautiful handwriting took on an organic quality, as if the letters were growing like vines across the page. Dreams of wandering through endless woods under singing stars and conversations with ancient entities speaking the language of nature filled the author's nights. "Time flows differently here," noted an entry from early spring. "The sun lingers in certain clearings, while night descends swiftly in other parts of the wood. I witnessed a flower bloom and wither within what felt like moments, or perhaps days. The distinction blurs." The final entry shimmered on the page as if the ink itself held an inner glow. "I comprehend now what the forest has been whispering all along. We are not separate from this place. We never were. The boundaries we impose between ourselves and nature are illusions, as thin as morning mist. The whispers didn't beckon me into the woods, they called me home. Tomorrow I venture deeper into the forest than ever before. I leave this journal as a bridge, a testament to the threshold between knowledge and transformation." The entry concluded there. As the wind stirred the leaves around me in elegant spirals, a sweet, unfamiliar fragrance filled the air, and for a fleeting moment, I caught a hint of what could have been music or whispers drifting through the darkening woods. Standing in the growing dusk, I realized the temperature had plummeted, yet I felt no chill. The journal's cover retained its enigmatic warmth in my hands. In the fading light, I noticed intricate patterns resembling roots or branches slowly spreading across the blank spaces between the written words. Gently placing the journal back among the roots where I found it, though not in the exact position, I sensed that its placement should be a choice left to the next discoverer. Turning to depart, the wind whispered through the leaves once more, and this time, I almost discerned words in its soft murmur. That night, lying in bed, the journal's warmth lingered on my fingertips. In the quiet pre-dawn hours, thoughts of the author and their quest swirled in my mind, pondering if the journal had found me, rather than the reverse. Each evening thereafter, my walks through the woods revealed unseen wonders. Trees leaning towards each other as if sharing secrets, light patterns forming almost recognizable letters in the foliage, and the air thickening with anticipation around ancient stumps and hollow logs. Though the journal eluded me since that day, I often sought it. Occasionally, on tranquil evenings when light bathed the forest just so, I glimpsed a figure walking among distant trees, vague yet oddly familiar, like a half-remembered dream. And sometimes, when the wind whispered gently, I heard faint voices from deep within the woods, speaking of mysteries understood only by those willing to listen beyond hearing. The forest held a different allure since encountering the journal. Perhaps I had changed, awakened to something long concealed, but patiently awaiting discovery. Each step along those paths now carried a heightened awareness, each breath drawn with a profound reverence for the enigmas surrounding us. In moments when evening light filtered through the canopy, casting everything in a golden glow, I felt the ancient pulse of the forest harmonizing with my own. I pondered how many others had walked these paths before me, leaving their stories inscribed not in journals, but in the secret language of rustling leaves and whispering winds. Story 23. The gentle patter of autumn rain against the ancient stone created a soothing melody, nature's own lullaby in the twilight's embrace. Standing before the weathered church, its spire reaching for the mist-shrouded clouds, I found myself entranced as fallen leaves pirouetted gracefully around my feet. The air carried a fragrance of damp earth, aged wood, and something more elusive, a whisper of forgotten prayers and silent bells. Unintentionally drawn to this sacred sanctuary, my evening stroll took an unexpected turn with the onset of rain, guiding me along a winding path to this timeless haven. The church's weathered exterior bore the gentle marks of countless seasons, its moss-covered stone walls radiating a subtle, ethereal glow in the deepening dusk. The heavy wooden door yielded effortlessly to my touch, releasing a melodic sigh as I entered the empty nave, the rain's symphony now a distant lullaby, enhancing the profound silence within. Stained glass windows, their hues muted by the fading light, cast pools of amber and violet on the worn stone floor. Each step I took echoed softly against the centuries-old flagstones, the air holding a crystalline stillness that seemed to suspend time itself. Wooden pews, smoothed by generations of hands and prayers, bore witness to the devotion of those who had sought solace within these walls. The scent of ancient wood and stone mingled with the remnants of extinguished candles, filling the air with a sense of reverence. In the growing darkness, intricate carvings adorned the walls and columns, their enigmatic faces and figures shifting in the shifting light, alternating between serenity and mystery. Near the altar, a lone candle flickered in a brass holder, its dance casting shadows that seemed to guide my gaze to a small, inconspicuous wooden door nestled in the wall. Though easily overlooked, it beckoned to me with a gentle insistence. Opening it revealed a spiral staircase ascending into darkness, worn steps bearing the imprint of countless pilgrims who had come before me. As I climbed, the sound of rain transformed into a rhythmic melody, the air growing cooler and carrying the sweet, ancient scent of the night. Emerging into the bell tower's chamber, moonlight filtered through narrow windows, illuminating an old desk adorned with leather-bound books and yellowed papers. The pages filled with fading ink, teased with illegible text that defied my attempts to decipher. The delicate chiming of phantom bells filled the air, a celestial symphony that emanated from unseen sources, enveloping me in a profound tranquility. Seated in an aged wooden chair, shadows and moonlight danced a hypnotic ballet across the chamber floor, the papers on the desk rustling as if stirred by a spectral hand. Time lost its grip in that sacred space, the outside world fading into obscurity as the moonlight and rain's cadence wove a tapestry of ancient mysteries and forgotten dreams. Shadows seemed to stir with a life of their own, whispers of movement and presence lingering at the edge of perception. The watch on my wrist stood frozen at midnight, though the darkness outside remained constant, untouched by the passage of time. Raindrops fell in intricate patterns, lingering in the air before dissipating, while the chamber pulsed with a quiet energy, pregnant with untold secrets. Boundaries blurred between reality and reverie, the air thick with the essence of ages past, eager to divulge its enigmatic wisdom to those willing to listen. Moonlight etched cryptic writings on the stone walls, weaving tales of visitors who had wandered into this timeless realm throughout the centuries. Lost in contemplation, enveloped by the rain's serenade and the ethereal tolling of unseen bells, I existed in a state of tranquil suspension, where every shadow held a story and every silence spoke volumes. In that chamber of secrets, where time flowed like honey, I found solace in the quietude of ancient knowing. Descending the spiral staircase, the single candle by the altar burned steadfastly, casting a warm glow upon the nave bathed in pre-dawn light. The world outside had shifted subtly, the morning mist embracing me as I stepped back into reality, the church standing silent sentinel to my fleeting visit. As I turned to bid farewell to the ancient sanctuary, faces in the stained glass windows seemed to smile knowingly, their kind gazes fleeting like whispers in the wind. Though my attempts to return to the church have been in vain, the distant echo of silver bells on rainy evenings assures me that its mysteries endure, patiently awaiting the next wanderer, guided by the rain's gentle rhythm and the secrets whispered by ancient stones. Story 24. The rain whispered its ancient secrets against the stone walls of the manor house, creating a soothing melody that echoed through the corridors of time. In the study, bathed in the warm glow of vintage lamps, I found myself drawn to the mysterious patterns on the wall behind my grandfather's desk. The stones, weathered by years, seemed to hold a hidden story, visible only to those who dared to listen with more than just their eyes. As the rain continued its gentle percussion, I felt a strange pull towards the wall, as if it held a message meant only for me. Tracing the rough surface with my fingers, I discovered that some stones carried a warmth, a life of their own beneath the cool exterior. Shadows danced in the lamplight, hinting at movements just beyond my line of sight. The rain outside intensified, its rhythm changing to a deeper, more resonant tone that seemed to vibrate through the very walls of the room. The lamps flickered, casting fleeting glimpses of an elusive archway in the stone pattern. As night descended, the room filled with the familiar scent of petrichor and old books, blending into an atmosphere that felt both comforting and mysterious. The ticking of the grandfather clock became a heartbeat, luring me deeper into the enigma of the wall. Hours turned into days as I delved into my grandfather's journals, uncovering tales of hidden doorways and spaces between worlds. One quiet evening, the rain took on a new quality, each droplet striking the stones in perfect harmony, creating a symphony of nature. The air thickened, and the wall's pattern began to shift, revealing a faint, dreamlike outline of a passage. Soft light emanated from within, beckoning with a promise of secrets just beyond reach. The stones seemed to breathe, pulsating with a rhythm that matched my own heartbeat. Watching in awe, I witnessed the gap widening, a sliver of possibility in the solid wall. Voices and music floated through the opening on certain nights, carrying echoes of summers long past. My grandfather's journals hinted at similar experiences, where the ordinary blurred with the extraordinary, offering moments of tranquility rather than fear. The passage existed on the edge of reality, a threshold between what we see and what lies beyond. It became a meditation, a focal point for contemplating the mysteries of our world. Sometimes a gentle vibration would hum through the stones, spreading a sense of peace and connection through my being. The passage remained a constant reminder of the limitless possibilities that surround us, urging me to find solace in the unknown. As the rain continued its gentle symphony, the passage shimmered in the lamplight, a doorway to everywhere and nowhere. Its true gift lay not in the answers it held, but in the quiet wonder of embracing the mysteries that float just out of reach, like whispers in the night. Story 25, The Cave's Melody. The soft patter of raindrops on ancient stone set a tranquil tempo as I stood at the mouth of the timeless cave, my lantern casting a warm embrace over the weathered rock walls. The air carried whispers of wet moss and mineral-rich waters, a fragrance untouched by the passing of human hands, speaking of centuries in silent harmony. As a geologist, I had wandered through many caves, yet this one beckoned with a unique intimacy, as if the very earth itself resonated with my presence. My footsteps whispered softly as I ventured deeper into the cavern, each footfall merging with the gentle splash of water dripping from stalactites above, forming delicate puddles on the ground. The limestone formations caught the flickering light of my lantern, crafting shadowy dancers that seemed to breathe with a life of their own. I paused at times to trace my fingers along the cool, damp walls, feeling the ancient textures that carried tales of millions of years of geological artistry. The tunnel widened gradually into a grand chamber, its ceiling soaring beyond the reach of my lantern's glow. The space was alive with the symphony of water droplets serenading small pools, each drip adding to a natural melody that reverberated through the chamber. Moving forward, my boots left gentle imprints in the fine silt carpeting the ground. It was then that I noticed a curious sight, other footprints etched in the silt, smaller and more delicate than my own. They appeared and vanished sporadically, as if a mysterious dancer had graced the chamber with ephemeral steps. The air cooled as I followed the enigmatic footprints deeper into the cave's labyrinth. The rain's distant whispers faded, replaced by the soft cadence of water droplets and something else, a presence that made me pause and strain my ears to listen. Faint, yet unmistakable, the echo of footsteps, always just a turn away. Driven by curiosity, I pressed on, the cavern's passages twisting and turning, adorned with delicate mineral formations that gleamed like celestial bodies in my lantern's light. The footprints I trailed seemed guided by unseen hands, never faltering at the myriad intersections we encountered. Time flowed like a gentle river as I journeyed, though my watch insisted only minutes had passed since I entered the cave. The temperature stabilized, the air sweet with a mineral fragrance reminiscent of spring waters. Occasionally, movement flickered at the edge of my vision, but each glance revealed only the sway of shadows cast by my lantern's glow. The footsteps drew nearer, their rhythm mirroring my own heartbeat. Yet their origins puzzled me. They seemed to descend from above rather than ahead. Raising my lantern, I illuminated natural shelves in the cave wall, ascending like a stairway fit for giants. The footprints abruptly ascended the wall, defying gravity as they continued their ethereal dance skyward. My rational mind sought explanations, unusual mineral formations, tricks of light and shadow, or the whims of my imagination in the cave's silent embrace. Yet as I pondered the impossible tracks, a soft humming filled the chamber, a wordless melody emanating from the very stone itself, weaving a tapestry of sound that pulsed with unseen energy. The footsteps ceased, yielding to this unearthly music that enveloped me in a cocoon of wonder and tranquility. Seating myself on a smooth boulder, I surrendered to the humming's embrace. The cave's ambience shifted into a dreamlike state, and I swayed gently to the melody's enchanting rhythm. Water droplets descended in harmony with the music, creating shimmering ripples and golden pools of light. Time lost its meaning as I basked in the cave's symphony, the occasional return of footsteps now circling me in a spectral dance that no longer beckoned pursuit. When I chose to depart, the footprints had vanished, leaving no trace in the silt's delicate embrace. The humming faded gradually as I retraced my steps, its melody etched in my memory as a cherished secret. The cave appeared transformed on my journey back, not diminished in size or mystery, but shared in a newfound intimacy, as if we held a hidden bond. Pausing at the entrance, I gazed into the darkness. The rain had ceased, the sun's rays casting long shadows into the cave's maw. As I lingered, a single set of footprints materialized in the silt beside me, unseen steps moving past and vanishing into the sunlight. The cave whispered a final farewell, not in footsteps, but in soft laughter that faded like a wistful dream. To this day, I find myself humming that otherworldly melody when I explore other caves. And sometimes, in the quietest depths underground, I catch echoes of distant footsteps dancing just around the corner, always on the cusp of being found. Story 26. In the soft glow of candlelight, the walls of my grandmother's study came alive, their weathered surfaces adorned with dancing shadows that moved like silent spirits in a forgotten ballroom. This room had always been my sanctuary, a haven of mahogany shelves holding ancient books, and the sweet fragrance of beeswax candles mingling with the scent of old paper. Outside, the rain played a soothing melody on the window panes, a natural lullaby whispering tales of the past. Nestled in the worn velvet armchair by the crackling fireplace, I traced the intricate carvings on its wooden arms with gentle fingers. The responsibility of caring for the house had fallen to me after my grandmother passed away 3 months ago, leading me to spend countless evenings in this very spot, organizing her collection of antiquarian books and peculiar artifacts. Tonight, however, the air held a peculiar weight, pregnant with anticipation like the calm before a storm. As I reached for another volume from the stack beside me, my hand brushed against something cold and smooth, a small brass key, its elaborate design adorned with intertwining vines, its age evident in the tarnished surface. Holding it up to the flickering candlelight, I marveled at the shadows it cast on my palm. In all my visits to this room, the key had remained unnoticed, hidden in plain sight. The crackle of the fireplace seemed to hush, the room itself holding its breath in suspense. Standing up, I inspected the walls with newfound curiosity. The wallpaper, a faded tapestry of burgundy and gold, appeared to shift and change in the dim light. Running my fingers over its surface, I discovered a subtle irregularity, a slight depression that diverged from the rest. Pressing against it, I felt a moment of resistance before a soft click reverberated through the room, barely audible above the rain's gentle rhythm. A section of the wall swung inward effortlessly, revealing a narrow passage bathed in a soft blue glow, emanating a scent of ancient stone mingled with the essence of distant seasons. Taking a candle from the desk, I stepped through the opening into the passage. The stone walls absorbed the light, creating a tranquil ambience devoid of echoes, as if sound itself had been muffled by the very air. The passage curved gently, leading me further into what felt like an impossible expanse, defying the known dimensions of the house. Yet I continued forward, my hand trailing along the cool stone wall, guided by an unseen force. After what felt like both an instant and eternity, the passage opened into a circular chamber enveloped in mist, its boundaries obscured by shadows. The pulsating blue light filled the room, casting a serene glow reminiscent of a slumbering heart. At the center stood a wooden desk, unadorned save for a midnight blue book resting upon it. A chair identical to the one in my grandmother's study beckoned beside the desk, a familiar touch in an unfamiliar setting. Approaching the desk, I noticed intricate patterns on the floor beneath me, spirals and curves that seemed to shift and dance when observed peripherally, yet remained still when directly gazed upon. These patterns echoed the design of the key, connecting the room's elements in a silent symphony. The book on the desk bore no title, its leather cover a deep midnight blue devoid of markings. Opening it, I found pages filled with my grandmother's handwriting, words that morphed and flowed like water as I tried to decipher their meaning. One passage stood out amidst the ever-changing script. The room finds those who seek it when they are in need. It is not an exit, but a discovery. These words resonated within me, creating ripples of understanding that expanded outward. A soft hum permeated the air, synchronized with the pulsating light emanating from the patterns on the floor or the very walls themselves, a melody of the unknown. Time lost its hold in that room, minutes blending with days as I delved into the mysteries penned by my grandmother's hand. Each turn of a page revealed new enigmas, profound yet elusive in their essence. When I finally looked up from the book, the mist had drawn closer, blurring the room's edges as the patterns on the floor shifted imperceptibly. The room seemed to breathe, contracting and expanding in a rhythm known only to itself. Understanding dawned upon me as I realized the room's purpose. It was not a place to leave, but a place to be found, a sanctuary that chose its visitors with care. Closing the book, I sat in quiet contemplation as the pulsating light gradually dimmed, the mist encroaching further yet evoking no fear, only tranquility. Eventually, I found myself back in the familiar study, the brass key now warm in my hand. The hidden passage had vanished, leaving no trace of its existence save for the lingering scent of old stone and distant memories. The rain continued its gentle cadence, the candles flickering in silent vigil. Everything appeared unchanged, yet a profound shift had taken place within me. The room's secrets had been unveiled, a silent pact passed down from my grandmother to me. On quiet evenings, when rain taps softly against the window and candlelight dances on the walls, I catch fleeting glimpses of that mysterious blue glow at the edge of my vision. The brass key rests on the desk, a silent reminder of the room's ethereal presence, patiently waiting to be rediscovered when fate deems it necessary. Some doors are not meant to be opened at will, and some chambers are best left to find us in their own time. The enigma itself has become a source of solace, a gentle whisper that not all mysteries require solutions, and not all journeys demand destinations. The room exists in its own realm, a testament to the timeless dance between the known and the unknowable, beckoning those who seek solace in its embrace. Story 27. The breeze whispered through the autumn leaves, carrying the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil and aging flowers. Nestled in my grandmother's ancient rocking chair, cocooned in a cozy wool blanket, I gazed out at the mist weaving its way across the backyard. The familiar shapes transformed into mysterious silhouettes, a dance of shadows in the fading light. The rhythmic creak of the chair on the wooden porch harmonized with my breathing, lulling me into a tranquil state. My gaze wandered to the timeless hedge, a barrier of thorny branches veiling its secrets from prying eyes. Grandmother's tales painted it as ancient as time itself, guarding something precious beyond. As a child, I embraced these stories as whimsical fantasies, woven into the fabric of my upbringing, like the folklore of moonlit fairies and whispering shadows. The scent of roses, absent in my garden, wafted through the misty air, growing stronger with the cloak of darkness. A sweet perfume reminiscent of grandmother's cherished dried petals nestled in her jewelry box. Heavy eyelids drooped as I savored the soothing symphony of water droplets cascading from the leaves, creating ripples and puddles below. A soft, warm light beckoned just beyond the hedge, unlike the harsh glare of security lights or the sterile blue of modern LEDs. This light was a gentle, golden hue, akin to honey bathed in sunlight, pulsating and dancing among the thorny branches. Mesmerized, I rose from the chair, the blanket forgotten on the porch, and ventured across the dew-kissed grass, each step a gentle imprint on the earth. Approaching the hedge, intricate details emerged from the darkness. Crystal-like water droplets adorned the thorns, capturing and reflecting the mysterious golden light. Midnight blue roses, hidden among the thorns, defied the autumn chill, their petals a surreal hue. Standing before the hedge, a revelation unfolded, a slender gap, a natural archway formed by the bending thorns, inviting passage. The golden light spilled through the opening, illuminating my path with elongated shadows. Through the gap, glimpses of an otherworldly garden materialized, defying nature's logic. Blooms that should have withered thrived, vines with leaves resembling stained glass twisted around ancient pillars, incongruous in a suburban setting. Fragrances of jasmine, rain on stone, and something ancient and enigmatic permeated the air, evoking memories of forgotten tales. A sense of wonder, reminiscent of childhood belief in grandmother's stories, stirred within me, my heart beating in rhythm with curiosity rather than fear. I reached out to touch a midnight blue rose, expecting cool dampness, yet it radiated warmth, as if basking in eternal summer. As my fingertips brushed the petals, a delicate melody, not quite music, but a whisper of a song, drifted through the hedge gap. The golden light pulsed, shadows in the distant garden moving with grace, akin to dancers swaying to an ethereal melody. Each shadow left a trail of soft light, akin to fireflies painting patterns in the night. Swaying to the phantom melody, I felt a pull, the thorny archway seemingly widening, a silent invitation to step through. Though reason argued the impossibility of such a scene, hedges do not part like curtains, gardens do not glow mysteriously, grandmother's wisdom echoed in my mind. The most beautiful truths often shrouded by impossibility. Water drops formed a melodic harmony, matching the unseen tune from the hidden garden. Time slowed, thickening like honey, the mist guiding me forward with gentle insistence. Fragrances of roses, vanilla, and cedar enveloped me, mingling with the enchanting dance of shadows in the mystical garden. The gap in the hedge shimmered with anticipation, neither urging nor deterring my next move. Feet sinking into the damp grass, night deepening around me, the mundane world faded into obscurity, leaving only the serenade of falling water, the warm glow beyond the hedge, and the enchanting ballet of shadows in the enigmatic garden. Hand outstretched, touching the warm petals, the decision to step through lingered, a question suspended in the mist. Perhaps the magic lay not in crossing the threshold, but in acknowledging its existence. A realm where the ordinary meets the ancient, where childhood fables blur with reality. A smile graced my lips, comprehension dawning. Some gardens are meant to be glimpsed, their mysteries preserved, like pressed flowers in memory's pages. The hedge harbored its secrets, as it had for generations, dancing in golden light to the melody of rain. Story 28, the soft patter of autumn rain against worn wooden planks filled the night with a gentle lullaby. Standing before the ancient mill, its colossal water wheel now motionless, cloaked in cascading vines and morning glory that had claimed it over years of neglect. Dusk's soft glow painted the cloudy sky in muted purples and grays, carrying the earthy scent of damp soil and aging wood. My grandfather's tales of this place in his final days had beckoned me here, though the exact reason remained elusive. The distant look in his eyes when he spoke of the mill's enigmas had sparked a curiosity within me that grew with each passing season. The three-story mill stood tall, its time-worn frame dark and damp. Half-shut windows peered out like drowsy eyes, their glass long gone or obscured by years of dirt. The slightly ajar door, swollen with moisture, created a narrow entrance that seemed to inhale the evening breeze. Each gust produced a low, hollow whistle from the depths within. Approaching, my boots sinking into rain-soaked ground, I noticed the old mill pond mirroring the fading sky, its surface rippling with countless raindrops. Dark and tranquil beneath the disturbances, holding secrets accumulated over generations. Near the shore, cattails swayed gently, their dance mesmerizing in the twilight. The aroma grew stronger as I neared the door. Wet wood, yes, but something more. Something mineral and ancient, akin to old stones grinding together. My grandfather had spoken of this scent, though his words never quite captured its essence. He called it the breath of the mill, and standing there, I finally grasped its meaning. Inside, the air hung heavy with moisture and memory. My flashlight's beam caught dust motes swirling in the air, each particle moving languidly as if suspended in honey. The sturdy wooden floorboards, despite their age, softly creaked beneath my steps, harmonizing with the rain and distant thunder. The ground floor housed the remnants of massive grinding stones, patterns spiraling towards the center like frozen whirlpools. One stone bore an unusual mark, not part of its function, resembling a handprint etched into the rock itself. My grandfather had mentioned this mark, unable to explain its origin. Venturing deeper into the mill, the rain's sound transformed, assuming an almost musical quality as it traversed the building's levels. Each drop carried a note, weaving a melody just beyond recognition. My grandfather had spoken of music within the mill, attributing it to the machinery and the water wheel's motion. Yet the wheel had stood still for decades. The wooden stairs to the second floor displayed the smooth wear of countless feet, though no one had toiled here in nearly half a century. Ascending, my hand trailing along the banister, I felt the wood warming beneath my touch, despite the chill. Another detail my grandfather had mentioned, a peculiar warmth pulsing through the mill's bones like a living entity. The second floor opened into a vast expanse, interrupted by thick wooden pillars rising like ancient trees. Here, the rain's melody intensified, distinct. Amidst the hollow taps of water on wood and tin, whispered conversations seemed to emerge, indistinct words, yet carrying a familiar cadence. By a window, a small leather-bound book lay, its pages warped but legible. Production figures and grain accounts filled its worn pages, interspersed with notes about nocturnal sounds, machines operating oddly, and mysterious lights seen on moonless nights. The third floor beckoned with an irresistible pull, akin to the force that led me to the mill itself. The sloping ceiling created deeper shadows, resistant to my flashlight's attempts to disperse them. The rain's sound altered here, distant as if heard through water or thick glass. The air crackled, charged, on the brink of a storm. In the corner, an old desk adorned with yellowed papers caught my eye. Amidst the dust-covered items, the papers appeared untouched, pristine. Among them, letters penned by my grandfather during his time at the mill revealed secrets unspoken in his stories. Inexplicable patterns in the mill's operation, shared dreams among workers, and the distortion of time within these walls. Reading through the documents, the rain's rhythm shifted once more, accompanied by a new sound, the slow, steady rotation of the great water wheel outside. Rushing to the window, I saw the wheel motionless, water cascading over its weathered paddles without a tremor. Hours passed in that room, each paper deepening the mystery rather than unraveling it. The rain persisted, a gentle backdrop, while dormant machinery hummed with phantom activity in the mill's depths. As night enveloped the mill, I comprehended why my grandfather had left the enigmas unexplained. Certain truths elude words, residing in the gaps between speech and reality. The mill held such truths in its structure, in its stones, in the very breath that traversed its vacant chambers. Departing, the rain easing into a mist, the mill stood silent, withholding its secrets, awaiting those who sought them. My grandfather's tales appeared less as stories, but as guiding posts on a map to an uncharted realm. The water wheel remained motionless, yet as I glanced back once more, a faint shudder seemed to pass through it, responding to an unseen force. In the distance, the mill's silhouette shifted and settled, as if preparing for a prolonged vigil. Occasionally, I returned to the mill, rain falling, light fading to purple. Each visit adds a layer to its mystery, a note to its eternal melody. Under the right conditions, I sense what my grandfather meant. The mill was never forsaken. It merely transitioned to grinding different grains, processing memories instead of wheat, altering time beneath its ancient stones. Story 29. The gentle patter of rain on the worn wooden shingles filled the night with a calming beat. In my grandfather's old rocking chair, I gazed out through rain-streaked windows, watching the lighthouse's beams sweep across the misty darkness. painting ghostly patterns on the hanging clouds. The chair creaked softly, matching the rhythm of the waves crashing against far-off rocks, creating a mesmerizing symphony that seemed to slow time itself. My grandfather had tended to this lighthouse for 40 years before passing it on to me, along with its hidden secrets and untold tales. The shelves in every room were lined with old logbooks, their pages yellowed and brittle, each one holding meticulous records of weather patterns, tide shifts, and occasional curiosities that had caught his eye over the decades. Tonight felt different somehow. There was a strange heaviness in the air, like the calm before a storm, even though the barometer showed no signs of impending change. The lighthouse's beam pierced the darkness with an unusual intensity, as if reaching out for something beyond the rainy veil. I ascended the spiral staircase, each step accompanied by the familiar groans of metal and wood, sounds as comforting to me as my own breath. The lantern room awaited me at the top, surrounded by weathered brass and ancient glass that had witnessed countless storms and starlit nights. The massive Fresnel lens whirred steadily, powered by machinery that had faithfully operated for over a century. During my routine checks, a subtle shift in the beam's reflection caught my eye. Instead of scattering across the water in its usual pattern, tonight it gathered in one spot, casting a peculiar glow that didn't fade with the rotation. Adjusting my glasses, I peered closer through the rain-speckled windows, trying to decipher the sight before me. The glow remained steady, a soft blue-white light reminiscent of moonbeams on fresh snow. It hovered about half a mile offshore in a notably deep area. As I watched, the light began to pulse gently, like a heartbeat, each throb sending ripples through the rain-dappled surface. My grandfather's logbooks had mentioned such occurrences, though I had dismissed them as fanciful tales. He wrote of answering lights that would appear on dark nights, as if the lighthouse had called out and received a response from the depths. These entries, scattered amongst practical observations, left me pondering. I retrieved his most detailed account from the shelf, the leather binding cool against my touch. The pages fell open to a precise sketch dated exactly 50 years ago to the night. The drawing depicted the same pulsing light I now beheld, rendered in faded ink strokes. His usually steady script seemed to waver as he described how the light had emerged from the water, lingering briefly before descending back into the depths. A soft chime from the brass clock brought me back to reality. It was time to check the fuel levels. The routine chores grounded me as my thoughts drifted. The rain continued its gentle beat on the glass dome above, and the familiar sense of mineral oil and brass polish filled my lungs. Hours slipped by as I oscillated between observing the mysterious light and delving into my grandfather's logs. The phenomenon remained unchanged, its pulse maintaining a steady rhythm. The night thickened with moisture, condensation forming intricate patterns on the windows, like frost blossoms in the dawn. With the first light of morning softening the eastern sky, another shift caught my eye. The pulsing light began to dim, fading gradually like a setting sun. The water in its place held a faint phosphorescence for a few minutes before returning to normal, erasing all traces of the night's spectacle. Opening a fresh logbook, its pages pristine and awaiting my account, I hesitated over the blank sheet. In the end, I recorded the events I had witnessed, referencing my grandfather's earlier entry. Some things, I realized, exist in the realm between explanation and wonder. The lighthouse continued its steadfast rotation, guiding ships as it had for generations. But now I understood that perhaps it guided more than just ships, things that lingered in the spaces between light and shadow, between knowledge and intuition. The rain eased, leaving a world cleansed and ripe with possibilities. Each night I maintain my watch, noting the weather, the tides, and the passing ships. But it's when the rain falls gently and the mist settles that I pay close attention, anticipating another response from the deep. The lighthouse stands vigilant, and I stand with it, acknowledging that some mysteries are destined to remain just beyond our grasp, like distant lights glimpsed through the rain. Story 30. In the dim light of evening, the air was heavy with the fragrance of water lilies and wild mint as I wandered along the narrow forest trail. Each step I took was muffled by the pine needles beneath my feet, creating a soothing cadence that harmonized with the soft rustle of leaves above. The sun, on the verge of setting, cast a warm, golden glow through the treetops, casting intricate patterns on the mossy forest floor. Whispers of a hidden lake nestled deep within these woods had reached my ears, tales told in hushed tones by locals who spoke of it with a mix of fascination and caution. They claimed the lake held secrets, that its waters sang beneath the moonlight, though none could quite articulate the melody when pressed. As I followed the winding path further into the forest, the quality of light shifted subtly. The air grew cooler, carrying with it the unmistakable crispness that hinted at a body of water nearby. Through breaks in the trees, wisps of mist rose delicately, swirling like ethereal tendrils, akin to smoke from an unseen flame. The first glimpse of the lake unfolded before me gradually, like a photograph developing in slow motion. Its surface lay serene and smooth, akin to polished obsidian. The fading light of evening bestowed upon it an almost mystical sheen, a hue hovering somewhere between silver and amethyst. Along the shore, ancient willows dipped their boughs into the water, causing gentle ripples that moved in mesmerizing, unpredictable patterns. The lake, a perfect circle, appeared almost as if crafted by divine hands with precise geometry. This juxtaposition of order amidst the wildness of the forest felt peculiar yet strangely fitting, as if the wilderness had grown harmoniously around the lake rather than the other way around. At the heart of the water body, a small island emerged from the depths, crowned by a solitary, weathered oak tree whose branches reached outward like protective sentinels. Seating myself upon a fallen log near the water's edge, I noticed the uncommon stillness that enveloped the area. It was not an eerie silence, but rather a tranquil absence of the usual forest clamor, as though the realm surrounding the lake existed within its own secluded bubble of quiet. The sole sound was the lapping of water against the shore, a rhythmic whisper that almost resembled murmured words just beyond comprehension. As darkness descended, the mist thickened, weaving intricate shapes above the lake's surface. At times, these forms bore a semblance to human figures, while at others they resembled flowing scripts in an unfamiliar tongue. The longer I observed, the more intricate patterns I discerned, in the water's movement, in the dance of the mist, in the gentle sway of the willow branches caressed by the breeze. A soft, pulsating light emanated from the lake's depths, subtle enough not to startle, yet undeniable in its presence. It pulsed rhythmically, akin to the breath of a colossal, benevolent entity. The light shifted in color as it undulated, transitioning through hues of azure and emerald, shades for which I possessed no names. As night enveloped the surroundings, the whispers grew more distinct. Far from menacing, they evoked the murmur of a distant crowd or the rustle of numerous volumes being perused concurrently in a vast library. The words, if indeed they were words, intertwined and overlapped, crafting a soothing symphony that enveloped me in profound tranquility. The oak tree on the island began casting dual shadows, although no obvious light source could explain their origin. Its reflection on the water's surface did not precisely mirror its physical form. Sometimes the reflected branches moved independently, as if swayed by an unseen zephyr. Faint lights materialized along the shoreline, resembling miniature stars fallen to earth. They flickered in and out of existence, some hovering just above the ground, others seeming to emerge from within the water itself. Their movements followed patterns that felt purposeful, akin to a choreographed dance set to a silent melody. The mist continued its dance of thickening and dissipating, unveiling and concealing various aspects of the lake. During a fleeting moment of clarity, I fancied glimpsing structures beneath the water's surface, graceful spires and archways seemingly crafted of luminescence rather than tangible matter. Yet they vanished when I attempted to focus on them directly, akin to a dream fading upon waking. Time adopted a fluid quality, meandering like the water at my feet. Minutes blurred into hours, or hours condensed into minutes. The moon ascended and descended repeatedly, though my timepiece insisted only a brief span had elapsed. Each lunar rise introduced a subtly altered light ambiance, as if observing the same scene through diverse-hued filters. With the deepening night, the whispers intensified, revealing discernible patterns within. Rhythms and refrains emerged, akin to poetry written in a language I had never studied, yet somehow comprehended on a level beyond words. They narrated tales of ancient lore, of starlight caressing placid waters, of roots delving deep into shadowed earth, of the unhurried waltz of seasons and the eternal rhythm of growth and rest. As dawn neared, the light beneath the water dimmed, and the whispers gradually softened. The mist began to disperse, leaving behind ethereal remnants of its intricate designs, akin to afterimages etched into my sight. The lake's surface transformed into a mirror, flawlessly reflecting the brightening sky above. Upon finally rising to depart, my being felt rejuvenated yet subtly altered, as though gently reshaped during my nocturnal sojourn by the water's edge. The path guiding me back appeared simultaneously familiar and novel, every leaf and stone seeming to hold a significance just beyond my grasp but deeply felt. Even now, countless years later, those whispers linger in my quietest moments. They visit me in slumber or in the fleeting space between wakefulness and dreams. On occasion, I glimpse that peculiar soft light in mundane pools of water, or spy familiar patterns within the morning mist. The enigma of the lake endures within these fleeting reminders, akin to ripples cascading endlessly from a solitary droplet. Though I have not rediscovered the lake despite numerous returns to those woods, perhaps it reveals itself solely when it deems fit, or perhaps it exists within a realm betwixt realms, reachable only during certain junctures when the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary wanes thin. Yet, its whispers persist within me, a gentle prompt that certain enigmas are meant not to be unraveled, but simply embraced and carried within, akin to melodies half recalled from childhood days. Story 31. The gentle patter of raindrops against my bedroom window had become a soothing melody in the quiet of these autumn nights. Each evening, as the darkness of the season enveloped the world, my gaze would inevitably drift to the abandoned house across the garden. There, an unusual glow had taken residence, unlike any light I had ever seen before. It wasn't harsh or cold. Instead, it exuded a soft, pulsing radiance, as if it held a secret rhythm all its own. Tonight, as the rain danced on the window, casting intricate patterns in its wake, the air carried the earthy fragrance of wet soil and fallen leaves. Distant thunder murmured like a hidden whisper in the night sky. My room felt snug and familiar, bathed in the warm light of my reading lamp and the embrace of well-loved quilts. Yet the light from the abandoned house continued to beckon, a silent sentinel in the darkness. I first noticed the mysterious glow 3 weeks ago on a night much like this one. The house, abandoned for years, had stood desolate, its windows empty and lifeless. But then, the light emerged, not from a specific window, but seeming to emanate from within the very walls of the house itself, as if the building had awakened with its own inner luminescence. The longer I watched, the more I discovered. The light never remained still, shifting and swaying like ethereal curtains, occasionally tinged with hints of color, a touch of violet, a whisper of azure. Most intriguing was its interaction with the rain. Droplets passing through its glow appeared suspended in time, defying gravity for fleeting moments before continuing their descent. I shared my observations with Mrs. Sullivan, a neighbor of many years, who listened with a thoughtful gaze. Some lights, she mused, stirring her tea, are not meant to be understood, they are meant to be witnessed. Her words lingered, and I noticed her silent contemplation of the old house when she thought no one was looking. As days turned into weeks, subtle transformations unfolded. Wild roses in the overgrown garden continued to bloom, capturing the light in delicate constellations. Moths flocked in mesmerizing numbers, their wings shimmering like fragments of moonlight. On quiet nights, a faint echo of music seemed to emanate from the glow, a memory of melodies and wind chimes in the stillness. I began documenting my observations, noting how the light responded to weather, time of night, and even my own emotions. In moments of tranquility, it radiated a golden warmth, reminiscent of honey and sunlight. During melancholic times, it shifted to deeper hues, mirroring my inner state. The house itself showed subtle signs of change, a rejuvenation so subtle I questioned its reality. One memorable evening, as I sipped chamomile tea by the window, I discerned a pattern in the light's movements. It seemed to strive to inscribe something in the air, leaving fleeting traces of almost letters before dissolving into brilliance. I watched, captivated, as the message teased but never fully materialized. Over breakfast one morning, Mrs. Sullivan shared a family tale. Her grandmother had once dwelled in the house, recounting nights when the walls sang and dreams blurred with wakefulness. "There are places," she remarked, buttering her toast deliberately, "where the line between known and unknown blurs. Light finds a way through those gaps." As winter approached, more noticed the light's presence. Children paused in their play to marvel, elders lingered on porches with knowing smiles, and even cats congregated in the garden, drawn to the luminous spectacle. The glow persisted, evolving in complexity rather than intensity, like a symphony gaining depth with each note. I never ventured inside the house. It felt unnecessary, almost disrespectful. The light wasn't an invitation or a riddle to solve, but a gift to cherish, a reminder of the beauty and mysteries left untouched. In a world fixated on explanations, there was solace in embracing wonder without dissecting it. Now, as rain weaves rivers of light in the night, I reflect on Mrs. Sullivan's wisdom. Perhaps some lights are meant solely to be witnessed. In the tranquility between sleep and wakefulness, I sense that almost music once more, carrying the scent of impossible roses blooming in winter's embrace. And I smile, content in the knowledge that some lights endure, their brilliance unfathomable, yet undeniably mesmerizing. Story 32. The soft patter of rain against my windshield had been my sole companion for hours as I journeyed through the undulating countryside. The road ahead dissolved into a thick shroud of mist that thickened with every mile traveled. My headlights cut feeble paths through the fog, casting reflections off myriad suspended droplets of water, forming a mystical tunnel of gentle, diffused light. Nightfall crept in, cloaking the surroundings in darkness when my car's engine faltered. The dashboard lights flickered, then faded into darkness. As the vehicle coasted to a silent halt, an unusual calm washed over me instead of panic. The rain hummed a soothing melody on the metal roof above, like a lullaby lulling me into tranquility. Glancing out of the passenger window, a faint glow caught my eye in the distance. It flickered and danced amidst the mist, reminiscent of antiquated gas lanterns. The light beckoned, promising warmth and refuge from the creeping dampness seeping into my bones. With no signal on my cell phone and the nearest town miles behind, I summoned my courage and stepped out into the misty night. Surprisingly warm air enveloped me, carrying the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil and a hint of something sweeter, perhaps wild honeysuckle. My footsteps made soft, squishing sounds on the grass as I followed the enigmatic light. Shapes emerged from the fog as I drew nearer. First, the outline of an old church steeple materialized, its weathered cross faint against the pewter sky. Gradually, an entire village revealed itself before me. The structures were ancient, a century or more old, constructed of dark stone walls and gleaming wooden beams in the misty air. Though the streets were deserted, warm light spilled from almost every window. The golden glow pulsed gently, akin to the breath of a slumbering giant. Puddles on the cobblestone streets mirrored the lights, creating warm reflections in the encroaching darkness. I ventured deeper into the village, my footsteps echoing softly on the wet stones. The buildings leaned in slightly, as if sharing secrets across the narrow lanes. Wind chimes tinkled melodiously here and there, though no breeze caressed my skin. Their soft music mingled with the steady rainfall, crafting a dreamy, otherworldly symphony. A particularly inviting light guided me towards what seemed to be an inn. The wooden sign above the door swayed without wind. Approaching, I detected the curious scent of wood smoke blended with hints of baking bread or mulled wine, though the aroma felt distant, like a memory of a fragrance rather than the scent itself. The door opened noiselessly, revealing a warm and inviting interior. A fire crackled in a large stone hearth, casting a comforting glow. Cozy chairs surrounded small tables, their surfaces polished by years of use. Yet despite the welcoming ambience, I saw no other souls. An ancient leather-bound guest book lay on the counter, its pages yellowed with age. The final entry, precisely 50 years old to the date, featured elegant yet fading handwriting, as if the ink were vanishing slowly. As I explored the inn, I encountered more peculiarities. A half-full teacup sat on a table, its contents neither hot nor cold. An open newspaper displayed headlines from bygone eras, yet the pages showed no signs of aging. In a corner, a grandfather clock ticked steadily, its hands unmoving. Sounds from beyond the inn's walls reached my ears. Distant conversations, laughter, and music, muffled as if drifting from far away or beneath water. Each time I peered out a window, the streets remained empty, the fog pressing against the glass like a living entity. Amidst its swirling patterns, movement flickered, shadows that could have been people or mere tricks of light. Raindrops etched patterns on the glass, almost like writing, before merging into formless streams. I stumbled upon a sitting room where an old radio sat on a side table. It crackled to life as I passed, not with static, but with fragments of old conversations, snippets of songs, and intermittent laughter. The voices exuded warmth and friendliness, yet sounded hollow, like echoes of echoes. Time seemed to slip away, the outside light unchanged. The fog continued its slow, hypnotic dance outside, occasionally parting to reveal glimpses of other buildings, lights, and possibilities. Rain maintained its gentle rhythm, creating a hypnotic background to the serene peace enveloping me. Nestled in a chair by the fire, I noticed shadows in the room's corners shifting and morphing when viewed peripherally. They took on human-like forms, as if the room teemed with silent, watching figures that vanished upon direct scrutiny. The fire's warmth reached out but never quite touched my skin. The crackling of the flames sounded real, yet the logs remained unchanged. Drifting in and out of a tranquil half-sleep, dreams and reality intertwined like watercolors in the rain. In those moments between wakefulness and slumber, I gleaned an understanding of this place, or perhaps I only dreamed it. The village existed in a realm between moments, in the pause between one tick of the clock and the next. It was a realm of perpetual twilight, of ceaseless gentle rain and enigmatic tranquility. When I eventually rose from the chair, I couldn't discern whether minutes or hours had slipped by. The fog outside began to thin, offering fleeting glimpses of the countryside beyond. My steps led me back through the deserted streets, past the watchful buildings with their warm, glowing windows. I found my car where I had left it, the engine humming smoothly as if it had never faltered. Driving away, I glimpsed in the rearview mirror as the village dissolved into the mist, fading like a dream upon waking. To this day, I ponder that peculiar, peaceful place. On rainy evenings, when fog descends and light softens to a golden hue, I almost catch a whiff of that unique blend of wood smoke and honeysuckle. The memory fills me with a gentle wistfulness, akin to recalling a childhood lullaby just out of reach. Perhaps somewhere, between raindrops, between heartbeats, the village lingers. Its windows still radiate warm light, its empty streets echo with distant laughter, and its shadows dance with elusive figures, all awaiting the next weary traveler to stumble upon its gentle enigmas in that eternal twilight. Story 33. The soft, rhythmic patter of rain against the window panes enveloped the ancient mansion in a hypnotic embrace, weaving a tapestry of tranquility that whispered of nature's tender lullaby. Standing in the grand entrance hall, I gazed out at the delicate dance of raindrops tracing intricate patterns down the glass, casting ethereal shadow dancers in the hushed evening light. Aged wood exhaled a musty sweetness into the air, mingling with the faint aroma of lavender, a fragrance that carried whispered tales of bygone eras. This majestic house, once belonging to my grandmother, cradled childhood memories in every nook and cranny. The worn hardwood floors murmured beneath my steps as I wandered through the familiar chambers, each footfall a gentle echo in the serene stillness. Dusk draped the walls in hues of soft blue and gray, as evening shadows stretched languidly across the expanse. The second-floor corridor beckoned to me with a magnetic pull, its dark wooden panels gleaming with a timeless patina born of meticulous care. Family portraits lined the walls, their watchful gazes imbued with quiet dignity as I passed by. The carpet runner absorbed the sound of my footsteps, its deep burgundy design retaining a richness despite the passage of time. Tonight, a subtle shift lingered in the air, a whisper of change carried on the way shadows caressed the walls, or the breath that seemed to hold within the very atmosphere. As I traversed the corridor, the familiar portraits began to stir in my peripheral vision, a subtle dance of movement that eluded direct scrutiny. They remained still when I turned to face them, frozen in timeless poses, yet in the periphery, their gaze followed me with a ghostly grace. The scent of lavender swelled, intertwining with hints of vanilla and aged paper, a nostalgic blend reminiscent of my grandmother's study. But her study resided on the first floor, not here in this hallway. The fragrance enveloped me like a tender embrace, summoning half-forgotten memories of sunlit afternoons spent engrossed in her company. Pausing before a mirror that had hung steadfast in its place for generations, I met my reflection with a curious gaze. An anomaly flickered in the mirror's slightly clouded surface. The corridor behind me appeared elongated, adorned with doors unseen in reality. Turning to verify, the hallway stood unchanged in its familiar form. When I glanced back at the mirror, the distorted reflection persisted, stretching into an unfathomable distance. A faint whisper brushed against my senses, akin to the rustle of pages turned by a gentle breeze, its cryptic words hovering just beyond comprehension. The corridor's temperature shifted, a pleasant coolness reminiscent of autumn evenings by the fireside, as the wooden panels seemed to inhale and exhale in a subtle cadence. With each step forward, the portraits subtly transformed before my eyes. Colors shifted, objects appeared and vanished in a ballet of metamorphosis, each alteration a natural progression of the memories enshrined within this sacred space. The corridor expanded imperceptibly, granting me an elongated passage through time, not unsettling, but rather an invitation to delve into the depths of remembrance, to unravel the tapestry of the past. The rain's melody evolved, harmonizing with the cadence of my steps, each droplet a vessel of memory that dissipated like sugar in tea. Reaching out to the wall, the wood welcomed my touch with a warmth akin to human skin, its grains swirling and morphing into fleeting images. A child's toy, a festive tree, an antiquated rocking chair. Each contact released a cascade of memories, manifesting as golden motes that pirouetted in the evening shadows. At the corridor's end stood a door previously unnoticed, seamlessly blending with its counterparts. Its brass handle gleamed in the dim light, beckoning me forward with a silent allure. Approaching, the whispers grew clearer yet retained their enigmatic essence, evoking the melodic hum of my grandmother amid her garden, a melody infused with the wisdom of ages. The door yielded to my touch, but did not yield physically. Instead, it dissipated like morning mist, revealing an alternate corridor beyond, or perhaps the same corridor refracted through the lens of time. In this alternate reality, sunlight bathed the passage through non-existent windows, illuminating dust motes that pirouetted like celestial orbs. Caught between these dualities, I sensed not fear but a profound serenity. The whispers persisted, accompanied now by laughter and distant piano strains, while scents of lavender, fresh bread, and morning coffee intermingled, evoking the cherished aromas of my childhood within these walls. Reflected in the doorway, the corridor I had traversed remained tangible and real, yet imbued with an enigmatic quality mirroring the unknown that lay ahead. The portraits observed with gentle regard, their countenances a blend of familiarity and novelty, encapsulating the myriad versions of themselves that had existed across time. Neither venturing forward nor retreating, I lingered in this liminal space, allowing memories to cascade over me like gentle waves. On quiet evenings veiled in rain's embrace, I revisit this corridor, where the door stands as a silent guardian of the threshold between past and present, inviting contemplation rather than passage. It serves as a reminder that memory flows not in linear progression, but as an endless corridor of possibilities, where past and present merge in the soft glow of comprehension. The whispers persist in their eternal dialogue, the portraits maintain their watchful vigil, and the corridor lingers, a realm suspended between reality and reverie. In this twilight realm of fractured memories, I have unearthed a different kind of tranquility, one found in embracing the mysteries meant for experience rather than resolution. Time ebbs like honey in the warmth of a summer day, memories ebbing and flowing like waves on a distant shore. The rain continues its gentle descent, the wood murmurs its ancient tales, and amidst the pulse of the heart, my grandmother's lavender blooms eternally in the garden of broken memories. Story 34. The gentle twilight hues painted the sky in soft strokes of lavender and amber as I wandered along the meandering path leading to the ancient watchtower. The evening breeze carried the delicate fragrance of wild honeysuckle, mingling with the earthy scent of damp soil left behind by the passing rain. With each step I took, the gravel beneath my feet whispered a soothing melody that harmonized with my calm breaths. This peculiar property had been passed down to me by my great-aunt Margaret, a mysterious figure I had encountered only once in my childhood. The watchtower stood tall and proud, a sentinel against the gathering darkness, its weathered stone walls holding silent tales of centuries long past. Ivy had claimed much of its exterior, weaving a mesmerizing tapestry of lush greenery that swayed gently in the evening breeze. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, I entered a circular room bathed in a warm, golden light filtering through tall, narrow windows. Dust motes danced lazily in the sunbeams, creating an almost otherworldly ambience. The room was furnished with an assortment of items, a worn leather armchair, towering bookshelves, and an antique writing desk that seemed to guard countless secrets within its drawers. Tracing my fingers along the smooth surface, I stumbled upon a hidden compartment beneath one of the drawers, revealing a small brass key with intricate swirls and tiny stars etched into its metal. The tower ascended in 3 levels, connected by a spiral staircase that spiraled upwards like a graceful serpent. Each step I ascended echoed the soft whisper of wood meeting wood, accompanied by the gentle settling sounds of the ancient structure. The second floor unveiled a cozy bedroom adorned with a 4-poster bed draped in faded velvet curtains that swayed in the evening breeze. Yet it was the third floor that captured my imagination. Entering the circular room at the tower's peak, I was greeted by a breathtaking view through panoramic windows. The room itself housed a collection of enigmatic objects, astronomical instruments, aged maps, and a series of leather-bound journals penned in my great-aunt's elegant script. As night descended, I settled into a comfortable window seat with one of the journals, its pages exuding a faint scent of lavender and old paper. My great-aunt's words danced across the pages, recounting tales of strange lights, mysterious visitors under moonless skies, and ethereal music resonating from the tower's stones. The gentle patter of rain outside provided a soothing backdrop as I delved deeper into the journal's revelations. My great-aunt spoke of a hidden door within the tower, one that could only be unlocked under specific celestial conditions, when the full moon hung directly overhead. The brass key I had discovered now held newfound significance as I unraveled the mysteries within the pages. As midnight approached, the moonlight streaming through the windows painted intricate patterns on the floor, shifting and evolving with each passing moment. The room seemed charged with a serene energy, akin to the calm before a summer storm. Tracing the moonlight patterns with my steps, I followed their silent guidance across the room, guided by the tower's rhythmic breath and the rain's melodic cadence. The journal hinted at a night much like this one, when the moon held sway and the air thrummed with possibilities. My great-aunt's words alluded to a door that materialized under such celestial alignments, not a physical doorway, but a metaphysical threshold. The brass key, she inscribed, was destined for a purpose far beyond ordinary comprehension. Continuing to read, I observed the ever-shifting moonlight patterns with a sense of wonder. The tower's whispers and creaks became a language I almost understood, as if it sought to impart its enigmas in its own ancient tongue. The rain's steady rhythm against the windows wove another layer into this nocturnal symphony. Whether what transpired next was real or a dream remains a mystery I ponder on moonlit nights when the tower beckons. The moonlight patterns on the floor coalesced into a path leading to a seemingly inconspicuous section of wall. The brass key in my hand pulsed gently, a miniature heartbeat in the night. Raising the key, its surface caught the moonlight, and the tiny stars etched into it shimmered and danced. The wall before me appeared solid yet transient, as if it existed as a mere suggestion rather than a tangible barrier. What followed that night lingers as a puzzle, one I contemplate in the tower's quiet embrace when the moon reigns supreme. The key never found a conventional lock, but something shifted within the tower, a subtle yet profound alteration. Its mysteries endure largely unsolved, and perhaps that's the inherent charm. Now, on nights of full moons and rain's gentle serenade, I sit in the tower's highest chamber, surrounded by my great-aunt's journals. Occasionally I catch strains of distant melodies or glimpse fleeting lights in my peripheral vision. The brass key remains a warm talisman in my pocket, a reminder that certain truths are meant to be felt rather than dissected. The tower has become my sanctuary, merging reality and dreams like the ivy embracing its ancient stones. Each night unravels fresh enigmas, new moonlit patterns, and whispers in the shadows. And maybe, just maybe, the true allure of the solitary tower lies not in uncovering answers, but in embracing the questions that linger in the moonlit mysteries. Story 35. In the quiet of the night, the gentle rain tapped against the window, a steady companion to the distant lure that had beckoned me to this secluded cabin, the enigmatic singing waterfall. Nestled in my cozy armchair, wrapped in a soft wool blanket, I surrendered to the harmonious cadence that wove through the misty air outside. Local whispers had spoken of the waterfall's captivating song, a tale steeped in moonlit mystique and ancient whispers that danced in the wind. Initially brushed off as folklore meant to entice curious souls like mine, Their stories now held a weight of reverence that seeped into my bones after 3 nights in the cabin. As the rain continued its soothing serenade against the wooden walls, a crackling fire cast dancing shadows on the rugged floor, painting the room in warmth. The fragrance of pine and damp earth wafted through the slightly ajar window, carrying the forest's crisp essence. Tonight, the waterfall's melody bore a new essence, a semblance of words hidden within its gentle hum, as if it sought to share a message. Leaning forward in my chair, I strained to decipher the watery whispers that floated on the evening breeze. The nearly full moon peeked through the rain clouds, casting silver beams that illuminated the room in fleeting moments. In these ephemeral gleams, the shadows swayed and shifted in sync with the waterfall's song, weaving intricate patterns beyond comprehension. Beside me, my weathered journal lay open, its pages a testament to my nightly attempts to capture the essence of the waterfall's song. Each night, the notes I penned evolved, mirroring the ever-changing melody that graced my ears. Tonight, the blank page remained untouched as I was captivated by the current variation, unable to tear myself away to transcribe. A subtle chill crept into the room, a refreshing embrace that defied the crackling flames. The mist outside thickened, pressing against the window like curious tendrils seeking entry. Within its swirling embrace, faint shapes flickered, faces, symbols, a glimpse of the enigmatic. Midnight neared, marked by the gentle chiming of a cherished pocket watch, and the waterfall's song swelled to a new clarity. Its melody wove into near-coherent words, a language on the cusp of understanding, like a forgotten dream resurfacing. The mist outside shimmered with a soft glow, casting a pearly light through the windows. Unbidden, I rose from my seat, the blanket dropping silently to the floor as I gravitated towards the window, drawn by an irresistible urge to immerse myself in the waterfall's melody. The wooden floor hummed beneath my steps, vibrating in harmony with the falling water. Through the misted glass, the path to the waterfall emerged, aglow with a phosphorescent light that beckoned. Silvery lights, akin to fireflies but ethereal, danced along the path, synchronized with the melodic cascade. The rain dwindled to a gentle drizzle, each droplet catching and refracting the mysterious light like miniature prisms. The very air seemed to sing, the waterfall's song resonating through every suspended droplet, enveloping me in a tranquil connection to something ancient and wise. Without resistance, I donned my coat and boots, guided by a compulsion that felt more like an invitation than a compulsion. Stepping onto the porch, I became engulfed in the song, the mist caressing my skin like silk. The radiant path unfurled before me, leading into the forest as a ribbon of starlight, each step a natural progression as if retracing a long-forgotten path. The nocturnal forest transformed into an enchanted realm, trees swaying in harmony with the melody, leaves shedding droplets that harmonized with the symphony. Drawing closer to the waterfall, the song deepened, resonating within my core, a comforting vibration that transcended understanding. Within the mist's embrace, scenes flickered, memories not my own, echoes of unexplored realms. Gradually, the waterfall materialized through the luminous veil, water cascading in slow motion, capturing the mystical light like suspended gems. The pool mirrored an alien sky, a tapestry of unfamiliar stars that defied earthly constellations. Standing at the water's edge, I lost myself in the hypnotic descent of liquid music. Though the words remained elusive, their essence resonated within me, speaking of time, memory, and the eternal dance of loss and rediscovery. A gentle breeze stirred the mist, revealing fleeting figures within the falling water, ethereal, elemental beings that danced between water and light and shadow. Time dissolved as I stood entranced, a witness to the fluid ballet of luminescence. Unnoticed, the moon completed its arc across the sky as the waterfall's melody softened into a gentle lullaby. The mist began to fade, the path's lights dimming in sequence. Guided by the last vestiges of the enchantment, I retraced my steps to the cabin, the world around me settling back into its mundane guise. Yet within, a subtle shift had occurred, a transformation imperceptible yet profound. Seated once more in the cabin, my journal awaited with its blank page. Instead of musical notes, my pen traced the tapestry of that fateful night. Every sensation, every mystery, every whisper captured on paper. As the first rays of dawn kissed the room, the embers of the fire waned, and a sense of change lingered in the air. The waterfall's song still echoed each night, a haunting reminder of that transcendent evening when the veil between worlds had thinned. In the quietude of the cabin, I pondered the mysteries that lingered in the melody of falling water and the dance of light through mist, knowing that some secrets are meant to be experienced, cherished for their enigmatic allure. And so, I remain, a listener to the water's song, a chronicler of the ethereal, wondering what other enigmas lie hidden in the symphony of nature's embrace. Story 36. The ancient church bell tower stood in silent reverence under the autumn sky, its aged bronze bell lingering motionless in the gentle evening air. A familiar sight to me, having passed by countless times before, yet tonight an unspoken shift hung in the atmosphere. The stillness was palpable, thick with the essence of rain-soaked soil and aged timber. As the guardian of this centuries-old edifice, I had grown attuned to its myriad nuances and murmurs. Once the bell rang out dutifully, marking the passage of time with a deep, resonant echo that traversed the valley like a vigilant sentinel's call. But for the past month, an inexplicable change had taken hold. The mechanism continued its rhythmic dance, the hefty hammer swung as always, yet no sound issued forth from the ancient metal. I recall vividly the moment when I first detected the absence of sound. It was on a balmy evening in late September, much like tonight. The sun had painted the clouds in rich purples and muted oranges as I ascended the weathered wooden steps for my routine inspection. Each step creaked in familiar greeting, accompanied by the soft whisper of my hand gliding along the time-worn banister. As the clock struck 6, I awaited the customary toll. The mechanism engaged flawlessly, a sight confirmed by my own eyes, yet the silence persisted. Initially attributing it to a mechanical glitch, a simple issue of oil or alignment, I scrutinized the bell closely, only to find all in perfect working order. In the ensuing weeks, I found myself drawn more and more to the bell tower, particularly during the tranquil hours of twilight. The chamber aloft had transformed into a sanctuary of sorts, with its ancient wooden beams and the ethereal play of light through swirling specks of dust. The walls seemed to harbor centuries of murmured supplications and recollections, and on occasion, when I stilled myself, I fancied I could discern their whispers. One particular evening, seated by the window in my customary spot, I observed something peculiar. The waning sunlight bathed the bell's surface in an unfamiliar glow, revealing intricate patterns that seemed to shift and undulate when viewed from varying angles. They resembled writing, yet in a script unknown to me. The patterns flowed like liquid across the bronze, exhibiting a life of their own. Local lore had always maintained the bell's uniqueness. According to the annals, it had been cast by a mysterious artisan who materialized in the village one frosty morning, only to vanish as abruptly after completing his task. Tales wove a narrative of exotic materials intermingled in the bronze, silver sourced from the mountains, iron drawn from the stars, and other enigmatic elements defying logical explanation. As autumn deepened its hold, further alterations manifested within the tower. The air grew denser, pregnant with an anticipation that tingled the senses. Dust motes pirouetted in the beam of my flashlight in a manner that suggested purposeful formation before dispersing back into chaos. The timber groaned and resettled in a manner akin to dialogue rather than the natural sounds of an aged structure. Yet most intriguing were the dreams that visited me nightly. Within them, I discerned the bell's voice clearly, not the familiar toll of yesteryears, but a deeper, more melodious resonance, akin to a harmonious choir. Each dream concluded with the bell unveiling those cryptic, undulating patterns, as if endeavoring to convey a message of paramount significance. I commenced a journal to document my findings, meticulously recording every anomaly. The abrupt temperature fluctuations in isolated corners of the tower, the phantom shadows that occasionally danced upon the walls, cast by unseen entities, the eerie sensation of being observed whenever I ascended the stairs at dusk. One evening, while perusing my notes by candlelight, the electric fixtures now faltered too frequently to rely on, a pattern began to emerge. The inexplicable phenomena intensified day by day, culminating towards a climax. Yet the nature of this climax eluded me, hovering just beyond grasp like a word poised on the tip of my tongue. The locals too had taken note of the bell's muteness. Some deemed it an omen, though the nature of this harbinger remained a point of contention. Others proffered pragmatic explanations: age, metal fatigue, the universal decay of all things. Yet I harbored a different understanding. The bell was not broken, it was in anticipation. Tonight, a subtle shift pervades the air. The stillness is absolute, laden with the humidity of recent rainfall. The sunset has brushed the clouds with the same hues as that initial evening when the bell's voice was stilled. Seated in my customary spot, observing the fading light, I sense the tower holding its breath. The clockwork gears stir, their motion precise. The hammer retracts, poised to strike the hour. However, a change has transpired. The mysterious patterns on the bell's surface now emit a gentle luminescence, casting ethereal blue shadows on the ancient beams above. The atmosphere thickens, almost palpable with potential. As the hammer descends, a realization dawns upon me. The bell has not fallen silent. Rather, it has modulated its voice to a frequency imperceptible to most ears. It continues to transmit its message to the world, albeit in a language suited to different auditors. With the hammer's impact, I feel, rather than hear, the toll, a profound vibration that resonates within my very core, reverberating through the interstices of thought. The patterns on the bell's surface pulsate with each strike, casting soft waves of light across the chamber. In that instant, I comprehend that certain enigmas are not meant for resolution, but for contemplation in the hushed interludes betwixt twilight and reverie. The bell, though silent in the conventional sense, speaks to those attuned enough to listen. Its silence has evolved into an alternate melody, one that plays in the realm of shadow and murmur, in the liminal space between comprehension and intuition. Perhaps this was the intent of its enigmatic creator all along. Rising to depart the tower for the night, I cast a final glance at the bell. The patterns have receded to normalcy, yet I know they linger, awaiting the opportune moment to reveal themselves once more. Tomorrow, as twilight descends, I shall return, as is my custom, and perchance I may glean a fragment more of the bell's cryptic missive. For now, however, I am content to allow the mystery to endure. Some melodies are meant to be felt rather than heard, and some narratives are most eloquently conveyed in the dialect of silence. Story 37. The gentle twilight hues painted the evening sky in soft strokes of lavender and deep blue, casting elongated shadows across my grandmother's aged cabin. Seeking solace from the cacophony of modern life, I found myself immersed in a mysterious tale that forever altered my perception of the natural world. Nestled at the foot of an ancient mountain, the cabin stood as a steadfast sentinel, its peaked outline a familiar sight from every window. In those initial serene days, I took solace in its unwavering gaze upon the valley. The mountain cradled the cabin in a protective embrace, its slopes cloaked in a lush tapestry of emerald pines that murmured ancient secrets in the breeze. Each morning, the melodious chirping of birds greeted the dawn, their harmonies filtering through the thin walls like a gentle lullaby. The aged floorboards whispered tales of bygone generations as I trod upon them, while the fragrance of pine and dew seeped through the slightly askew window frames, heralding the promise of another tranquil day. On the fourth morning, a peculiar realization dawned upon me. While sipping tea on the porch, observing the mist cascade down the mountainside, I noticed an abrupt cessation of the birds' songs. It wasn't a gradual hush, as one might expect in the presence of a predator, but an instantaneous silence, as if a cosmic mute button had been pressed. The stillness enveloped me, save for the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind. Intrigued, I scrutinized the mountain's countenance more keenly that day. Its rugged features appeared subtly altered, though the precise change eluded my comprehension. Shadows among the trees seemed deeper, more deliberate, arranged in a cryptic configuration just beyond my grasp. Hours slipped away as I endeavored to capture the elusive essence of the landscape in my sketches. That night, visions of eyes opening in the mountainside haunted my dreams, myriad dark windows peering down into the valley. Upon awakening, I discovered my sketchbook open on the kitchen table, adorned with intricate drawings I had no recollection of creating. Patterns of circles and lines undulating across the pages like liquid. Subsequent days unfolded with subtle peculiarities. Objects within the cabin shifted imperceptibly when unobserved. A cup displaced slightly to the left, a book askew, my grandmother's rocking chair oriented in a different angle, always facing the mountain. The alterations in the mountain itself grew more pronounced, albeit in unverifiable ways. Rocks appeared rearranged from the prior day, trees inclined at improbable angles, their branches extending towards the cabin like inquisitive tendrils, and always the persistent sensation of being under scrutiny. I discerned patterns in the movement of shadows across the valley, deviating from the sun's expected trajectory. At times, they lingered, coalescing like dark pools before sluggishly shifting against the natural course of light. A palpable tension suffused the air during these instances, as if the valley held its breath. My dreams intensified, filled with murmured dialogues in ancient tongues unknown to me, yet instinctively recognized. Awakening to find pine needles on my pillow, despite the sealed windows, and the redolence of earth and stone clinging to my garments, even those untouched in the wardrobe. One tranquil evening, as the sun bathed the sky in hues of pink and gold, an inexplicable movement on the mountainside seized my attention. Sections of the mountain seemed to shift, adjusting their position akin to one settling into a more comfortable seat. Rather than instilling fear, the spectacle imbued me with a profound tranquility. I found myself drawn to the porch more frequently, engaging in silent communion with the mountain. Sometimes I read aloud from my grandmother's aged tomes, and the wind altered its course to carry my voice up the slope. Other times I sat in contemplative quietude, enveloped by the weight of an ancient gaze like a warm embrace. The locals in the nearby town skirted any direct discussion of the mountain, their reticence echoing volumes. Casting brief glances at its peaks during conversation, they nodded subtly, as if acknowledging an old acquaintance. Children frolicked freely in the valley, but refrained from venturing too far up the slopes, not out of fear, but reverence. With the passage of weeks, I comprehended that the mountain's sentience bore neither malevolence nor benevolence. It simply existed, akin to gravity or time. Its consciousness operated on a scale so vast that our human existence must seem fleeting, akin to fireflies in the night. Yet it observed us, monitored us, and in its own inscrutable manner, recognized us. Unearthed from a dusty trunk in the attic, my grandmother's journals unveiled her awareness of the mountain's essence. Her graceful script recounted tales of the Watcher on High and the Keeper of Valley Secrets. Parallel to my own encounters, the displaced objects, the pregnant silences, the dreams that blurred with memories. Now, as I pen this narrative in the dwindling twilight, I sensed the mountain's scrutiny as a tangible presence. Shadows within my chamber coalesce into cryptic formations that almost manifest words, while the atmosphere thickens with unspoken comprehension. The aged wooden walls of the cabin sigh gently, repositioning themselves to better face the ancient observer beyond. I've come to grasp that certain enigmas are not meant to be unraveled, but rather embraced and acknowledged. The mountain that stands vigil over this valley harbors mysteries predating human recollection, destined perhaps to perpetuate its watchful vigil long after our passing. Its presence now offers solace, a reminder of the enduring marvels in this world that elude our fervor for explanations. The birds have resumed their melodies, though their songs resonate differently now, purposeful, as if conveying messages between the valley and its primordial guardian. As night descends, I shall leave this account here and venture onto the porch one final time. The mountain's silhouette will loom as ever, softened by starlight, yet unwavering in its vigilance. Should you ever find yourself in a tranquil vale, beneath the shadow of an ancient peak, heed the quality of the silence. Observe the cadence of the shadows, the inclination of the trees, the tangible awareness suffusing the very air. For you may uncover, as I have, that certain mountains transcend mere existence. They observe, they remember, and in their own ancient manner they comprehend. Story 38. The autumn breeze whispered softly among the trees, carrying the essence of decaying leaves and distant wood smoke. I found myself at the threshold of an ancient hiking trail, my boots treading gently on the carpet of fallen leaves. The morning mist lingered low, embracing the tree trunks like a delicate shroud, casting a mystical aura that transformed the familiar woods into an unfamiliar realm. The trail, once frequented by many, now lay in a state of graceful disarray as nature began to reclaim its territory. Tall grass swayed between weathered wooden markers, and hopeful young saplings reached for the scarce sunlight filtering through the canopy above. There was a magnetic pull in the trail's wild neglect that compelled me forward, as the cool dampness of the air embraced my skin. With each step, the modern world's cacophony faded into the background, replaced by the serene symphony of the forest. Soft calls of chickadees echoed through the fog, their voices hushed by the mist. The ancient branches above creaked and groaned, whispering secrets in a language lost to time. Every footfall brought new sensations, the yielding of soft earth beneath my feet, the fleeting touch of a spider's web on my cheek, the earthy scent of mushrooms blooming in the shadows. The path meandered gently through the trees, and a peculiar sight caught my eye. Amidst the autumnal hues of golden leaves and bare branches, a section ahead remained vividly green, as if trapped in an eternal summer. The subtle contrast was easily overlooked by most, yet once noticed, it refused to be ignored. Pausing to sip from my water bottle, a faint melody brushed against my ears, ethereal and distant. It drifted on the breeze like elusive wind chimes, though no dwellings stood for miles around. The notes danced on the edge of recognition, both familiar and enigmatic. Venturing deeper, the trail unveiled its enigmatic offerings gradually, akin to turning the pages of a self-revealing book. Curious objects lay half-buried in the leaf litter, a tarnished silver button, a child's marble that gleamed unusually in the filtered sunlight, a faded ribbon that seemed to shift hues when viewed from different angles. Each item carried a weight of significance, though the reason eluded my grasp. As I continued, the fog thickened around me, yet instead of stifling sounds, it amplified them. Footsteps, perhaps mirroring my own, echoed faintly ahead or behind me, despite my solitary presence on the trail. When I halted, the phantom steps persisted for a moment before fading, as if the unseen presence had belatedly realized my pause. A clearing emerged ahead, and at its heart stood an ancient stone well, cloaked in a tapestry of moss and ivy. The stones absorbed light rather than reflecting it, casting a peculiar darkness around the well's edge. Approaching, the air grew warmer, carrying the sweet fragrance of summer blossoms that remained unseen. Compelled by an unseen force, my steps led me closer to the well across the clearing. The nearer I drew, the more intricate details surfaced on its weathered facade. Elaborate carvings adorned the stones, partly concealed beneath the verdant veil, spirals and symbols that seemed to shift and morph when directly observed, like grasping at a fading dream. Water's echoes resonated from the well's depths, yet peering in, I beheld no reflection of myself in the abyss. Instead, a soft light emanated from the darkness below, pulsing gently like a distant heartbeat. The earlier melody swelled here, rising from the well akin to steam from a hot spring. Time unfurled mysteriously in that clearing. Tree shadows remained fixed, refusing to lengthen or wane, though I stood in contemplation for what felt like hours. The ambient temperature held steady, defying the autumn chill prevailing elsewhere in the forest. Even the breeze seemed ensnared in an eternal waltz around the well, encircling endlessly. Seating myself on a fallen log nearby, I noticed peculiar objects arranged in intricate patterns around the well's base. Stones of unusual hues, twisted twigs, leaves revealing their silvery undersides. They formed shapes that almost coalesced into meaning, akin to deciphering a cryptic language on the cusp of comprehension. The day stretched on, yet the light remained constant, unyielding to the passage of time. I found myself humming along with the well's elusive melody, though its tune remained just beyond my grasp. My water bottle stayed perpetually full, defying each sip I took, and the sandwich in my pack seemed to regenerate with each bite, a subtle anomaly. When the decision to depart finally settled within me, the return trail appeared altered. Trees had subtly shifted positions, the once straight path now meandering in unexpected ways. The mist parted like a veiled curtain before me, then closed in my wake, erasing my footfalls as if they had never been. Arriving back at the trailhead as dusk descended, my watch insisted only an hour had transpired since my hike began. The modern world rushed forth. Distant traffic hums, power lines buzz, and the flicker of aircraft lights overhead. Yet a transformation had stirred within me. That night, as I lay in bed, the well's haunting melody drifted through my open window, though miles separated me from the forest. Dreams wove shifting symbols and echoed phantom footsteps as my slumber unfolded. Upon awakening, leaves unknown to me rested on my pillow, and my water bottle, perched on the nightstand, remained endlessly brimming. Some assert the trail manifests uniquely to each wanderer, should they chance upon it at all. Others suggest its existence is tethered to specific days and conditions. What I know is this: on tranquil mornings cloaked in fog, I sense its beckoning call. The forgotten path, abandoned by all, offers promises of new enigmas, new mysteries, new leaf patterns. Yet I have not returned, not yet. Certain paths once trodden can never be retraced in quite the same way. And sometimes the greatest riddle lies not in what we uncover, but in what finds us when we least anticipate it. In rational moments, I chalk it up to a dream, the well, the melody, the eerie light within the shadows. But then a familiar fragrance on the breeze, or a distant tune that almost aligns with my memory, stirs doubt. Leaves I discovered on my pillow reside in a box on my shelf, unaltered by the shifting seasons, and my water bottle remains eternally full. Perhaps some enigmas are destined to remain unsolved, some paths destined to be swallowed by nature's embrace. Yet on misty mornings when the world feels veiled and surreal, I am drawn to the woods, seeking markers that may stir recognition. And occasionally, just perhaps, I catch the echo of footsteps mirroring mine, traversing a trail forsaken by all. Story 39. The soft patter of rain against my car windows set a tranquil beat as I journeyed through the autumn evening. The worn wipers swept back and forth in a mesmerizing rhythm, clearing droplets that gathered like tiny pearls. My headlights cut through the encroaching darkness, their glow softened by the light drizzle that had accompanied me for hours. Although I had traversed this road countless times, tonight held a different air. The familiar path home had transformed into something mystical, with wisps of mist rising from the earth, intertwining among the ancient trees that bordered the narrow road. The fog crept forward slowly, resembling ghostly tendrils extending towards the darkening sky. Ahead, the old wooden bridge, marking the midway point of my journey, loomed faintly through the thickening mist. It stood as a simple structure, weathered by the passage of seasons, its time-worn boards smoothed by years of traffic. As I neared, the mist seemed to gather more densely around it, drawn to its aged frame. The sound of my tires altered upon meeting the wooden planks, creating a gentle, hollow thud that reverberated through the serene evening. My headlights illuminated the swirling fog, dancing and shifting in enchanting patterns. Through the passenger window, I glimpsed the black, mirror-like surface of the creek below, reflecting the fading light. Something compelled me to slow down halfway across the bridge. Perhaps it was the unnatural movement of the mist, more akin to breath than wind. Or maybe it was the peculiar quality of the light, bending and reflecting off the fog in inexplicable ways. The rhythmic drumming of my tires grew softer as I came to a halt in the bridge's center. With the engine murmuring, I became attuned to other sounds. The murmuring of water below, the gentle tapping of rain on metal and wood, and something else just on the cusp of hearing. It could have been whispers, or the wind teasing through the aged wooden railings. Yet it carried faint echoes of words, too distinct to be mere chants, yet too elusive to decipher. Cracking open my window, a cool, damp air seeped into the car, carrying a complex blend of scents, wet wood, fallen leaves, and something ancient, evoking memories of dusty attics and forgotten chambers. The mist snaked through the narrow opening like inquisitive tendrils, bearing with it that almost audible whisper, that nearly formed voice. My rearview mirror reflected a wall of white fog behind me, while ahead, the bridge seemed to stretch endlessly into the mist. The once familiar length of the crossing now seemed uncertain. Through the passenger window, I observed the fog above the creek moving against the wind, swirling in deliberate, unhurried spirals. To my right, a shape materialized in the mist, visible through the passenger window. It could have been a person standing at the bridge's railing, or merely a denser patch of fog caught in a swirl. However, for a fleeting moment, I swore I saw a hand reaching towards my car, its form vague and blurred, like a watercolor painting left in the rain. The radio, previously playing soft music at a low volume, began to switch stations autonomously. Amidst the static, I caught fragments of songs and voices, fleeting and transient. The digital display flickered between seemingly random numbers until I discerned a pattern that felt familiar. Time warped, mirroring the fog outside. I lost track of how long I lingered there, watching the mist twirl and listening to the whispered almost speech. My watch ticked steadily, yet each glance revealed times that defied logic. The glowing numbers on my dashboard pulsed softly, marking seconds that felt stretched or compressed. A tap on my driver's side window broke my reverie. The sound, akin to raindrops, held a deliberate intent. Turning to look, the fog pressed against the glass appeared to form a face. Or perhaps it was merely water droplets catching the light in a peculiar manner. It dissipated as I tried to focus, leaving me uncertain if I had truly seen anything. The whispering momentarily sharpened, verging on coherence. It echoed conversations overheard through walls, familiar yet enigmatic. There was a quality to it that hinted at meaning just beyond reach, like a vanishing dream upon waking. Gradually, I resumed driving forward. The bridge's planks resumed their soft melody beneath my tires. Crossing to the other side, the fog began to dissipate, relinquishing its grasp on my car. In the rearview mirror, I watched the bridge fade into the mist, now pulsing gently, akin to a slow breath. The remainder of my journey home passed uneventfully, though the radio continued its erratic behavior, playing snatches of songs that felt almost recognizable. Upon parking in my driveway, I noticed something peculiar on the passenger seat, a small, perfectly round puddle of water, seemingly from no discernible source. That night, as I lay in bed, listening to the ongoing rain, my thoughts drifted to the bridge and its enigmatic fog. In my dreams, those whispered words revisited me, and this time I almost grasped their meaning. Almost, yet not entirely, and perhaps that is as it should be. Even now, whenever I traverse that bridge in the fog, I sense a gentle pull, an invitation to pause and heed those almost words once more. At times I do, and at times I pass by. But I've observed that the puddle reappears on my passenger seat more often than not, a small circular reminder that some mysteries prefer to linger unsolved, hanging in the atmosphere like mist over dark waters. Story 40. Inhaling the essence of aged leather and ancient paper, I pushed open the weighty oak door, stepping into a realm where time stood still. Dust motes pirouetted in the soft beams of light, filtering through towering, arched windows, painting ethereal patterns in the tranquil air. This library, a bequest from my reclusive great-aunt, a collector of rare tomes, beckoned in silence, its shelves reaching towards shadowy heights untouched by the sun's afternoon glow. The key arrived in a velvet-lined box, accompanied by a letter penned in her delicate spider-like script. She spoke of the library's peculiar essence, of books that murmured in the night and rearranged themselves in unseen moments. With each hushed footfall on creaking floorboards, a hint of sandalwood mingled with a ghostly trace of long-extinguished incense. The shelves loomed like ancient sentinels, their dark wood gleaming softly from the touch of generations past. My gaze settled upon a tome bound in rich burgundy leather, emitting a faint hum as if whispering a distant lullaby. Its spine bore no title, only intricate vines in faded gold leaf. As I reached for it, a subtle shimmer enveloped the air, as though the very atmosphere responded to its presence. The cover radiated warmth, its pages thin as gossamer yet resilient, adorned with words that shifted in an elegant dance of languages and hues. Ink transformed with each turn of a page, midnight blue, deep purple, burnished gold, each shade a complement to the unfolding narrative. Venturing deeper into the labyrinthine expanse, I noticed peculiarities that defied logic. Some volumes leaned towards me, while others recoiled into their shadows. Movement flickered at the edges of my vision, as if the books themselves stirred in my periphery. The sunlight took on a peculiar quality, casting misaligned shadows that played tricks on the eyes. Discovering a cozy nook with an inviting armchair and delicate tea set, I succumbed to their allure, the library subtly rearranging itself in a dance of intimacy. The air grew warmer, heavy with the scent of ancient pages, evoking memories of rainy afternoons lost in tales by firelight. From the depths emerged a rhythmic whisper, the turning of pages akin to waves lapping a distant shore. It drew closer, then receded, a comfort rather than a fear, as if the library itself spun a bedtime yarn. Books began to emit a soft glow, each hue a symphony of color pulsing in silent harmony. Some illuminated in unison, their lights dancing a wordless ballet of knowledge. Lost in this mesmerizing display, I wandered among volumes adorned in elaborate bindings, some locked with moonlit clasps, others whose covers rippled like water in my wake. A shelf emanated a harmonic hum, tingling my skin with its ethereal melody. Time slipped away within the library's embrace, the light unwavering despite my watch's insistence otherwise. Starlit volumes captivated me, their pages alive with shifting constellations that danced in celestial rhythm. A dusty enclave revealed dream-laden tomes, their covers fluttering like slumbering children, whispers escaping between their pages. Nearby books stirred in response, caught in the contagious reverie. As twilight descended, the library stirred with quiet energy. Pages whispered more audibly. Books floated through the air like autumn leaves, settling into new arrangements. The tranquility of this spectacle, akin to snowfall in a silent night, enveloped me. The burgundy tome returned, nudging my hand in the reading chair. Opening it anew, the text metamorphosed, weaving a tale familiar yet subtly altered, challenging my recollections. Night descended, shifting the library once more into a realm of velvet darkness punctuated by star-like lights among the shelves. Some books cast golden and silver shadows, while others absorbed the darkness itself. Certain combinations formed luminous doorways between the shelves, offering glimpses of distant libraries stretching into infinity. A serene understanding washed over me, connecting all knowledge in an intricate web of comprehension beyond mortal grasp. Years have passed, and the library still unfurls its mysteries. Books materialize and vanish, their contents ever-changing yet strangely familiar. Whispers accompany me as constant companions, reminding of the living essence of stories and wisdom. On moonlit nights, the books sing in languages of dreams, their secrets shared only with those who dare to listen. My great-aunt's letter gains depth with each passing day, revealing a library not cursed but enchanted, where reading transcends into a profound experience. The books defy reality's constraints, inviting me to wander realms beyond imagination. To some, the library appears mundane, but to those who glimpse its depths, the curse turns to blessing. A clandestine garden of infinite stories, where reality and fantasy intertwine like the golden vines on the burgundy book's spine. Story 41. The gentle patter of autumn rain against the weathered stonework created a soothing melody in the tranquil evening air, wrapping my grandmother's Victorian house in a cocoon of peacefulness. Inheriting the property a mere fortnight ago, I found myself drawn to its serene nooks and crannies each night, delving into the enigmatic secrets woven into its ancient design. Tonight, as I sat in the library bathed in the warm glow of a vintage brass lamp, my focus kept drifting to a peculiar sound emanating from beneath the floorboards. Unlike the typical creaks of aged wood or the whispers of wind, this sound possessed a unique quality, akin to water flowing through ancient conduits, yet carrying a melodic rhythm. Stories of the house's mysteries echoed in my mind, especially tales of the old cistern hidden beneath its foundations. Constructed during a time when rainwater was essential, the subterranean chamber was believed to be sealed off. But as I listened to the haunting melody rising from below, a flicker of curiosity ignited within me, hinting that perhaps a part of the cistern remained active, shrouded in the darkness below. With each passing moment, the ethereal sound grew clearer, its resonance akin to the enchanting chimes of wind underwater, a paradoxical harmony that defied logic yet captivated the senses. The rain outside intensified, orchestrating a dance with the mysterious melody, as if nature itself joined the symphony. Following the elusive sound like a silken thread through a labyrinth, I wandered the ground floor's corridors in silence. My bare feet glided noiselessly on the aged hardwood, and even the familiar creaks of the house seemed hushed, as if the ancient walls listened alongside me. The brass lamp cast flickering shadows, animating the floral wallpaper in a mesmerizing ballet of light and shadow. Beneath a worn rug in the kitchen, a relic from my great-grandmother, I stumbled upon a concealed trapdoor that had eluded my notice before. The aged wood felt cool to the touch, a brass ring pull beckoning me to unveil its secrets. Here, the mysterious melody swelled, a whispered conversation just beyond comprehension, permeating the air with intrigue. With trembling hands, not from fear but anticipation, I lifted the ring, revealing stone steps spiraling into darkness. The subterranean air was cool and carried hints of ancient waters and aged stone, evoking memories of forgotten wells and ancient caverns. Descending with cautious steps, my lamp cast an amber glow that seemed to meld with the darkness, illuminating walls of meticulously placed stone blocks, a testament to a craftsmanship lost to time. The gentle trickle of water echoed in the chamber, creating a symphony of liquid notes that felt almost intentional. In the circular chamber's depths, the vast cistern lay shrouded in shadows, its mirror-smooth surface reflecting light in a mesmerizing play of shadows and gleams. The enigmatic sound enveloped me, revealing the chamber's perfect acoustics, transforming water droplets into ethereal musical notes. The rain above, filtering through earth and stone, harmonized with the water's song, creating a tapestry of sound that defied explanation. Between the melodic notes of water, whispers lingered, voices from a bygone era, memories woven into the fabric of time, or perhaps figments of the mind seeking order in chaos. They spoke in tongues almost familiar, sharing tales that felt significant yet remained elusive. Lost in the mesmerizing music of the cistern, time ebbed and flowed in a dance of drops and ripples, transcending the confines of minutes and hours. The lamp's light waned, yet the darkness seemed alive, pulsating with intricate patterns and subtle movements. Emerging from the depths, the night had deepened, the rain's serenade silenced, leaving only a faint echo of the mysterious melody. Concealing the trapdoor once more beneath the rug, I knew I would return. The cistern song had woven itself into the house's essence, a clandestine symphony playing ceaselessly beneath our very feet. Each night as I lay in bed, I strained to catch the elusive music. Sometimes crystal clear, other times a mere whisper that teased my senses. I came to realize that certain enigmas were not meant to be deciphered but experienced, to be felt in the quiet interludes between thoughts, in the gentle spaces between raindrops. The cistern continued its eternal performance, captivating an audience of stone and shadow. In dreams that transcended reality, I heard cryptic whispers in the watery music, messages from a distant past carried on ephemeral ripples of sound. Yet the ancient wisdom they harbored, the forgotten stories they contained, remained just beyond my grasp, akin to trying to capture the essence of rain in your hands. Story 42. The gentle patter of rain on my window created a soothing melody as I settled into my grandmother's antique rocking chair. The old leather-bound journal in my hands held a weight of mystery, a tome I stumbled upon while clearing out her attic after she passed away. As raindrops danced lazily down the glass, I delved into her written account of a peculiar autumn from her youth, penned in her familiar elegant script. The rain outside seemed to echo her words, drawing me into a world of memories and magic. In her journal, my grandmother described her arrival in a village blanketed by morning fog, where an unusual absence of shadows puzzled her senses. The sun's golden rays bathed the quaint buildings in light, yet no shadows graced the cobblestone streets. The villagers moved with a graceful fluidity, as if detached from the ground, unfazed by the missing darkness that once clung to their every step. Staying with a family friend known as Aunt Margaret, my grandmother uncovered more mysteries within the village. Birds sang enchanting melodies, flowers bloomed with an otherworldly glow, and time itself seemed to slow to a gentle, honey-like flow. The absence of shadows became a canvas for the villagers' creativity, inspiring artworks that played with light in mesmerizing ways. Aunt Margaret shared the village's history with my grandmother, revealing that the shadows had chosen to depart generations ago, leaving behind a world where memories of light shone brightly. As winter descended upon the village, the snowfall transformed the landscape into a dreamlike vision, untouched and pure, shimmering under the starlit sky. Captivated by the village's peaceful aura, my grandmother came to understand the beauty in holding memories differently, in embracing the light that lingered in the absence of shadows. On her final night in the village, she shared tea with Aunt Margaret under the celestial display above, contemplating the ephemeral nature of their shared experience. Closing the journal, I felt a sense of warmth within me, a connection to that shadowless realm of whispered tales and glowing wonders. The rain outside continued its gentle serenade, and as I gazed at my reflection in the glass, a fleeting moment of uncertainty passed over me. It was as if my own shadow hesitated, caught between staying and departing. With a slow breath, I closed the journal, enveloped in the memories spun by my grandmother's words. In that quiet moment, I pondered the existence of a village where shadows were but echoes of light, where stories were felt rather than believed. And as the rain lulled me into a peaceful slumber, I imagined a world where whispers of light carried on, telling tales of a place without shadows. Story 43. The quiet melody of raindrops tapping against the window panes enveloped the ancient house in a gentle, rhythmic symphony, lulling it into a state of tranquility. Inheriting this grand Victorian mansion from my grandmother only a fortnight ago, I embarked on a daily journey of exploration within its labyrinthine walls, uncovering hidden enigmas nestled in its time-worn nooks and crannies. The aged wooden floorboards murmured beneath my cautious steps, whispering echoes of bygone eras with each creak. On a particular autumn evening, as the melancholic breeze weaved a somber tune through the crevices of the aged windows, a mysterious pull guided me towards the narrow staircase ascending to the attic. The brass doorknob felt cool to the touch, turning effortlessly as if beckoning me into the forgotten realm beyond. A nostalgic fragrance of ancient books and faded recollections descended to greet me as I ascended the groaning stairs, my flashlight casting delicate pathways through the dancing specks of dust that shimmered like celestial bodies in the muted light. With each step, I drew closer to the treasures my grandmother had safeguarded over her lifetime, each item harboring a tale waiting to be unveiled. The attic sprawled before me, cloaked in white sheets, draping over silent shapes like ethereal sentinels maintaining their eternal vigil. The thick layer of dust underfoot muted my footfalls as I navigated the wooden expanse. The rain outside persisted in its serene performance on the slanted roof, cocooning me in a tranquil solitude. Amidst the shrouded furniture and stacked boxes, a peculiar sight captured my attention. Nestled in the farthest corner, partially obscured by an ancient trunk, sat a Victorian rocking chair oddly untouched by dust compared to its surroundings. The worn velvet upholstery retained a rich burgundy hue, and perched atop it rested a porcelain doll of unfamiliar origin. Clad in a faint blue silk dress adorned with aged lace, the doll's intricately painted features exuded a timeless grace, frozen in a moment of eternal serenity. Yet, it was the doll's eyes, crafted from glass and possessing an enigmatic depth that seemed to shift in the flickering beam of my flashlight, that held me transfixed. Approaching the doll, the floorboards beneath me emitted a soft groan of protest, reverberating in the stagnant air. The doll sat poised, hands neatly folded in its lap, as if awaiting a long-lost companion. A small key protruded from its back, hinting at a hidden musical mechanism within, though I hesitated to wind it in the attic's hushed ambience. The atmosphere surrounding the rocking chair felt altered, cooler, denser somehow. My breath materialized in wispy clouds under the flashlight beam, contrasting with the attic's residual warmth from the day. Reaching out to caress the doll's porcelain cheek, the sensation beneath my fingertips diverged from the anticipated chill of smooth ceramic, instead emanating a faint warmth that pulsed ever so subtly. In that moment, a distant melody, akin to a music box playing from afar, teased my senses. The delicate notes, almost imperceptible, bore semblances of a lullaby my grandmother used to hum when I was a child. Lost in the reverie, I witnessed the rocking chair stir. A barely perceptible movement, a fleeting tremor, yet sufficient to quicken my heartbeat. The chair settled back into stillness, yet the air held a suspended breath around it. Intrigued by the enigmatic doll, I found myself drawn to the attic with increasing frequency. At times I would linger for hours in a nearby seat, observing the doll's tranquil demeanor. During the profound stillness of certain nights, when the house submerged into profound silence, the ethereal melody would drift down from above, barely brushing the edges of my consciousness. One twilight, as the sun dipped below the horizon and bathed the attic in amber hues and elongated shadows, a discovery awaited me behind the rocking chair. A small diary, concealed there, unfolded a narrative scribed in my grandmother's graceful penmanship. Yet what seized my attention was a photograph utilized as a bookmark. The image depicted my grandmother as a young girl, seated in the same rocking chair, holding what appeared to be the identical doll. However, a peculiarity pervaded the photograph. The doll's stance diverged slightly from my initial encounter, its head tilted at an altered angle, its hands arranged differently. Within the diary's pages, my grandmother chronicled a gift she received on her 8th birthday, a musical doll that serenaded her with the sweetest lullabies. She recounted how the doll provided solace during thunderous nights, and how, on solitary occasions, she fancied she heard it sing without being wound. The final entry regarding the doll was penned mere days prior to my grandmother's departure. She inscribed about feeling the doll's presence comforting her in her final hours, the old lullabies permeating her dreams. The narrative abruptly halted mid-sentence, as though interrupted in the midst of writing. Now, amidst the quietude of my grandmother's abode during twilight hours, I find myself invariably drawn back to the attic. The doll maintains its vigil in the chair, its serene countenance unaltered, yet subtly transformed with each viewing. Occasionally, on the brink of slumber, the familiar lullaby descends from above, a gentle reminder of my grandmother's enduring affection, preserved in porcelain and silk, safeguarding the house and its reminiscences. The enigma surrounding the doll persists unresolved, and perhaps it is destined to remain so. Some queries are best left as gentle musings, drifting in the ethereal realm between reality and reverie. In those moments of profound quietude within the house, when rain taps softly against the panes and the zephyrs whisper through the corridors, solace descends upon me, knowing that above, in the dusty attic, a porcelain doll maintains its eternal watch, harboring secrets and memories within its tender, warm embrace. Amidst particularly serene nights, I've grown attuned to the subtle shift in the atmosphere, heralding the melody's advent, a gentle alteration in pressure, a faint warming of the air, as though the house itself inhales before the lullaby commences. Suspended between wakefulness and dreams, I comprehend why my grandmother chose not to unveil the doll's true essence to anyone. Some enigmas are meant to be felt rather than comprehended, experienced rather than explicated. Thus the doll persists in its corner of the attic, neither wholly tethered to this world nor divorced from it, a gentle sentinel of familial recollections and unspoken tales. Its presence metamorphosed into a solace rather than a disquiet, an enigmatic familiarity that infuses the ancient house with a sense of tranquil awe. Drifting into slumber each night, I envisaged the doll's benevolent oversight extending throughout the residence, interlacing dreams and memories in an eternal lullaby resonating softly in the interstices between heartbeats. Story 44. In the quiet of my cottage, raindrops tap gently against the window panes, a soft melody that lulls me into a state of tranquility. Nestled in my favorite armchair, cocooned in a cozy knitted blanket, I watch as the droplets meander down the glass, painting intricate patterns with their descent. The evening cloaks the world early, a common occurrence in the autumn season, bringing a peculiar calmness that extends beyond the usual serenity of my woodland abode. My cup of tea sits forgotten, its warmth dissipated on the neglected side table, as my attention is captured by the mystical allure of the forest beyond the rain-streaked window. The ancient trees, silent sentinels that have witnessed centuries pass before my arrival, sway ever so gently in an unseen breeze. Their movements appear synchronized, as if part of a slow, deliberate dance, breathing in harmony with the earth. The amber glow of my reading lamp casts enchanting shadows that playfully dance across the room, painting the wooden walls with pools of warm light. Outside, the darkness deepens with each passing moment, yet tonight, it holds a quality beyond mere absence of light. It pulsates with a depth that resonates with its own gentle rhythm, a heartbeat felt rather than heard. Setting aside my book, an inexplicable urge draws me to the window, my palm pressing against the cool glass. A subtle vibration, akin to a distant heartbeat echoing through the soil, sends a shiver down my spine. The rain continues its melodic symphony, revealing a pattern akin to a musical composition written in water. The droplets intensify and soften in a cyclical rhythm, reminiscent of a peaceful, deep breath. Stepping onto the sheltered porch, I surrender to the embrace of the falling rain, the air carrying scents of damp earth and pine intermingled with a sweeter, ancient fragrance, redolent of old tomes and morning mist. Each inhalation feels weighty, as if each breath forms a connection to a larger, unseen presence that has always existed but remained unnoticed until now. The nearest trees emerge from the growing darkness, their branches swaying with a grace that paints delicate patterns against the clouded sky, resembling ripples on a tranquil pond. Observing closely, I notice how the motion flows seamlessly from one tree to the next, akin to a wave traversing the forest in a silent, choreographed ballet. While the wind chimes hang motionless from the porch roof, the tree's dance continues unabated. This detail piques my curiosity, presenting itself as a gentle enigma begging for contemplation rather than resolution. Standing amidst the cool evening air, a subtle sound, akin to the rustle of pages or silk brushing silk, whispers from the surroundings, rising and falling in tandem with the forest's breath. Beneath my bare feet, the wooden porch boards seem to vibrate in unison with the gentle pulse that permeates the night. Swaying involuntarily, I find myself harmonizing with the forest's rhythm, seamlessly blending into its ancient dance. Time loses relevance in this moment of communion. As the darkness deepens, it transforms, gaining texture and depth rather than obscurity. Shadowy shapes flit within the night, their nature ambiguous yet lacking any sense of foreboding. They move in synchrony with the peaceful rhythm of the forest, becoming part of its slow, ethereal waltz. Occasional glimpses of soft light amidst the trees, not from harsh artificial sources but reminiscent of starlight filtered through foliage, punctuate the night. These gentle illuminations flicker in harmony with the forest's breathing, reassuring me of a shared contemplation of the nocturnal world. My breath aligns effortlessly with the forest's rhythm, each inhale bringing forth new sensations, the mineral tang of rain-soaked stone, the earthy perfume of hidden mushrooms, the sweet decay of autumn leaves returning to their origins. The rain eases, yet its gentle pitter-patter persists, offering a backdrop to the symphony of nocturnal sounds, the creak of wood, the whisper of leaves, and the subtle, omnipresent pulse that intertwines with my heartbeat. A cool breeze finally stirs the wind chimes, infusing the night with a melodic harmony that resonates with the forest symphony. The metallic tubes sing with warmth, weaving tales of roots delving deep into the soil, of seasons cycling endlessly, of creatures inhabiting the shadows between the trees. Deep in the night, I find solace in merely existing within this timeless moment. The boundaries between observer and observed blur as I meld into the forest's breath. The trees maintain their graceful dance, and I discern the interconnectedness of their motion with the rain's rhythm, the earth's pulse, the sap's flow beneath the bark, and my own heartbeat. Upon returning indoors, a newfound understanding of my woodland home dawns upon me. The forest, always vibrant with life, now resonates with a depth beyond mere knowledge. It pulsates with an ancient heartbeat that now thrums within me. Sipping from a cup brimming with fresh rainwater, the taste speaks of minerals from the earth's core, sweetness from decaying leaves, and an indefinable essence reminiscent of moonlit bark. As I drift towards slumber, the forest's rhythm accompanies me, my breath synchronized with its timeless cadence. In that liminal space between wakefulness and dreams, I realized the forest's eternal dance, a symphony of raindrops, rustling leaves, creaking branches, and settling earth, interwoven by a subtle pulse that unites all in a tapestry of understanding. The forest breathes, and I breathe with it, a natural harmony that transcends comprehension. Even now, under the lamplight's glow, I sense the forest's rhythmic presence. In moments of profound stillness, I find myself swaying in synchrony with its heartbeat, catching whispers of tales meant solely for my ears, narratives inscribed in rain and foliage, in ancient whispers and settling dust, in the gentle pulse that binds everything here, revealing connections that unravel slowly before my eyes. And so I embrace the forest's breath, merging my essence with its timeless rhythm, a dance as old as time itself, a melody that plays on in the heart of the night, weaving stories untold but deeply felt in the whispers of the woodland. Story 45. The soft cadence of waves caressing weathered stone enveloped my senses as I journeyed along the meandering path leading to the lighthouse. The evening breeze carried with it the sharp tang of salt and seaweed, intermingling with the earthy fragrance of damp soil from the recent rain. My footfalls whispered on the moist ground, harmonizing with the gentle swish of tall grass dancing in the coastal wind. Before me stood the lighthouse, its white facade assuming an otherworldly allure in the waning twilight. Layers of history peeked through the delicate peeling paint, painting a portrait of time past. As the assistant lighthouse keeper, this structure had been a steadfast presence in my life, but tonight held an inexplicable aura. The usual warm, golden beacon that should have swept over the waters was conspicuously absent. Yet the lantern room atop the tower emitted a soft glow. The iron key felt icy in my grasp as I unlocked the weighty wooden door. It groaned open, releasing a deep, resonant sound that reverberated through the circular chamber. Amidst the familiar scent of brass and mineral oil, there lingered another aroma, a subtle blend of old books and dried blooms that eluded identification. My steps reverberated softly against the stone floor as I commenced my ascent up the spiral staircase. 142 steps. Though I had climbed them countless times, each tread now seemed to murmur beneath my feet. The customary sounds of the lighthouse, the gentle ticking of the clockwork mechanism, the soft hum of wind through the vents appeared muffled, as if veiled by a dense fog. The brass handrail exuded an unexpected warmth under my touch, contrasting with the cool night air. Progressing upwards, I observed peculiar details that seemed out of place. The usually immaculate walls, a result of our meticulous upkeep, bore faint markings resembling script. Yet upon closer inspection, they revealed nothing more than the natural patterns in the stone. Upon reaching the watchroom just below the lantern room, I noticed the logbook lay open on the desk, despite my recollection of closing it after the last entry. The pages fluttered gently, untouched by any breeze. The final entry, scribed in what appeared to be my own handwriting, detailed a peculiar occurrence. Light shines forth but illuminates nothing. The beam passes through the fog as if it doesn't exist. The temperature plummeted as I ascended the last few steps to the lantern room. The Fresnel lens gleamed splendidly, its crystalline prisms capturing and refracting the lamp's light. The mechanism rotated steadily, yet peering through the glass panes, I discerned no beam slicing through the encroaching darkness. It seemed as though the light dissipated mere feet from its source. Drawing nearer to the windows, I pressed my palm against the cool glass. The sea below lay eerily tranquil, its surface akin to black satin. No stars shimmered on the water, though the sky above twinkled with clarity. The horizon had vanished entirely, the boundary between sea and sky melding into an absolute obscurity, pulsating with a life of its own. The enigmatic entry in the logbook seized my thoughts. Having tended to this lighthouse for years, familiar with its every idiosyncrasy, The concept of light vanishing into nothingness contradicted my understanding of the natural order. Yet there I stood, witnessing it unfold before my eyes. A subtle scraping noise drew my gaze to the corner of the room. The maintenance toolbox, previously closed and secured, now lay open. Within, the tools were arranged in an unfamiliar configuration, resembling symbols. Blinking, they returned to their usual state, yet an unsettling unease lingered. The flame of the lamp flickered unexpectedly, casting dancing shadows on the brass fixtures. In that moment, my reflection in the glass captivated my attention, its movements slightly out of sync with mine. A barely perceptible delay existed, evident as I raised my hand, the reflection following a fraction too late. A gentle hum emanated from the lens, not the typical mechanical hum of the rotation, but something organic, almost melodic. Resembling the sound of a finger gliding along the rim of a crystal glass, yet deeper, more resonant, the vibration seemed to traverse the floor and ascend through my being. Once more, the logbook beckoned. Returning to it, I noticed additional words materializing on the page, manifesting slowly as if inscribed by an invisible hand. The darkness doesn't consume the light, it transforms it into something imperceptible to us. Some things are destined to remain unseen. Gazing out anew, I discerned patches of what appeared to be liquid shadow where the beam should have illuminated the water. Darker than the surrounding darkness, these patches moved against the current, weaving patterns that seemed almost significant, akin to a language inscribed in the absence of light. Entranced, I witnessed the humming from the lens intensify, while the warm glow of the lamp began pulsating in synchrony. The brass fixtures throughout the room caught and reflected light in defiance of physics, conjuring impossible angles and shadows bending in unnatural directions. Time unfolded peculiarly within the lantern room. The moon traversed the sky at an accelerated pace, though the clock indicated only minutes had elapsed. The rotation of the lens maintained its regular cadence, yet each revolution twisted the darkness outside into novel forms, crafting shapes my mind struggled to comprehend. The warmth of the brass rail beneath my hand gradually dissipated, supplanted by a curious sensation, as though touching a substance existing betwixt solid, liquid, and gas. The very air in the chamber pulsed with potential, akin to the moment preceding a lightning strike, yet gentler, more inviting. Upon descending the stairs, every step felt akin to traversing through layers of reality askew. The lighthouse had always signified more than mere edifice to me, but now it seemed to occupy a realm betwixt realms, its purpose conceivably grander than guiding vessels through the night. Come morning, no trace of the strange occurrences adorned the logbook. The tools rested in their designated spots, and the lens cast its beam routinely over the waters. Yet on particularly serene nights, I notice fleeting instances when the light appears to dissolve into naught, accompanied by a faint hum. In those moments, I ponder whether the lighthouse doesn't solely illuminate the darkness, but perchance communicates with it, conversing in a language of light and shadow beyond our ken. The enigma of that night lingers, shrouded in layers of uncertainty that shift and evolve with each recollection. The lighthouse maintains its nocturnal vigil, and I uphold mine, cognizant that certain enigmas are best left as gentle mysteries, their solutions concealed within the interstice of light and dark, known and unknown, seen and unseen.